Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. I figured it's time we do a catch up. It's time we talk about all the things. But before we do that, well, actually, we'll get into that pretty fast because we have a lot to catch up on, a lot of craziness. But I want to talk about a few other things because I found something pretty cool for those of you that have kids or monitoring devices. I found something that I want to tell you guys about. So let's get going. Hey, y'all. Okay, let me say hello right quick. Let me go back up here. Hey, Pika. Hey, Amy. I hope work is going okay. Hey, Nash Native. I hope you had a great holiday too. Hey, Thor. Ugh. Thor, we'll get into it. I hear you though. Hey, Tebow. Hey, Aries. Hey, Steph, AV, Revival, Aries, Kathy R, Zoya. It's good to see you guys. Michigan Wifey. I hope you all had great holidays. Hey, Cranky. Joe thinks it's party time. Hey, Lisa, Heather, Dawn, Claus, Kimberly. Okay. Hey, Blondie. Let's talk right quick. So, for those of you that have like monitoring on your children's or grandchildren's devices, I was having a hard time deciding which monitoring app. I told you guys I got my little phones for Christmas and I was super nervous. But this is not a paid promotion. This is not sponsored. This is nothing. This is just my opinion on what I purchased myself for the kids. I bought what's called Circle. It's through Aura. Nothing to do with the mental health Aura, anybody like that. Completely separate company that has nothing to do with it. But it's called Circle by Aura. It is a family monitoring plan. And let me tell you, I installed it. Hey, Rainbow. Hey, Janice in accounting. And I'm blown away. It shows me, hey, Hazel Eyes. It literally shows every single link that they go to, every single one. And you can block like all of their social media because they are not allowed social media. You can go in and block any access to it. So it automatically, even if it comes up as an ad in another website, it blocks it. So they can't even go to it. It's crazy as hell. It's wild as hell. But right now you can get a 14-day free trial for it. It runs them under a VPN. Hey, Catherine. It does all the things, but it monitors everything down to like every single minute by minute website they go to. You have a lot of options for blocking things. You have time regulations, everything. They also allow you to see text messages if you need to. Hey, Kiki, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. But it is incredible so far. I just wanted to throw that out there because I know that's a big thing, trying to monitor everybody's devices, but so far so good. So if you're looking into any of that stuff, if you got new devices for children or grandchildren or anything, I would suggest looking at Circle by Aura. Okay, there's my little side note thing because I've been stressed out about it. And this shows everything. I'm like, what is all this shit? It's crazy. Hey, Chica. So there's that. Now, let's talk. What in the absolute F is going on? Can anybody help me here? Because first and foremost, the sides on both sides, this whole side to side thing is getting grimier by the day. One thing I have noticed big time is instead of talking about or correcting misinformation, people are too focused on the parents, what their movements are. First and foremost, when in the hell are any of these people doing anything to solve these crimes? Anybody? How many of these people are finding missing children? So why does it fucking matter? Sorry, if Seth Rogers moved. Why do any of you care if Seth Rogers moved out of state? Okay, I can get with you that, yeah, Katie was attacked. Okay, I can get that. But because one was done, now we do the other. Like, what is the weird shit with that? It's been 10 months. At some point in time, what the parents do is really none of our business. I'm sorry if you disagree, but right now, until law enforcement says this person is guilty of this, this, and this, or suspected guilty or anything, like what are we doing? I frankly could give two fucks less if he moved out of state. Don't give a shit. Why are people so focused on the movements of people that you're not going to be able to prove if they're guilty or not? It's fucking weird to me. So because they've done it to the other side, oh, now it's fair. What? It's none of our business. Absolutely none of our business. But people are making it their business. And by the way, half of these people that are saying they're correct, you can't even fucking correct yourself out of a wet paper bag. Stop. It's fucking weird. All this shit is weird. It's gotten weirder and it just keeps getting weird. Yeah, it is, Joe. It's become this tit for tat. Well, because they did this over here. And anytime you bring something up, well, Seth did that. I don't give a shit. At the end of the day, I have nothing to do with how this case is going to resolve itself. Sebastian being found, any of that stuff. And guess who's back? Back again. Shady's back. And he brought a friend, JLR. JLR hopped back in the arena. Why? Because the drama's increased to the level that enough views for him. Music City Mom, thank you for being a member for 7 months. Content. Stirring shit. The long troll. I mean, what? Are you people okay? We're gonna go on a walk. We're gonna go on a journey. Oh, and another thing. What are you weird motherfuckers doing texting Nick the Hat? Why are all you people texting Nick the Hat? Can anybody tell me? Let me tell you what. Nick the Hat popped on the scene. The first thing I'd said was, nope. Maybe that's just a me thing. Like, I'm not reaching out to these people to try and have communication. I don't know. I find that shit weird too. Sorry, gotta say what it is. It's fucking weird. It's weird. This shit's weird. And getting weirder. Tara, he doesn't need the views. He absolutely doesn't. You're 100% right. So what is it about for him? The opposite, troll. It's fucking weird. All of them. We're reaching out to Nick. What is Nick gonna fucking do? What is Nick gonna do? Oh, Jay for Justice was mean to me. I'm reaching out to Nick. What? I'm calling Nick. What? Did you call Nick too on me? Supposedly offending your publisher, which, like, what the fuck, people? Oh, yeah. Anyways, let's go. I don't. Revival, I trust none of them. None of them. If we've been watching, which I know some of you have been watching even more than I've been watching, it's right there in front of your faces. People are really, really hyper fixated on controlling narratives and being all the places right now, all the places to make sure the correct narrative is being pushed. A lot of people are spending a lot of time after they were pretty silent on a little bit, but now, when shit needs stirred, they come out to surely stir that shit. Hazel Eyes, Julie was calling Nick to tattle on all of us. Fucking weirdos. These people are weird. All right, let's go. Guess where we're kicking off? Happy holidays, bitch. It's going to be a lovely new year. And we are starting off here based on Becky. Nonsense's wants. Nonsense's desire to show what weird fucking individuals you are. Nobody else put me up to this. This isn't because of your involvement with anybody else. This is just fucking weird. All right. We're starting with Brittany J. Because last night was weird, Brittany. It was weird. This is weird. Let's go. This all falls under fair use for people like Julie who doesn't understand what fair use is or the copyright laws are. Here we go. No, they used to, Rainbow. They used to work for the same YC News, but not anymore. Music City Mom, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, y'all. Welcome to the cabana. All right, here we roll.
And then just like goes, it's awful. She's an evil mommy dearest. It's in a movie.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna watch it, but
okay, so she is going to play a clip from another channel. I'm gonna show you what she's playing, and then we're gonna move on forward.
this is where she's very mocking. Look, notice at the beginning, she immediately points down at Seth's money, right? Oh, sorry, hold on. It's all about money. Let me move that. Hey, Ben.
And I don't give a shit, truly. Like, I think it's weird, the titles of his memberships. I truly find that to be odd. But as far as making money, it is what it is. Like, you can get caught up in the weeds and try to pocket watch all these people all you want. I find it weird. I find one of the most reasonable people to be making money off of this child's name would be Seth or Katie and Chris, though, honestly. I just find it to be the whole situation to be weird, but this is back and forth between the teams. If Katie and Chris were profiting, then it would be a huge fixated focus on the other side. You know what I'm saying? So, okay. I don't get caught up in those weeds.
No wire hangers. Yeah. All right. So watch this, you guys. Look at that.
Hold on. I hear you. Wow. Content buzz. Thank you.
Look. I knew they were going to do this.
We got to figure out now. Super chat on screen. And,
look at this. Look at that. That's exactly what Seth did. The only comments highlighted were those attached to gifted memberships and super.
And I think the clip she is playing is from No Wire Hangers
for chats. He had 3,600 people in chat and failed to highlight a single comment that described his son, such as this.
Oh, of course, Revival. Yeah, I'm sure. I haven't, honestly, like, that's one's blocked and do not recommend all the things. So their content never shows up, which is, thank God for small miracles. But I'm sure that's a focus of theirs all the time. So yeah.
Okay. First and foremost,
it happens from side to side.
Are you kidding me? Do you know how fast that chat moves when there's 3,000 people?
The last time he did a live, he didn't know how to highlight comments down at the bottom at all. So at least he figured out how to highlight them this time. He was asking Tony in not this live, but the one before that. He was like, "How do I make them come up on the screen?" I remember.
Mm-hmm. So I want to pose this question to wire hangers and the rest of them, because this person, their rhetoric is,
question.
They support QB and all these people.
Okay.
Are you okay with the rest of
I think that's kind of a QB clip channel, actually. I think that's where that stems from. So, I mean, you don't need to tell anybody.
These people making money off Sebastian. All of our channels can make money off his name, but the dad, his own father, can't?
I've never said that.
Come on.
Sorry.
And watch how cruel this is. People poured their hearts out. Seth broke my heart to see this man.
I love that. That live was it was really sweet.
Yeah, he's in turmoil. And what was wrong?
It was that not magical, but like, I don't want to sound weedy saying that, but I mean, imagine taking something that was that heartfelt and like to everybody else, it felt like we felt it. And then imagine having somebody just feel the opposite and just feel like loathing for it. It's just
Well, I think people are entitled to opinions on that. Again, if you want to talk about how you're entitled for opinions, I think people are going to criticize what they saw in that. And there's a lot that could be criticized. Seth's part wasn't my concern. Seth is a father missing a child. His part isn't the concern. But you notice that I'll explain and show something here.
I don't know, of course.
Yeah.
Do you have to be that
Hey, Wheelby.
type of person, or can you just let somebody have something? I mean, Jesus.
Right. All right, let me catch these real quick. Robin, thank you.
And then she goes and does the same exact thing. I mean, it happens. It fucking happens, okay? We try to make sure we thank the memberships, I mean, come on.
Thank you so much for being a member for 8 months. Imagine if Seth lawyered up and pled the fifth. Oh, my Lord. Could you imagine? They would all be live about him, wouldn't they? Cujo.
Imagine if Seth lawyered up. He has lawyered up. He got a lawyer to send out cease and desist, and he's got a whole team of lawyers that are representing him. Hello, he has lawyered up. Like, what? What? And secondly, who cares if he pleads the fifth? It's not a trial. Like, that's pleading the fifth to what? I plead the fifth every day when my kids ask me for something. I plead the fifth. Acting like I don't hear. Like, come on. Like, what? Who cares?
Oh, thank you for being a member for 6 months, my love. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Cujo. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Robin.
you,
Thank you guys for
Revival.
your support. Means more to me than you know. Hey, Mischief, my beautiful mod. Hey, Zoe Trope.
Okay.
Oh, God.
We're going forward.
I am so sorry. I'm
Go
so
ahead.
sorry. And then he took his phone to school and it rang.
Days. Okay, so he's horrible for.
Okay, we're moving forward because I don't care.
All right, let's see.
We really want to thank you guys for all your support. We hope everybody's having a good Christmas season. What we want to do tonight is we want to let Seth talk a little bit about trying to get everybody refocused on what's important, talking about what Christmas means to him and Sebastian. And then we're going to do something a little different tonight. We're going to let some of our creator friends that have kept Sebastian's name out there and that have supported Seth from the very beginning jump on with us and let them talk to Seth and let them address Sebastian directly. So we hope you guys enjoy the show tonight.
Let them address Sebastian directly. A bunch of random strangers on the internet. Okay, I mean, do your thing.
And Mr. Rogers, go ahead and take it away, buddy.
All right. First, I would like to start
Watch
off
this.
with a prayer. This one is, Christmas to me really is not going to be Christmas without my son.
And I'm sure it is a hard thing for him. So I am going to fast forward through this because, again, I'm not here to pick apart Seth in his words, because I'm sure at the end of the day, he does have feelings about his child being missing. So let's get to the meat and potatoes.
They didn't even talk about anybody in this stream. Most of you guys were there, right? Did I see? Yeah, I saw Josh's.
I don't care for Seth. Period. Point blank. End of story. I don't know him. I don't know Chris and Katie either. I don't know these people. Don't have to like them. But Seth's my least of my worries in this whole situation coming forward.
Christmas poem. We played it last night, Kiwi Gal.
Oh.
Granny's done. Granny's done. She's done her own in response to him, which I knew she would.
I hope y'all didn't hear. I hope y'all didn't hear me tinkling. I forgot to mute.
No,
No. I was on the way back from saying goodnight. I'm like, oh wait a minute, I'm not muted.
Crazy. No,
Sorry.
Granny has given a response.
Penny, thank you for that, because it's definitely like she hasn't even been in a courtroom to plead the fifth. So this whole thing and them running with it, there's definitely useful idiots that they are feeding information to make content out of intentionally.
She thinks that Josh can you believe this? Granny thinks that Josh secretly wants to be their friend. I told you she's got a thing for that. For that dude.
This whole back and forth, like every single thing.
I don't know how you could hear that poem and think that he wants to be your your friend.
I think he didn't even really mention her in there.
No. And then Cluminati did she did one too.
Who cares? Who cares?
So yeah, I don't know. Anyway, there's that. Okay. Let me see.
Can you focus?
I'm just going to show you guys where they kind of mock and
Seth, we're going to get a lot of these as we go.
look, because Tony said we're going to get a lot of these as we go. We'll hit some more in a little bit.
You can go ahead and get started, and then we'll come back and we'll hit some more in a little bit. And we thank you guys immensely.
Appreciation and opportunities for what you've got and what you get. How? Okay, you're going to hold him to that?
Getting the opportunities you had for the whole year. Thing you have in life.
Wait a second.
God.
I think he's got his holidays mixed up but it's all the same, I guess. Let's not nitpick. Oh, you don't think this is nitpicking? You don't think this is nitpicking at all? There was nothing wrong with this video.
Well, that's your opinion, but carry on. Let's continue to go.
Oh my goodness, hold on.
Oh,
Oh,
Tara,
look at that, you guys. She counted
Tara, the back and forth are going to go on for years if we're being honest here.
them. In the first 20 minutes, Seth received $429, 72 memberships. What? Why are you so worried about what he makes? This is disgusting.
Yes, Horrible Moms Club absolutely started.
Happy holidays. Thank you so much for the super chat. They'll probably count mine too. I will continue to support Britt and Seth. The haters actually encourage me to support more. I enjoy ruffling their feathers. Happy holidays. You're too funny. Oh my God. Listen, thank you though. Seriously, you're adorable and I appreciate you more than you know. But the reason that I'm showing y'all this is because we're not doing this to anybody. We're not doing this to the Proudfoots.
Ma'am, you have channels like War Damn Eagle, Hindsight's something, blah, blah, blah. You guys do. 5D. You do this exact same thing. You support those people. You do. Julie Skolnick, Crime Time Buzz. Like, come on. Let's be honest here, Brittany.
If the Proudfoots made a channel, I would be happy that they're actually trying to bring awareness to Sebastian. I would be like, okay.
I would be happy if that's what Seth was doing on his channel, but instead, I don't believe that that's what he's doing. It's his channel, though. It's Seth's channel. So Seth is entitled to talk about Seth all he wants. And unfortunately, that's what we're seeing.
Finally, what else are we going to do? You know, let's see it. Let's see them, you know,
Yeah.
And they're putting stuff out on their own and not going through creators to do it. Like Seth. Seth has his channel so that he can bring awareness for his child and put out things so that he don't have to go through anybody else to do it. He'll just do it himself.
Yeah, that's not what's happening, though. Let's be honest. I think both sides of the teams get memos of what they should talk about or slipped things that they possibly can talk about and ran with by creators. If I'm being 100% honest.
Marlena says if he reads the super chats, he's money hungry. If he doesn't, he's ungrateful. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. These people need to fuck off. That's true. That's true.
Okay, get to it.
Why are you ask yourself?
The upcoming part is where I cringe.
Why you're so invested with stalking the father of a missing child?
Wait, what? Wait, huh? Why are you so invested with stalking? You need to learn, honey boo boo, you need to learn the fucking terms. What is stalking?
Make it make sense. Look at this.
Lord bless us. Can you fucking
All right.
find a spot?
What's going on, guys? Mr. Judge, how are you, Tony? Everybody that's tuned in, thank you guys by the thousands. Oh my God, there's a lot. Words don't do much in a situation like this. Actions are going to speak much louder than words.
So we bring up a guy that has done nothing but publish riddles in a missing child's case, actively swaying public perception based off of riddles and fabrication. If this doesn't set the tone for what this was all about, I don't know what will. Nick the Hat has never met Sebastian, never stepped foot in Tennessee to meet Seth. He can't leave Pennsylvania. And he is the first person they bring up. He has made a mockery out of Sebastian's missing child's case by doing riddles, false information, and targeting the parents of a missing child. If that doesn't show your intent in this whole thing, nothing else will get to people.
And the message from Dog and I.
Look at that. Seth goes right back to highlighting screen super chats and what is it, MS memberships, because Sebastian is the main focus. He is trying to be appreciative. What is he supposed to do? The look on Nick's face right now is mine when it comes to all these people. Like, that's the same look I got. Like, what the heck
Well, I mean, if you look like Nick the Hat, that's a fucking you problem.
is wrong with these people?
You're just a useful idiot. I'm sure he gets good.
We're not slowing down. We will find Sebastian. And if Sebastian is watching, our message is we are coming for you. We are going to find out what happened to you. Everybody responsible will face justice.
You ain't going nowhere, sir. Your ankle monitor says otherwise.
And they will be tried. We're in it for the long run, and we will bring Sebastian home. If you're watching,
Oh, by the way, it's Friday, bitches. It's petty a fucking F day. It's petty AF, and I don't like nobody. Okay, we're back to nonsense. Doesn't like nobody. Do not sit me at anybody's fucking picnic tables, please and thank you. I don't sit with none of these folks. We are petty as fuck today because the looks of these people. Nah. No. Hey, Rockabit, good to see you. I hope you had good holidays. So buckle up. It's going to be a long day of me saying all the fucking things.
this, Sebastian, we are coming for you. And if you get access to a phone, dial
Call
911.
911. Tell them who you are. Tell them yours.
Dial
Call 911.
You've been in it for about 2 months, Nick. Nobody knows why. You add nothing to the case but chaos and fraudulent activity, in my opinion. Really? Oh, man. I'm just going to keep going.
Keep going.
I have a reason for this, you guys. Bear with me.
Just do that.
A comedy one day, what the F? I've never, ever heard of a missing child being comical in my entire life. He said, maybe this will be a comedy when Sebastian's home.
No, he was talking about the first phone call that Tony had with Dog when Dog was being funny with him, like not funny, but he was being like intimidating, like trying to.
No, when Dog the Bounty Hunter read Tony his Miranda rights when he has no position to even do so.
Like about the truth serum and all that. Remember?
Yeah.
It was funny because you know how Tony. Not, I'm not saying Tony's awkward, but I wish I would have been a fly on the wall during that conversation because it probably was funny. Like, can you imagine how Tony reacted to Dog asking him those questions?
That is funny.
It's probably
That is so funny.
That is funny. That's so funny. Yeah, real funny. Real funny. A child is missing.
The way he probably didn't know what the hell. He's probably thinking like, what? Like, oh no,
They
that's
take
what
it and twist it.
I know what he was talking about. That was funny.
Yep, exactly, Mountain Mama. Thank you for being a member for 13 months. Seth just wants his son home safe and sound. That's it. That's it. That's all.
Hello?
All right, let me see.
You there?
Ben said, if he is getting
Okay.
slammed with gifteds and supers, of course he's going to highlight them. Exactly. That's a natural thing, right? And thank you so much to Mountain Mama.
Oh, Jesus.
The way that I look at it is, I would much rather get the information straight from the family member than anybody else. The irony that these people
Oh, wait, but you were ripping people apart for talking to Chris and Katie. Wait, what?
can sit here and dog on this man about being
The whole-
monetized when they get paid off of his child. It's astonishing. What is going on here? Did he just roll his eyes out of boredom? All right, let's see what this is about. Tell me how this isn't nitpicking.
and we are going to bring Sebastian.
He didn't roll his eyes. He's been crying. Look at that. Look at that, Emmy. They're accusing him of rolling his eyes.
This Team Sebastian.
Right
We
here.
are Team Sebastian, and we are going to bring Sebastian home, whether it's us.
How is that him rolling his eyes?
Where's he been crying?
That was like the Seth side eye.
Uh,
He does the side eye. Not like it's that he was side eyeing Nick, but he was just like he probably read a comment in chat that was mean or something. You know what I mean? And he's probably just like annoyed with it because there were plenty of them.
I don't know.
It wasn't an eye roll, but it was like a.
Oh, my God.
You know, he could have read that comment that said, "Remember there were those people that were in there. What were they saying? We were saying something like."
Thor, can you imagine her being in the tower trying to direct planes? Well, I think I see. Well, I don't know. Well, hold on.
Oh, they were in there making stupid comments about the slap thing. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
There were people in that chat talking about the slap thing, and so
Yep.
to the point where they were doing it over and over again to be annoying, like multiple.
Yeah.
times.
It's ridiculous, you guys. It really is. Right, Chief Blaston. He freaking blinked his eyes. Look.
Whether it's the FBI, whether it's TBI, whether it's Sumner County, somebody is going to bring Sebastian home. There are countless people on the case, and we're not going anywhere.
It's Bullhornbetty.
Now they're gonna mock Betty.
Hey guys, I want to tell everyone Merry Christmas. I know this is going to be a tough Christmas for many people that have put their heart and soul, but at the end of the day, you know, I think the silver lining is look at the Christmas miracle we already have. I mean, this went from hardly having any eyes on it to having the whole world's eyes on it to us lighting everything the world up green. He's not here yet, but look at how far we've come. And this is not just
Screaming the same narrative word for word every single day isn't getting anywhere, Betty. Bringing his name, bringing awareness, showing his face, putting his flyer up. All of that is absolutely helping. Nobody here said that we think we're going to solve a case, but bringing awareness for Sebastian certainly does help.
Wait, did she just say that nobody here thinks they're going to solve a case? Well, the irony in that statement coming up. Hold on. Hold, please. Just wait till we get to that part.
All right, hold on a second. Give me 1 minute, guys. Sorry. Bear with me. Look at that. Look at that. Praise me. Praise me. It's all about me. Bear with me.
We've got a lot of other creators that supported Seth, but they didn't necessarily support the whole team. And you have supported the whole team since day one. And for that, we will both be eternally grateful.
Look at that. More like obsessed. In fact, so obsessed that she may have earned herself a vacation behind bars for stalking and harassment, which Tony tipped her $50 for doing so. What is wrong with y'all? I don't understand. I'm sorry, y'all. It just...
Are we ready for the next our next guest?
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, you claim that other people were mocking Bullhorn Betty. What happened to you calling her an opportunist, BJ? Because we've shown that numerous times. You call Betty an opportunist. So there's that. And Phony Tony, where did that change? Oh, I guess after you had the privilege of speaking with him and getting to know the true Tony, that changed, right? He went from not being a phony anymore.
Hi, how are you? Oh,
Look at
God,
this.
hold on a second. How did I...
Buddy.
I keep trying to get him on here.
Listen to this. Has Tony been coaching Seth behind the scenes to focus on money? Is it possible Tony's getting a kickback in all of this? So now they're pushing it like Tony Mathis he does well for himself. Contrary to what you people think, he does well for himself. He doesn't need YouTube money. Okay.
And how do you know his finances besides what he says? And is it that any of our business, or really do any of us care? No, I don't care about your statements, nor do I care about what the other person says. I don't believe that Tony is getting money. Truly, I really don't. And fortunately, unlike many people want to believe, that there's a lot of people that have motivation that isn't money in these cases.
Okay. And I can tell you that he doesn't take a single solo dime from Seth Rogers. Period. At all. No.
And you can prove that in a court of law. You know that. You know that they've been so transparent. He's shown you all of his bank records, everything, all the money. You know that with beyond a shadow of a doubt.
None.
Okay.
You're so wrong. These people, it's amazing. They think they know everything. But
and I truly don't believe Tony is profiting in that way from it. I think it's another type of profit for him long term, wanting to work with victims, being a spokesperson for victims and their families. You know the drill.
Tony Mathis doesn't take a dime from Seth. This is gross.
I really do.
You see Tony squirm in his seat.
This is gross, but you've sat by while many people accuse other creators of being paid by the Proudfoots. Okay. Say it ain't so.
Didn't want Seth to say that part out loud. What?
I'm learning with him. The next person happens to be Justin.
Oh,
Hey guys,
How you doing, buddy?
good. How are you doing? How's everyone doing?
They're just mad.
Good. How are you?
They're just mad that Justin's prettier than
Seth, I
both
know
of
this
them.
has been by far the hardest time of your life. And so my message for Sebastian.
they're just mad that Justin's prettier than most of us. Yeah, I mean, Justin looks like my big fucking toe with some nail polish on it. What the fuck weird shit is that? You know who also used to say this weird shit about Spanky? LB, before she was cut. You know who also used to say shit like this about Justin? Molly. When they were riding him for content and all the inside sources.
Oh, we
Yes.
love Justin.
Sebastian, I want you to know how incredibly
Oh, we love Spanky. Another stranger that we don't know that just exploits children on the daily and doxes SA victims and, tries to unblur photos of deceased minors. We love this guy.
great you are. Even though
So much
things might
love.
feel confusing, scary right now, please remember that there are so many people that care about you. You are so
For my personal opinion, and I could be wrong, I don't think there's money motivation. I think long term money might be a thing, but I think it's more the public recognition. I think Tony is obsessed with people thinking he is somebody. I genuinely think that he's been a nobody normal human, right? Without any recognition. And I think that he wants some sort of recognition from it. I think it's more currency in the attention than it is money, if that makes sense. And I think he wants to be seen as some sort of hero of sorts, if that makes any sense.
Searching for you, and we believe in you.
Thank you, Joseph.
Well, thank you so much, guys. Much love to both of you. Thank you to everyone in the chat for the support, not only for Sebastian, Seth, Tony, myself, all the other creators. Thank you all so much. God bless.
All the other creators willing to exploit this child at his worst times. Thank you so much.
Each and every one of you.
Oh Lord, then they're gonna come up here and mock me. I'm not going through my part. So
Yeah, because she gets up there and cries and, you know, oh, he cares so much. We love this. Ugh. These people. Read the fucking room. None of you know this missing child. This is cringe as fuck.
oh, hold on a second, and I'll show you. Pointing out more super chats, right? And then she says, this is the part right here that really got me, okay? Sebastian doesn't know any of you weird ass people. And he doesn't need a
Who remembers when Tony went on BJ's panel? Who remembers when Tony, the spokesperson, went on BJ's panel and said it is weird and he thinks it's a little too far when random strangers get up there and say that they love this child that they don't know. Anybody remember that? Do I need to go pull the clip? Let's see.
a bunch of adults off the internet swarming into his life, pretending to be his quote unquote friend. He probably has more brain cells than all of you combined. Get some effing help. So this is the part that I want to, and then I'm going to like stop giving this broad any attention.
Oh,
I show you guys this to say, is this the people that we want in true crime?
bitch, you're not true crime. You're not true crime. You're not even a good tabloid. You're like the last picked up magazine at the newsstand. You're not even US, what is it? Star Magazine, US Today, anything like, you're not even that caliber. You are like the pamphlet that the ads that get inserted, the little postcards that get inserted into one of them of a promotion 75% off for a one-time day thing. That's it. That's all. You are not even on the Jenny Jones level. You ain't even the Ricky Lake of true crime. You are just the bottom feeder who follows all the other bottom feeders and pumps out the same content. I mean, truly, this is not true crime. This is exploitation of people's worst moments. She ain't even a comic book. At least comic books have some thought put into them. There ain't even that. But anyways, off my BJ rant, because she just makes my brain. This right here is what just infuriates me. Right coming up. Read the fucking room, BJ. And panel.
Duh. I am fully aware that Sebastian doesn't know us. But that does not mean that we can't try to bring awareness and rally public support to help find him.
Oh.
And if you guys can't understand that, because this isn't the first person that I've seen say this, you guys. This is their overall outlook.
It's weird.
I've seen multiple people in these 8 channels say, how can you say you love him? You don't know him. How can you say that you care about this little boy? You've never met him.
It's super weird, BJ. It's
It's about bringing awareness and trying to find him. And you absolutely can grow.
It's about bringing awareness and trying to find him. Okay. All right. That's what it's about, she says. Okay, then how did you end up in a filing in Pennsylvania? How?
You know, how do I say it? Sympathy, empathy, compassion, a love for the child, to the desire to help your fellow neighbor.
Oh.
And I'm so sorry to each and every one of you out there that thinks this is a joke and you laugh.
So the desire to help your fellow neighbor only extends to Seth Rogers. That desire doesn't extend to Chris and Katie. They're not your fellow neighbors, even though Seth logically, I mean, isn't your neighbor either. But how you're using it, Chris and Katie would be your fellow neighbors too in humanity, right? So that grace only extends to Seth Rogers. That's the only beautiful day in the neighborhood, a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Seth is my neighbor, but fuck you, you're not my neighbor. because I don't want you as my neighbor. Like, what the fuck weird shit is this?
Laugh about this. And you say things like, get effing help. He doesn't need you. It's called empathy. That's what we're supposed to do.
Oh,
It kind of perfectly summed it up the other day. Midlife with Jay over there, she was saying that so I guess she was reading something where somebody said we've lost sleep over Sebastian's and being missing. Talking
Yeah.
about us YouTubers, and she said that's weird. She goes, I've never lost sleep over this. She said,
Wow.
hold on. Hold, please. I got a clip to roll that beautiful bean footage here. Here we go. This goes back to August 17th, 2024.
Been a good friend to him. And so, I mean, yeah, I'll give you that. I mean,
I'll tell you this. I tell the guy regularly that I love him. And when I say that to him, I mean it.
Tony was talking about his love for Seth here, but pay attention to what he was about to say, or what he was about to say.
I can't tell him that I love Sebastian. It makes me sick to hear people say that never met him. I tell him all the time, I don't love Sebastian. I love you in looking for Sebastian. But the people that keep saying they love somebody they never met, that's window dressing. You love Sebastian. We know that.
Right. I could, yeah.
Is it still window dressing to say that you're a child's uncle that you've never met? Is that window dressing, Tony?
Right. Come on, guys. Let's be respectful.
It doesn't matter what you do, guys. You're always going to have people that find something wrong with what you're saying, what you're doing. I mean, it's.
Oh, poor Tony. Anyways, I find it really ironic that on August 17th, he was saying that it was window dressing when people say that. But meanwhile, on day before Christmas Eve, they all get up there and claim that they love this missing child that none of them met. And let me be very clear. I don't know Sebastian. I don't know his family. I didn't know Sebastian existed. I don't love this kid. And I will say that. I don't love this kid. I don't know him to love him. I care that he's missing. I believe he should be found and brought home. I believe his parents deserve answers. All three of them, but I don't love him. He's a complete stranger, and I have the same feelings towards every missing human being. They all deserve to be found and brought home. Sebastian is no different than any other missing kid, but I am never going to sit up here and tell you I love this kid. I'm this kid's aunt, that fucking shit is cringe, people. We are grown-ass adults. Grown-ass adults. Do I love some of you in the comments? Absolutely. Because I know you. You're my friends. You became family to me. But beyond that, no. This is weird. It's fake. It's fucking fake. But I'm going to back this up again because pay attention to what Emmy's about to say here, because this is where I wanted to climb under something. By the way, this is from last night.
We can't try to bring awareness and rally public support to help find him. And if you guys can't understand that, because this isn't the first person that I've seen say this, you guys. This is their overall outlook. I've seen multiple people in these 8 channels say, how can you say you love him? You don't know him. How can you say that you care about this little boy? You've never met him. It's about bringing awareness and trying to find him. And you absolutely can grow, how do I say it? Sympathy, empathy, compassion, a love for the child, to the desire to help your fellow neighbor. And I'm so sorry to each and every one of you out there that thinks this is a joke and you laugh about this and you say things like, get effing help. He doesn't need you. It's called empathy. That's what we're supposed to do.
It kind of perfectly summed it up the other day. Midlife with Jay over there, she was saying that
but again, that empathy only extends to the people that they deem to be worthy of that. It's not across the board. Empathy, has very strict boundaries for them. Empathy can't be taught. let me just say that empathy cannot be taught. Either you have it or you don't. And these people don't. They have empathy for themselves because they have to follow whatever makes them the most money. When you claim that this is a career, they have situational empathy to line their pockets. Sorry, is what it is.
So I guess she was reading something where somebody said we've lost sleep over Sebastian's and being missing. Talking
Yeah.
about us YouTubers, and she said that's weird. She goes, I've never lost sleep over this. She said,
Wow.
if you've ever lost sleep over this, you need to go get help, because she goes, I sleep perfectly fine at night. She goes, it's not like I'm sitting up in the corner of my room biting my nails worried about Sebastian or something like that. I don't know. She was like trying to paint an image of it, and I'm thinking to myself, well, yeah, I mean, technically, yeah, we have lost sleep about over this, because when we're sitting here on panel until 5 a.m. till the sun comes up damn near, going
Sitting on panel till 5 a.m. until the sun comes up damn near. First of all, I do agree with Jay's perspective on this. Margot, thank you for the gifted memberships. I agree with Jay on this. Have I lost sleep? Yeah, because I've chose to stay up later than I needed to dig into something or watch something. A choice. But I'm not losing sleep. I am not a parent of a missing child. I am not letting it affect me to that point. I also am very, very realistic when the facts come to I'm not going to find this kid. I am not going to do anything to benefit finding this child. I can bring awareness. I can share out things. I can correct misinformation. But at the end of the day, that does nothing to help find Sebastian. Law enforcement is going to do that. And I don't lose sleep because I know law enforcement is doing their job and have been all along. I lose sleep watching idiots like this spin shit over and over again and try to amp up their audiences and emotionally manipulate their audiences. But that's a choice. I'm a grown adult. But to even try to reconcile that you're losing sleep and then cutting down the parents of a missing child, which you guys do all the time, is fucking gross. And this part right here, what she's about to say.
help, because she goes, I sleep perfectly fine at night. She goes, it's not like I'm sitting up in the corner of my room biting my nails worried about Sebastian or something like that. I don't know. She was like trying to paint an image of it, and I'm thinking to myself, well, yeah, I mean, technically, yeah, we have lost sleep about over this, because when we're sitting here on panel until 5 a.m. till the sun comes up damn near, going over it with a fine tooth comb, trying to come up with an answer, help out,
going over it and over it with a fine tooth comb, trying to find answers. Emmy, are you law enforcement? Are you law enforcement? This is where the delusions of people that actually think they are going to do something and they are doing something to help these cases come in.
Find something and that's missing, or help out, give a clue, give a tip, anything. So yeah, that's
give a clue, give a tip. Random strangers on the internet who have never been in the area, don't know what happened, don't even know anything that law enforcement contains. That made me want to crawl under something. If you really think that what you're doing by staying up till 5 a.m. on BJ's panels is helping find missing children, please disconnect. Because that's not what this is. Any way, shape, or form. And anybody that tries to paint themselves as solving or helping a case when they are completely random assholes on YouTube with no credentials, no nothing, they're lying to you. They're lying to you.
That's pretty much losing sleep over it. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way. I don't have a choice. It's involuntary. I can't
Right.
By the way, BJ doesn't lose sleep. You guys put her to sleep on panel. She just takes cat naps on panel. I mean, she's obviously not losing sleep.
But the fact that she was so confidently saying, I never lose sleep. I go to bed and sleep and don't think about Sebastian.
Right. Then you don't need to cover these cases then.
It just shows
you just kind of told them.
Then you don't need to, if you don't lose sleep over these cases. No, Brittany, that is completely misguided. You shouldn't be losing sleep over this, because if you're just bringing awareness and using your panel for awareness, you shouldn't be losing sleep, because Sebastian isn't the only missing child out there. You might be losing sleep because there's so many children missing that deserve to be brought home, or so many missing adults that deserve to be brought home. But maybe you shouldn't be covering these cases if you can't keep your emotional side in check.
I'm not saying that one is wrong and one is right, but I'm saying it was just the smugness in the way she said it was
Right.
You can tell who really cares and who it's just a content for.
Right here, this pinned comment. I have a question for the miserable Karen. Would she want this much attention on her child if she were missing? I think so. First and foremost, let's also set something straight here. This isn't awareness over Sebastian. We have learned very little about Sebastian over the last 10 months. We have learned all about his parents, his family life, rumors about his family from side to side. Sebastian has been the most minor in anything that we've learned. So again, this isn't attention on Sebastian. This is attention on the rumor mills and the created content, the playbook of sorts that they created off of discussion groups of rumors about the family.
For them, you know what I mean?
Yes. In my humble opinion, if you can talk about these children day in and day out and it not have an effect on you, then maybe you shouldn't be talking about them.
May, honestly, sadly, way more, I think, than we realize. Trooper's mom came in my comments and said something to me today, and I started laughing. I was like, aren't you the one that goes chat to chat saying that you have insider sources in the neighborhood? Sure is. She is. She's also the one that confirmed Smiley's rumor the other day about Chris having a son, when he was 7 years old, because that's how stupid they are. But she's the one that claims she has inside sources in the neighborhood. Her brother lives in the neighborhood, and she knows all this stuff. Then she comes to my comments. It's like, bitch, just sit down. Just sit down. So many of these people do. They have inside sources to somebody, or they've gotten contact with somebody that's in the neighborhood. So many of these people really think, and it's because they're lacking in their own real life. If I'm being honest, they're lacking something in their own real lives. All of us are lacking something. But these people need to be important to somebody. They want to be seen. They want to be recognized as important, as doing something. And people could say, Becky, you want to change laws? Fuck yeah. Yep. But it's not for me. It's for all the victims and the families that have been re-victimized by people like this. Not for me. Unfortunately.
That's just my opinion. All right. But I don't want to give this person any more attention than I already have.
Well, your opinion, like usually your facts, suck.
I just kind of wanted to show that to prove a point to you guys because I saw this today and I watched it.
So Judy said, check your email ASAP or something.
All right. Give me just a second, Judy. While people are talking about his.
But anybody that is hate bonding with this person, because there's a lot of you that are over there hate bonding with her, rubbing elbows with her, sitting there listening to this. Some of you used to sit on the side of, it was cringe to say people loved a missing child. It was cringe and overstepping to do this. That right there, to watch people completely 180 because of their hate bonding over somebody else, something else. What is wrong with people? How is this helping find a missing child? And how can you sit there and look at that and not say a word? Well, they're trying to tell you that they love this missing child. What about all the other missing children? Do they love them too? Fucking weird. It's fucking weird. And because some of you guys didn't get to see this, I'll play Brittany's part because she skipped over it. So this is from Seth's live the other night. This is where Brittany comes up. I'll let you guys hear what she had to say.
So most of you guys that are paying attention know that Seth and I are in the same place right now in different rooms. But I can tell you that we were watching her comments last night and getting a chuckle out of that.
May, 100%. And I will promote what really honestly May needs to happen too is I want to be able to push the victims and their stories, the families that this stuff has happened to. I want them to be able to be the voices of laws being changed. I just want to help facilitate whatever we can do to get to that point. But it's their lives that have been destroyed that will never be the same. It's their stories that have been stripped from them. I just want to be able to help facilitate whatever we can do as a community and a village to help elevate their voices, because laws do need to change to protect victims. Victims' stories need to be heard. People need to hear the reality of what actually happens to families. And people need to also understand there's a lot of people that do go missing that actively choose to go missing because of unknown reasons. And that is a real thing too. But victims' stories and their voices need to be heard from their perspectives, their lives, with dignity and grace. And that is not what we see on here at all. Okay, sorry. I saw your comment. It was a good one. So, hey, everybody coming in. Hey, Jason.
So
They were spicy. I mean, they were spicy. We have Miss Brittany J. She's in the back
oh,
room.
great.
Bodie, I don't. I don't. Truly, from what we were told, he was with his father on Christmas vacation last year. But again, I don't know if he did like Christmas Eve with, like, I don't know. And nor is it any of my business, truly.
Hold, please.
Up to
Hi, how are you?
Hello, Miss
Hey,
Brittany.
Brett.
It's always a pleasure to see you, Mr. Seth and Mr. Mathis.
Likewise.
Oh, so I figured I'd come up here and tell you how much I appreciate both of you. And
Crazy B6. That's a good question. So I don't think we're going to be able to stop parents from exploiting their own children and or wanting awareness brought. But I think if there's more resources offered up front to parents and they don't feel the need to go to social media for awareness, such as billboards going up, like an organization that is able to do billboards in the States when an Amber Alert is issued, or ads running on social media. If there was some of that on the front line of getting the awareness out there without them feeling desperate and needing to come to social media, it might prevent some of that. However, we're never going to be able to fully prevent all of it. But I think there's ways to help combat some of that by offering better resources to victims in an awareness situation, if that makes sense. Sorry, trying to catch all of this as I can.
And I was just listening to what you said, Tony, about kind of how things started out. They were very similar with Justin. The same for me. And like every day I think about it now, because obviously we're talking about Sebastian and everything. And I'm like, how?
Okay, sorry, I'm going to cut her off one more time. But yeah, I hope you guys are understanding up to good. Informing them of what, like, victim advocacy. And again, parents have the choice, people have the choice of who they work with. But I think if we have better informed advocates of what social media, what they can do, and better offers to, like, when a child goes missing, an Amber Alert, law enforcement has a victim advocacy. I think a lot of it goes into getting better resources allocated for awareness purposes, so people do not feel as desperate to come to social media. Getting, companies to volunteer and donate money towards billboards so they can go up instantaneously without the families having to fundraise for that and needing outside help. Getting ads mobilized on social media, so that's done instantaneously. Allocating resources for things that might head off some of those areas might be beneficial. Again, some of this is about change, and some of this is about reallocating resources to better service people who need awareness brought to their stories. I hope that makes sense. But it's multifaceted. There's so many things that need to be changed. A better alert system. So when somebody does go missing, all the states nearby are definitely alerted. There's billboards on the entrance and exit routes in and out of the states. Flyers are peppered up. They are allocated and sent out to mass mailings, bordering states, all of those things. Like, I think there's a better way of doing some of that. And I know some of it exists right now, but I think we can do even better. Where we start, not sure. Okay, carry on. Sorry.
How foolish were we just to listen to what everybody else said when we had to just look at things for ourselves? But I I want to tell you, Seth, how incredibly proud I am of you for your strength, for your tenacity. When Sebastian does come home, he's going to know that, you know, he'll never question the love that you have for him and the fact that you have went so hard every day trying to find him and bring him home. And there's something that Seth has done for me that I want to share with y'all that will always be, it's a testament to me of what kind of person you are.
Oh, of course. What Seth has done for me, got you involved in a frivolous filing in Pennsylvania. I mean, well, that was Nick, not Seth. I think Seth is being exploited. And if I'm being honest, I think Seth is being used and exploited by the plaintiffs around him in that case that even encouraged that, because if anybody cared about Seth, they would have been, and really Seth's image solely, it's opportunistic of the rest of them to involve themselves with that and or use this man's tragedy to even attempt such a thing. But again, both things can be true. He can be exploiting and be exploited at the same time. So there's that. But tell us, Brittany, I'm sure you've got some heartfelt story.
One night I was really upset. Tony, you remember this because you probably were losing your mind. But
one night she was really upset because Nonsense called her out on her fucking bullshit, misinformation, and targeting parents of a missing child.
What?
Seth came in to save the day and tell her, ignore them.
Every time I go on, yeah, he loses his mind.
Yeah. One night I was really upset, feeling sorry for myself, and
every
Seth
night
came up on my panel, knowing full well that that was going to ignite the biggest storm. And he came up on the panel just to make me laugh. And I thought to myself, this man's child is missing. And he's trying to make me stop crying. And it just, I knew you were a good guy. But that night,
cue the Brittany show. I was feeling sorry. When aren't you feeling sorry for yourself? If we're being honest here, when aren't you? That is one thing I've learned in 2024 is content creators, most of them are the biggest victimization of themselves. Like they can make themselves the victims of fucking nothing. When most of y'all need to toughen up and let shit roll off your fucking back a little bit and not give it energy. You guys just fucking, oh, poor me. And that's not just Brittany. There's a whole lot of them.
I said, if anybody questions the kind of heart that Seth Rogers has, that should tell you all you need to know. That the fact that you would come up there.
Oh, of course. I didn't even know that Jay was live doing that. I actually found out afterwards, but I'm glad that that was still up for you guys to be able to review. But yeah, she stripped most of her content down. So my content's there. You use whatever you want.
And, you know, take on everything that you knew you were going to take on from being up there just to make me stop crying. So to me, like, I don't know, that just always sticks out to me. And it says so much about the kind of heart you have. And I'm just so thankful that I'm not thankful how we've met. I wish that never happened. But through every storm, there's always blessings that come along with it. And I think that even when Sebastian comes home, a lot of us will be lifelong friends after that. And
oh, really? Really? Lifelong friends. You call this a friendship? A person you've never met that you're supposed to be helping bring awareness to. Okay. All right. Who needs? Oh, never mind. Let me just hit play.
And to Sebastian, I've always heard that he, you know, from you guys, that he wants a lot of friends.
Yeah, he wants a lot of peers his age, not creepy adults that have never met this child who say that they love this child. I'm sure he would not be overjoyed by a bunch of adults making the choices to say that they love him. They care so much about him. Where were all of you? Y'all sit there and say he was crying out for help. Where were all of you then? Oh, wait, you didn't even know he existed. He wants peers, people his age, not you weird ass adults. This is fucking weird.
now he has more than he will ever bear. And I just hope that he knows that he is so very loved. And
Wendy, thank you. And yes, absolutely. Any professional, or even the casually informed, knows that the moment you become emotionally involved in advocacy work, you need to take a break. 100%. You lose sight of being an advocate when you become so emotionally invested. And I myself have had to check myself because I've caught my own emotions or something triggered something inside me. And I had to remember, like, I'm not here to do this and this and this. Keep my shit out of this. But you are so right. That is why it needs to go back to, Wendy, and you'll understand this too. This is why it needs to go back to trained professionals. Trained professionals. 99% of these people that claim that they're true crime or advocates of some sort have never even taken an introductory class into any advocacy. And this is why it's so important to allocate resources to professional advocacy, victims advocacy groups who do the work. And if they don't fit what is needed, then we get professionals and true victims advocates, and we start something new that can do some of these things. Professionals who do this for a living. That is not me. I'm an asshole with a YouTube channel.
that he's coming home. And I hope,
would
you
you-
know,
What would you say to him, Brett? If you could talk to Sebastian, what would you say to him?
I would say that even though you don't know me, I want
Right here. What would you say to him? What would you know what I would say to Sebastian? I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we had to learn your name in this fashion. I'm sorry that every person has decided that it's okay to smear your dignity. I'm sorry that life has been tough and that grown adults have made the choices to use your name in the way they have. And I'm sorry that I can't fix it. That's what I would say.
I want you to know that there's not one day that we don't think about you. I want you to know that
I can cook. Yeah.
I want you to know that there are a lot of people out here rallying for you, and just hang in there. Know that we're coming and you're going to be home soon.
We're coming. We're coming. Where are you going? You don't even leave your home. Where are you going? To court in Pennsylvania?
And
Fuck.
I hope that you just stay strong, buddy, wherever you might be at. And know that you got an army behind you. Yep. And your dad. And that we love you so very much.
Maybe that's appropriate too. Your family loves and misses you. That's totally appropriate too. This is a missing minor child that none of these people know.
That's all I'm going to be able to say. That's going to make me cry.
Oh.
I appreciate it, Brittany. You know,
you're very
from the very beginning, when this stuff started happening, you're one of the first people I was actually on the chat with, and
yes,
trying to get his name out there at the very beginning was pretty hard.
That's not true. That's actually not true. She was one of the first in the new replacement team. She's one of the first in this new replacement team, but it was Terry Lynn. It was all the other channels to begin with. I'm sorry. That's just fact. And of the new team, yes. But she's the second, third shift of team.
Hard.
Yeah.
You know, Pascal's not here, but between him and you, you know, I was looking for anybody.
Yeah.
Anybody to help you scream my son's name.
No, you had T-Rev, you had Pascal, you had Josh, you had Trevor Lee, you had Terry Lynn, you had Sweetie Pilo, Donna Serafina, all of those people way before Smiley, all those people way before BJ. That's factual though.
Well, we will never stop, Seth. We will never stop until you got him home. we stand with you, and my support for you has never wavered. And for that, it's simply because I know that you want your son, and as a parent myself,
Here goes that unwavering support again. Get off of it. We already know how she's gone back and forth and what she thought of them in the beginning. And yes, people's opinions change, but most of them just flip flop with the wind. Unfortunately, the army behind his dad is the army attacking his mother. And when I heard Tony, do you guys want to hear that part? We can listen to that part if you want.
I feel that. And yeah, we stand behind you proudly. And I think, Tony, you are a solid dude. I'm so thankful that I've had the opportunity to get to know you better and to call you a friend. And I just want to tell you, one person to another, thank you for your friendship to Seth, because I mean, I don't know very many people that would do what you have done for him. And in many ways, you have been his rock. I think I could safely say that with no problem. And
I don't know if I'd be able to make it, if I'd even be here right now if it wasn't for Tony.
Yeah. And that might be very true for Seth. And I'm not going to discount Seth's feelings at all, because everybody needs somebody. So Seth needed somebody. And whether we like it or not, Tony might have kept him. I've been worried about all of them. Not Tony.
Yeah.
Seth.
I just want you to know that we love you, buddy. And
we love you.
I'm going to hop down now, but we're with you 100%. And just look at that chat right now.
We're with you 100% as long as you continue to let us falsify things about the mother of a missing and your child. I got you. I got you.
Y'all have a Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Brett.
Merry Christmas.
You good, buddy? No, I'm good. I'm good, brother. You know, I actually think that we've got Jennifer Coffindaffer backstage.
Yeah. Let me find where Tony speaks, just Tony's part, because Tony's part made me want to just. Is it at the end?
Had some things come up this evening. I also, you know, we couldn't get through this without all the support we have, and I'll speak for Seth when I say that you guys are the driving force behind the Army. So thank you.
Let me find.
Just know that while you're out there Christmas shopping and everything for your kids, for your family members, please keep your eyes peeled. We don't know where he's at, but he's out here somewhere. Be really great if we find him before Christmas.
It's coming up.
But I just want to find him. I want to find him and bring him home. Sooner the better. I want to thank Sebastian's army, because you're his army and you're looking for him. And I want everybody to have a Merry Christmas.
Revival, I'm not going to play the Coffindaffer part, but I have been asked to review her recent BS and the misinformation. I can do that if you guys really want me to in the next couple days, but ugh.
'Tis the season to think about what you have. What would you do if it was all lost tomorrow? How much would you fight to get it back? Because I ain't done fighting. I'll never be done fighting.
Fighting what, though? Let me just be.
Once I find him, bring him home. I'm going to fight him to keep him. Keep him safe.
Sebastian, I want to talk to you directly for
this part
a minute. You've gained an uncle through this. This is Uncle Tony talking to you.
This is Uncle Tony talking to you. May 100%.
I want you to know, son, that you have an army of people. And when I say an army, I'm talking about a massive army of people looking for you.
This just right here sums this up to me.
And the general of that army, which is
the general of that army, first and foremost, let's give credit to law enforcement for busting their asses for 10 months and giving and investing so much time and energy into trying to bring this child home. Let's start there. This social media army of strangers who have made up calculated rumors to destroy your family isn't really an army looking to find you. They're an army seeking to destroy lives. But somehow that's twisted up here.
Your daddy is probably the toughest guy I've ever met in my life.
Okay.
And he is not giving up. Your army is not giving up. We will continue searching for you, son, until we find you. And if it takes another day, another week, another month, another year, another 10 years, the people that are truly a part of your army and the general of your army, your daddy, are not going to give up.
He is a 16-year-old child, a 16-year-old teenager. Your daddy. We are not talking to a 5-year-old, people. And creating and fabricating lies. The very first person you brought on was Nick the Hat. The person who has been fabricating rumors and riddles for people to make into content to target his other loved ones, Sebastian's other loved ones. Come on now, people. Oh, this makes me mad.
We can only hope that if you don't make it home by Christmas, that wherever you are, whoever has you, that they find it in their hearts to give you some sort of love that day that you can't get when you're not home. But just know this, we will not give up until we find you.
Anybody want to take that one right there? Anybody want to take and dissect what was just said right there? Do you want me to play that again? I don't know if y'all caught what was just said right there. But again, we don't know where Sebastian is, who's got Sebastian, if Sebastian's still with us. We don't know. But this right here just made me like have a moment of blackout.
Army is not giving up. We will continue searching for you, son, until we find you. And if it takes another day, another week, another month, another year, another 10 years, the people that are truly a part of your army and the general of your army, your daddy, are not going to give up. We can only hope that if you don't make it home by Christmas.
We can only hope if you don't make it home by Christmas.
That wherever you are, whoever has you,
that
they find it in their hearts to give you some sort of love that day that you can't get when you're not home.
Some sort of love that day that you can't. What? What if somebody really bad, like what the fuck, Tony? Like what?
But just know this.
And it's really sick to me that calling Seth the general. Let me be factual here. Katie joined the military because Seth couldn't. So all of this is a backhanded slight at Katie. Seth couldn't join the military. He wasn't able to. He wasn't able to pass the test to join the military. He's always had this obvious fantasy, it seems, of sorts, to be a part of some military something, to be called something, to be recognized as something. So the only way that that's possible is by calling him the general of his son's army because his son is missing. Like, that has just a disgusting situation, all of it.
We will not give
All of
up until we find you. We love you, buddy.
We love you, buddy. We fucking Tony.
Whatsoever.
Okay. Okay.
I have to look at it as the cup is half full,
Yeah.
meaning that there is a good reason that things are kept close to the chest.
Say anything that was even questionable. It's always been, nothing but seeming to be protective and a good friend to him. And so, I mean,
God, this.
I'll give you that. I mean,
I'll tell you this. I tell the guy regularly that I love him. And when I say that to him, I mean it.
Right.
I can't tell him that I love Sebastian. It makes me sick to hear people say that never met him. I tell him all the time, I don't love Sebastian.
Just know this. We will not give up until we find you. We love you, buddy.
I love you in looking for Sebastian. But the people that keep saying they love somebody they never met, that's window dressing. You love Sebastian. We know that.
Right. Right. Come on, guys. Let's be respectful.
As they all sat up there on the day before Christmas Eve and said they love Sebastian. Say it ain't freaking so.
And if it takes another day, another week, another month, another year, another 10 years, the people that are truly a part of your army and
Snowflake's My Nightmare, August 17th from BJ's channel.
the general of your army, your daddy, are not going to give up. We can only hope that if you don't make it home by Christmas, that wherever you are, whoever has you, that they find it in their hearts to give you some sort of love that day that you can't get when you're not home.
Oh.
But just know this, we will not give up until we find you. We love you, buddy.
But seeming to be protective and a good friend to him. And so, I mean, I'll give you that. I mean,
I'll tell you this.
Let's be honest. Thank you for the gifted memberships, y'all. Welcome to the cabana. Yep. Let me play it one more time.
I tell the guy regularly that I love him. And when I say that to him, I mean it.
Right.
I can't tell him that I love Sebastian. It makes me sick to hear people say that never met him. I tell him all the time, I don't love Sebastian. I love you in looking for Sebastian. But the people that keep saying they love somebody they never met, that's window dressing. You love Sebastian. We know that.
Right. Right.
And people wonder why I see red. Okay, so this was again from last night.
Son, he's still scanning super chats and memberships. When his focus should be on his son.
That was just the part that she skipped out because she didn't want to show last night where what she said, because she should be embarrassed, because she turned it into poor Brittany when I was having a hard time. You know, we'll play a few more minutes of this and then we're going to move on for the day.
I find this very odd behavior. I find you very odd that you're this invested. There was one where she says, hold on.
Revival, do you just want me to put them back to back? I absolutely can. 100%. And I can clip out where each and every one of them I can open with. That's what I'll do. I'll do that after this. Just remind me, please. I'll clip out where each one of those people got up there and said that they loved him. But at the very beginning, I'll put Tony saying that, you know, he doesn't love and he finds it to be cringe. And then I'll put each one of them saying that they love Sebastian. And then I'll follow up with Tony. Thank you. I will absolutely do that. 100%. Takes me 5 minutes.
Darn it.
Yep.
Look at that.
Guys, I'll do it. I'll turn it into
y'all. Do you see tears anywhere? A lot of sniffling going on, but not a single tear. If you watched that live stream the other night, he was crying his eyes out. What do you mean? This poor man had tears going down his both cheeks. Oh, these people. Hold on.
Yep.
I'm sorry, but how do you act so devastated and still click on the money? That is fake to me. I don't care.
I'll go in and do that for you guys. Absolutely. I'll go clip each one of them saying that they love Sebastian with Tony's own words, beginning and end, just like I typically do. 100%. I got you. It'll be up tonight.
What anybody says. You people.
Yeah, exactly, Robin.
Wow. Wow. Okay, hold on.
Hey, Chico.
The creepy uncle you avoid at holiday parties. Yeah, there's people looking for him, all right. But you, sir, are not one of them. So stop. Like, what makes you think you're so entitled to I'm gonna stop. This was a really weird thing to say. If you can't make it home by Christmas, that wherever you are, whoever has you, that they find it in their hearts to give you some kind of love that you can't get when you're not home.
It was an extremely weird.
I don't know, but anyway, y'all just see, it's pure hate at its finest, and it's always going to be this way.
It's pure hate, and she started this off by saying, "Is this people you want in the true crime community?" You're not true crime. This is not true crime. At the basis of this should be awareness for a missing child. There is no crime at this point in time, even that we know of, for sure, or who's guilty of a said crime. We have an awareness case over a missing child. That's it. Is there likelihood of there being more? Absolutely. But right now, what we have factually is awareness over a missing child, and that's it. You guys have fabricated and turned it into a supposed true crime with all the misinformation. Shit, you've already picked a jury. And
all right. So anyway, I wanted to show that to say that I think these people need to take some time to reflect and ask themselves, is this really what you want? Is this really what you want to do all day?
Is this really what you want to do all day? Can somebody help me here, please? Can somebody help me here? How is what you do any different? Did you go live on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day? And did you talk about Christmas, the meaning of Christmas, spending time with your families, doing anything? Did you do anything besides Sebastian content on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day? Speaking of doing it, do you ever miss a beat? Nope. Got to continue to ride that wave, right? And you're not the only one. Let me be straight up. There was a bunch of you, which is your choices, but it's definitely noticed.
Is to sit there and mock a man who's actually really grieving. Have any of those people ever been to church?
Mock a man that is actually really grieving. How do you guys know what is actual grief versus not? You guys have cut down Katie is her emotions. Is she breathing? Is she actually crying? Again, none of this should be happening because we don't know these people at baseline, let alone if any of them are involved in him being even missing.
I wonder if they've ever picked up a Bible and actually read it. They act like a bunch of heathens, in my opinion. Look it up, y'all, for real.
And here goes the faith manipulation. Have any of these people gone to church? I've probably spent more, never fucking mind. And this is why I can't stand hypocritical, fucking serving, self-centered. I'm a Christian, y'all. I'm a Christian, y'all. And that's not for all of you in the chat either. You know, if you don't wear that shoe, don't lace it up. But this whole, I'm better than you because I've gone to church. Meanwhile, you cut down one side or the other. Nah, no.
They do. All right. So let's get on to what we're here for, because I just needed to get that off of my, like, I just wanted y'all to see that, because that's pretty much the overall narrative of what is on the quote unquote other side.
Oh, really? Really? No, the other side does the exact same thing. They get talking points. They bring it out here to cause disruption, deflection, all the same things. It's the same fucking thing. It's wash, rinse, repeat from two sides. When in reality, Sebastian has been missing in his own story from jump.
I was going to watch the Deceptive Detective thing, but I didn't, because I figured I saw it came up in my feed, and I'm like, I did click on it, but I clicked away from immediately because I'm like, nah, I bet Brittany's going to go over that tonight. So I waited to watch it so that I could watch it with you guys.
I have waited on this.
Salty mamas, yes. So she reviewed, after we were done with the Deception Detective, she reviewed the Deception Detective. Do you think she had the same takeaway that we did from it?
For so long.
Do you think?
Because if you guys remember, the last one he did about them, he said that he was going to go really easy because he wanted an interview. Remember that? He flat out admitted it.
I think he did a couple more in between those, because I follow him on X,
and these are the people who salivate over experts or people who have a title such as attorney, lawyer, and give them their flowers for being some sort of, we have no idea this guy's background. No clue. Just because he sells a deck of cards for $79. But she's salivating over his perspective on this. What?
I think he's done a total of like 3 Proudfoot interviews now that he's gone over. I could be wrong, but I think he said he's done some other ones. But this one he just did today.
Well, we got him.
And I mean, it's very obvious he hasn't gone through all the Seth ones, and those the biases inherent with this.
He was trying to get them to allow him to interview them in the beginning.
Yep.
And so he went like he was very mild. But I've been waiting to hear like his outright feelings. I have not watched this either. Brittany, who was that cold-hearted person, Justice Shane? Her name is No More Wire Hangers. She's a clip channel on YouTube, and she's absolutely.
Can I just give a shout out to my mods once again? Because my mods always, they like come in clutch for each other. When one has a lot to say, the other one's the greeter. Like, you guys are amazing. I appreciate you guys so much. But just how you guys all, oh, there's a plane. They're coming to take me away. Oh, call somebody. You guys, there's a plane flying over. Wasn't that Crime Time Buzz the other day, like losing her mind over a helicopter? Well, shit, it's a whole 747 coming in. So be careful. They're coming in for landing. Anyways, back to my mods. My mods are just incredible. They're just good people. I hate even saying they're my mods or my friends, but they really just show up for each other, for me, for everybody. They're just incredible humans, and I appreciate you guys so much.
Vile. Y'all heard how mean she was. I read it to you. All right, let's get started. We're going to go through this, and then we're going to discuss the lights on the Proudfoot's home that were on.
I truly do, you guys. When I say that, like, I truly adore my mods. I do. I'm friends with my mods. Like, we don't have a group chat. We don't have this, like, planned out anything. Like, Trump is coming after me. Thor, say it ain't so. I hope his spray tan doesn't wear off on me. Anyways, I genuinely really appreciate my mods and their perspective and their insight, and they're keeping me in line. I really do.
In my opinion, the night that Sebastian went missing, I think we had a total of 2, from what it looked like in the picture, 2 storm lights, like what do you call them? Floodlights.
Mm-hmm.
Horrible Moms Club.
And then one on either side of the house, and then you got 2 lights on above the garage. And it wasn't that dark either.
Triggerment, run and hide quick. They're coming, or take a video and then call and say, oh my God, there's a helicopter over my house. I think they're coming to get me. and then make sure you have a friend that texts you so it beeps and say, see, incoming intel. They're definitely coming. I've got a whole plan. Just hit me up. I can get us on Crime Time Buzz's level all day.
But I mean, I don't know. What do I know? Anyway, let's get started. I'm going to, well, the mods are already dropping the link. And yeah, this is what we've been waiting on.
I'm ready.
Let's see what he had to say. I'm ready to. Here we go.
With all of you. So let's go ahead.
This is what they've been waiting on. For those of you that don't know, we reviewed this last night. We're just going to get into a couple minutes of it, and then we're going to switch because we've got a lot to get through today. But this just, they are salivating over this guy who doesn't even look at the camera, who has on his about section that he's a lawyer trained in statement analysis, and he sells a deck of cards, 52 cards, for $79. So you too can be trained in deception detection. I mean, get the fuck out of here.
So I'm gonna bring Chris up. So here we go.
All right.
What's up? Can you hear me? Yeah.
We can hear you.
Hey, Chris, what's up, man?
What's going on?
Wow.
I don't know what's
Wow.
talk. There's somebody on this panel.
Liza, I'm glad you said that it's about fact, or it's not. I'm glad you didn't put in facts in there because, again, YouTube sectors of YouTube's are based off of speculation, opinion, and theories. But when it comes to a missing child, it should be facts. Fact is what it should be. And again, because somebody's life could be in, jeopardy. Facts really fucking matter. So again, thank you for acknowledging that YouTube might not just be the place for awareness of a missing child, because it is opinion and theory and speculation. Unfortunately, a missing child's life is more important than a lot of people's opinions.
You're saying that I told you that my truck
Mine
in that neighborhood the night Sebastian went missing was the night before. That's not what was said. What was said was you said that your truck's Wi-Fi was in the cart when the cart team did their thing on the 25th or the 26th. And I also restated that it could have very well been when you came home after Sebastian went missing. So
yeah, I wonder if those cameras ever got put up. I wonder, she asked for those twice. There was 2 different situations where she needed cameras. I wonder if those cameras ever got put up. It'll be interesting because I'm sure in the litigation stuff, those supposed threats that were being pushed, those emails that supposedly were getting sent about mysterious threats, I'm sure those will be FOIA'd for litigation. So it'll be interesting to see how that all pans out. If there was actually text messages back and forth between the dispatch and her, and, she went to the police department the following day. Like, I wonder how it'll be interesting because I'm positive. I know that that's going to be FOIA'd for litigation and has been. So
that would have been the 26th when I got to my house. That's what we said. That's what we said, Chris. That's exactly what we said.
With Ultra Mobile,
Oh,
home is
no,
never too
hold
far
on,
away.
guys.
Whether you
Not
want to connect
already.
to loved ones here.
okay, and this is another thing. I fucking gonna bitch. I'm gonna bitch. This is Becky on her pedestal. Bear with us. I told you it's Friday. All the feelings are coming out. If you have a YouTube channel and you review others' content, invest in your channel and pay for premium. It's called investing in your business. You call this a fucking career. And you can't even invest in YouTube premium to avoid the ads. What is it, like $18 a month? 21 for 5 different devices? Jesus.
Darn it.
Before we get too deep, let me just bring everyone to the table. Sebastian Rogers is an autistic teen who went missing sometime between the evening on February 25th and early the next morning. Chris Proudfoot, the guy in the call here, is his stepdad. And he says that he was out of town on work until the...
And to anybody saying, I can't afford it, you're also, your chances are you're not a creator. This is her career. She should be investing in her business. If this is your career, just like any self-employment, any business, you invest money in your business so the product is better. It's called investing in your business, in your overall product. You can't say that you run this as a business and this is your career when you don't even invest, but you expect other people to invest in your business, but you can't invest in it. Fucking seriously.
The 26th, when he was called and told that Sebastian was missing, and then he drove home. That's why he's so adamant that his truck didn't connect to the Wi-Fi at the house until the afternoon of the 26th. In other words, Chris has an alibi, but that doesn't mean he's clueless about the disappearance or even uninvolved. For example, he could have said something to Sebastian that evening on the phone, which caused him to run away. Or his wife, Katie, who was the only adult with Sebastian at the time, could have done something to Sebastian, whether it was by accident or on purpose, and then confided in Chris. And now he's hiding that information in order to protect her. So we still need to listen closely. And from the other interviews I've analyzed of him with Nancy Grace, Web Sleuth.
Yeah, if you're just getting started, absolutely you get a pass. But she's got 2 channels, 2 monetized channels, not just 1, 2 that she's got memberships on, all of the things. Again, okay, that's what she does, but invest in your product.
The local news. There's plenty of signs that he knows more than he's letting on.
My truck wasn't in the area, the vicinity. The FBI knows this. So don't speak of my truck being in that vicinity.
But then this goes into the whole, like, in order to run a business, you might need to understand how to run a business too, and understand that investing in your business, you know, some of that is called write-offs at the end of the year because you're investing in things for your business. You know, fuck, don't get me started. I'm just a nobody that knows nothing. Let me stay in my lane.
That area until the 26th at 1 p.m. in the afternoon.
That's what we said.
Well, not the time frame, but
Not the time frame. We didn't know the time. But what we said was that they did it for the 25th and the 26th. So it's just as much likely that it was.
Oh, let me say this too. Let me say this because I've heard this too lately. Let me just say this. Oh. Hey, now that's cool, Remy. That's really cool. An ad blocker after hearing, that's cool. I didn't know you could do that. Yeah, subs, that's a whole different thing. And by the way, I finally found it on the phone. You can't do it when you choose monetization. You can't go in and select all that stuff. On the computer, you can though. So I got to play with that, with the aggressive stuff and things like how it's set. So I figured that out too. After Chasing told me, or whoever told me that you can go change it in there. But if I hear one more person complain about StreamYard charges going up, yes, it's business. Of course, they increase their prices. Do I like it? No. But again, it's investing in your business. And when these people are making $5,000 to $10,000 a month and bitching about not even $100, I think, what is it? I don't even know what it is. It's like 60 some dollars or something. Nope, I can't. Oh, on my browser instead. Remy. Good thinking. Good thinking. Wait, there's somebody else said something. But seriously, what is happening with this? Hallucinogenic. It seems like it's becoming a whole staple. Like if you have not 1, but 2 monetized channels. Okay, let me make this clear because people that aren't creators might not know this. Your StreamYard links to both. So they're not paying it for double on both accounts. They're paying it for 1 account. And it's running to all of those options. Oh, yeah, we're getting into BHB too. Yep, she's coming up next. Fuck yeah, we're getting into BHB. But you guys, this is the cost of business. If this is your career, it's like having to buy uniforms or specific outfits to wear because that's the dress code. You invest in it. But where did this whole thing come from? StreamYard's increased its prices. Like I have heard it across the board. Like when you are making upwards between $5,000 and $10,000 a month, and then you turn around and complain to your subs about something that's not even $100. Huh? You can get up to 5 devices on the family plan. If you have more than 1 person on premium, I would suggest the family plan because you can do 5 different accounts under the same premium. This shit is like What is happening? But that's Canadian. Yeah. I mean, I have Viva, Canva, StreamYard. I have so many things that I don't even use, but that's not your guys' fault. Wait, what? See, Coco, I don't even know the ads that get put on stuff. I've heard some of them are pretty interesting. I don't know. I'm just bitching because I'm serious. Like, if this is called self-employment, right? They are 1099s. This is the cost of business. Self-employment has costs that go into it. You spend money to make money. It is wild to hear all these creators bitch and moan about stream. Yeah, it sucks. Like, when shit goes up, it sucks. 100%. But you're making thousands of dollars and you turn around and bitch to your subs. Like, what? What? I don't know. Okay. Yeah. Right, Liberty. It's like, set it up as a business and use them as expenditures. Like, what are you doing? What is happening here?
It was when he came in after Sebastian went missing.
Yeah, and that's why I was confused, because I was like, what? And then that's why I said it had to have been when he came home.
Well, see, the problem is you get a bunch of people out here. You say one thing, you mean one thing, and this, that, and another, and then it runs wild like a fucking brush fire. That goes crazy. That's true. And here we are. We're 10 months into this. We got no leads. We got nothing. But yet we got another team over here that's out here just throwing shade left and right and a bunch of crap.
Really? Hold on. I can stop there for a minute. Really? Throwing shade and a bunch of crap? Did he really just say that, Emmy?
He said that. Yes, BJ, he said that.
Us? Throwing shade and a bunch of crap? Come on, Proudfoot. You can't be serious. Come on. Oh, my God. We're not the ones throwing shade and a bunch of crap, but I know who is.
Who? Who?
I can't even. The only person throwing shade and a bunch of crap are the people benefiting or speaking on your behalf, Christopher Proudfoot.
Sorry, you guys. I had to, like, I've been bottling some shit up. And it's not just BJ. It's definitely, like, there's so, insert name here. You can put so many people. It's going up. Okay. And some people have just talked about it and been like, yeah, it's going up. But they don't expect you to pay. I don't know. Just don't mind me. I'm losing my shit this Friday, okay?
And that's a fact. I can point them out all day long. Show me where anybody's throwing shade.
You can't fucking point shit out. Let's be honest here.
And talking shit against you.
You, the whole thumbnail of people, Julie, Jay from Crime Time Buzz, Silver's on the scene, Subaru Steve, 5D, Clutch Those Pearls, Bullhorn Betty, CJ's Crime Concepts, insert name here.
That's what we're talking about. We think it's very dangerous. People are being thrown under the bus and nobody seems to fucking care.
Who's in the back chat?
And there's other people on the other side doing it to Seth. 100%. Anytime you bring up 100%, it exists.
Oh my God.
I have no idea. Hold on.
It's that fucking psycho. Under Chris's name too.
Yeah.
I see it in the back chat. Yeah.
So who is this person?
I do. That's the person that's attached to that woman that accused you, Clue, of having something to do with it. I have no idea who it is, to be honest with you.
I just wanted to get to this one spot and then we're out of here.
What the hell's her name again? She was making those anti-Seth videos and out of nowhere she went nuts on us. Remember?
You talk about mom and up?
Oh, that's
From the snippets I've seen of this,
really
this panel did a better interview than Nancy
Right.
Like,
No,
name, like, how did you know? You talking about mom and what? Like, she's not even like. Not. I'm not. I'm not.
All of it.
I'm not saying anything against Mom and It Up. I didn't know who the hell she was, and I don't think that she's like a front runner in the case, so to speak. I don't think that she's that well known in the community.
No, I think she's just a creator.
She's a creator. She's a creator like anybody else, but she's not like somebody that like anybody.
Hallucinogenic. People should pay attention. People aren't climbing out of nowhere for no reason.
Off the street, you'd be like, say it, and they'd be like, oh yeah, I know Mom and It Up. So like the fact that he knew, without it being said, he guessed who Granny was talking about. You know what I mean? Like, how did he know? How did he know who she was talking about?
Exactly.
They must have talked about it. Yeah, they must have been talking
Somebody's
about
got
it.
time. Somebody has time, lots of time. And
Weird.
you got to ask yourself why, guys. Like, why are you watching all of this?
He just called it out. Like, he didn't even get the name wrong or anything. It was weird.
It's crazy. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. I want to say
I
something.
thought that was weird. I'm sorry.
No, it is, because it's not the first time either.
Nobody on that panel knew who the hell Granny was talking about. Like, everybody was just sitting there waiting for her to say it. Like, she couldn't think of the name supposedly. She wanted somebody else to say it. But no,
there was a back chat.
Nobody on panel did, but Proudfoot did. How did he, out of all the people up there on the panel that are actually creators and are relative to the YouTube world, how did Proudfoot know who she was talking about by name? That was weird.
A back chat.
Anyway, resume.
Lord blessed.
All right, let's keep going.
This is her interview of Chris and Katie at the end of this video, so you can watch that next to compare and contrast. That said, they did the hard part of getting Chris Proudfoot to call into their show. I've extended.
They baited him to call into the show.
Multiple invitations.
This was all set up. We watched it. We watched how it was set up. I called it out. And there was more than one person involved. For sure.
For him to do an interview with me, and I've been rebuffed every time. So they have him there. They have him talking about his truck, essentially his alibi, and when it connected to the home Wi-Fi. And what do? They sideline Chris to talk about some behind-the-scenes drama with some other creator who's
Rocky. I wasn't sure who said it, but somebody said it.
Trying to join the live stream. Instead, what I really wish they had done is challenge him on that alibi. They had the perfect opportunity and segue to do it. For example, they could have said, does your truck connect to any other Wi-Fi's automatically? Does it connect to the Wi-Fi at your...
Lynn Levenlight, his about section says he's a lawyer trained in statement analysis. He doesn't say what type of attorney he is, any of his background, anything like that. But he claims he's a lawyer trained in statement analysis, and you can buy for $79 his deck of cards.
Workplace. Would logs show us when your truck disconnected from the workplace Wi-Fi? Does your truck have GPS as well? If we check the logs, would it show us the route you took and all the stops you made? Would there be any unusual stops? Another thing I wanted to point out, though, is that Chris also seems to have gotten distracted by the creator drama. If you've seen my analysis of other parents of missing children who genuinely don't know what happened to their kid, they typically have an agenda when they have an audience.
Jody, I go back to who were the creators that put their home up, their Zillow, their layout of their home in the beginning? Terry Lynn and Clue, who were the very first two to go overboard on so many things. Terry Lynn and Clue.
Whether it's asking for help or asking for prayers or providing updates or giving out a phone number for people to call with tips. So as we listen on, let's listen to see if Chris does any of that, or is he just here for the drama or to be on the defensive or some other purpose.
Yeah.
Oh, even if he just said, I'm psycho, LMFAO. Yeah, but you psycho. Fuck Chris.
Rainbow, he was, in my opinion, absolutely baited this conversation, and then the opening of making it sound like something was nefarious going on with his truck Wi-Fi. He was baited in to come up to defend himself. This was all intentional. Everything was absolutely intentional about the way this panel on truths happened.
Tell them to let MK Ultra in. And you need to
Well, it ain't my show to control who gets in and who gets out.
I wouldn't let them in for anything. Those people are fucking.
Gary, I will not.
So I'm not even going to pay attention to
That's more than $1 a card. There's only 52 cards. Now I could get down with 79 cards for that's at least dollar store prices, but nope. You only get 52 cards for $79.
What I want to talk about is what we're doing up here, right? The point of this situation is that all of the bullshit has got to fucking stop. All of it. The putting shit behind the scenes for creators to talk about. Seth needs a
Liza, that makes me really sad for you that you like to speculate over missing children, because their lives could be in the balance. Healthy speculation is one thing, but tearing their families apart and stuff of that nature, like, it makes me sad to think that people are so okay with speculating over missing children and what goes on. The dignity of minors is more important to me than speculating over all of that stuff. And or
to stop it. Chris and Katie need to stop it.
Well, hold on. Let me stop you there because we ain't putting stuff out behind the scenes.
Bullshit.
Well, Chris, can I ask you about
what are we putting out behind the
Hey,
scenes?
Chris, don't put me in this position. Don't do it.
Hey, Kay.
Do not pull my man card. Chris, don't pull my man card and put me in this position.
I ain't pulling anybody's man card.
Chris, I'm going to ask you one more time. Do not put me in this position.
Well, the way you're making it sound is a little odder than it may be true. So maybe instead of
Oh, Chris made the choice to get up there, Liza. 100%. He made the choice to get up there and defend himself. Absolutely.
get like that with him, because he may not know what you're referring to, because to be
Yes, he
honest,
does.
But it's for Sebastian, right?
I'm not up here to have an issue with you, Chris. I just sat here and said, I don't think you have anything to do with the disappearance of your stepson. But do not put me in the position of you saying that there's not shit being pushed behind closed doors when you know damn well there has been.
There has been, and you've been one of the ones to run with it. But you notice, again, Deception Detective, that's what Brittany's reviewing. We learned nothing from this. Nothing. There was nothing gained from this guy besides he sells a deck of cards.
I'm gonna tell you right now, there ain't a thing out there that we're afraid of. We
I don't
haven't
think there
done
is either.
anything. Hold on. Let me finish. Because this isn't about fucking size. Once again, when all these creators can get past this shit and finally focus back on Sebastian, then the case might go somewhere. But it won't go anywhere if everybody is out here putting different narratives out there that don't need to be out there.
We all agree on that.
I don't agree, actually. As reasonable as Chris's statement sounds, well,
Wow.
there are these narratives out there that don't need to be out there. It's actually a giant red flag, because if you don't know what happened, there's no way to know which narratives are useful and which aren't. On your screen now is my spotting hoaxes card from my deception deck, my 52 favorite rules for spotting lies and manipulation. And one of the best signs that someone is hoaxing, in other words, pushing a narrative that they know isn't true, is conclusiveness. It's impossible to say what's relevant or irrelevant, or which tips are a waste of time and which ones are good, if you have no idea what happened.
I mean, honestly, his man card was lost a long time before this, in my opinion. And I thought that was fucking weird as fuck to begin with, but I don't know. I don't have a man card for somebody to pull, so.
And since I can predict the comments, I agree that it's possible Chris simply just meant he doesn't want his and Katie's personal lives plastered all over social media. And that's fair enough. But the question still remains, how do you know which elements of those personal lives are irrelevant? Remember, Chris wasn't there when Sebastian went missing. So how can he be so sure that nothing in Katie's past, or her medical history, or financial history, or history with Seth, or any other person he doesn't know about, wasn't a factor in Sebastian's disappearance?
That's a
I wasn't
great
there, so I
point,
can't rule
isn't
any of
it?
it out. And Chris shouldn't be
That
able
is a
to
great
either,
point.
unless he
That's a great point. Do you even know what he is really saying? Besides that he promoted his deception deck? Tebow, absolutely. There's actually a planned target going on here. Okay, I'm not interested in this. Absolutely not interested in this. Truly. Because we already reviewed this and none of it was, but you see how they're salivating at stuff. What I am interested in is going a little bit further back. So I want to take you guys back to Christmas Day with Nick the Hat. And we're going to go here. Another one. Let's see what his products are. Oh, yep, you guys can see it. Just making sure. Okay. So his products are a hat, a tumbler, a glass, all of the things. She's wanting to come back in again if she starts crying. Bella's crying because I'm outside and annoying Kyle so bad because she's just sitting there crying. So another one promoting his merch. I mean, whatever. Do you. Do you. But this is from Christmas Day. And then we're going to go into the X, and then we're going to go on our way.
County, Tennessee, and it's been a Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian went missing on February 25th from his home in Sumner County, Tennessee, and it's been a roller coaster of emotions since. And here we are, nearing the 1-year anniversary in just over 60 days. Sebastian is 16 years old. He has high functioning autism. Early on in the investigation, it was made out to be that he might not be the most functioning at all. But we've learned a lot about Sebastian, and he is very functioning. When I say very, he has common sense. He knows right from wrong. And he's a smart teenage boy, right? That's what he is. And
Again, Nick didn't enter this case until September, but carry on, Nick.
And there is no indication that shows
Sebastian has common sense, but you sure don't.
He is dead. All indicators right now, according to Dog and his team, continue to
Hold up, my friends. Hold up. Do you see that little yellow sign in the back behind him? Does anybody see that? The little yellow, is that a Comet Pizza thing? Is that the Comet Pizza logo? Is that what that is? I can't see. The yellow one, let me circle it and see if you guys can see it right here. I can't tell what this is. Does anybody know? Kind of reminds me of the Comet Pizza thing. I could be wrong.
be that he's alive. If you watch the news, all of the networks reiterate that they are looking for an alive teenage boy, not dead. We want the best case scenario. You don't jump to worst case scenario when there's nothing there. You get to a restaurant, and I always go back to a restaurant for metaphors and comparisons. When you go to a restaurant, you're not going to judge the food in the entire meal when you just put the order in, right? You're going to wait for something to come out, at least a water, and you see something in it and you say, hey, what's this? In this case, it's the same thing as sitting down and you order. In this case, it's the same as sitting down, you order your food, and
I can't tell what it is. For those of that are wondering what I'm talking about, Comet Pizza is the Pizzagate scandal. It's not, Kenny. Thank you. I can't see it on here. I'm on my computer.
as soon as the waiter or waitress walks away, you wave down the manager and you complain about the food and how terrible it was and your experience and this and that. And you start describing what was wrong with the food and how it tasted horrible, but the water hasn't come to the table yet. That is really what happened in this case, guys. It's as simple as that. There's no need to go much further than that. You take a step back and you revisit the timeline, and it all adds up rather quickly. But nonetheless, Merry Christmas to everybody that's been following along.
Huh? Huh? I gotta re-listen to that. Okay, I'm not the only one that is confused, because what the fuck is he even talking about here? May, I can't really address that because that was obviously something that was mentioned to them behind the scenes. They went digging and turned it into content, and I don't know. I don't know the ins and outs of what's what there. It was just more people that the internet ran with from stuff like that. Like that's happened numerous times, though, of people releasing information behind the scenes and then it getting made into a bigger deal and linked into something. I don't know.
It's the same thing as sitting down and you order. In this case, it's the same as sitting down, you order your food, and as soon as the waiter or waitress walks away, you wave down the manager and you complain about the food and how terrible it was and your experience and this and that. And you start describing what was wrong with the food and how it tasted horrible, but the water hasn't come to the table yet. That is really what happened in this case, guys.
What? He is comparing getting a bad order at a restaurant to a missing child? Nick, are you okay?
It's as simple as that.
It's as simple as that, even though Sebastian's not home.
There's no need
I mean, why aren't you law enforcement then if it's as simple as that?
to go much further than that. You take a step back and you revisit the timeline, and it all adds up rather quickly. But
Oh, really?
nonetheless,
Even though you haven't solved anything and you just continue to put riddles out. Okay.
Merry Christmas to everybody that's been following along. I know I don't come on that much, and it's because I'm not a YouTuber, quote unquote. It's more so I use my platform when needed. Even if I was able, which I am, I can go live. I can discuss Sebastian. I'm not saying I can't.
You hear that right there. He does this when needed. Why was this needed? Why was misinformation and these huge content creations needed over Christmas? What was the need here, Nick? What are you trying to get in front of?
I'm not one of those people whatsoever, but there is no need to do that when there are so many great creators keeping his name out there, right, guys?
Oh, yeah, great creators. We're going to go on a little tour here in a little bit.
That was the goal from the outset of all of this little whirlwind, was to get the awareness out and keep it out. So by me gone every day and just saying we are on day 305, it's not going to make much of a difference, right? It doesn't mean that I'm just sleeping or on vacation in Miami or Tennessee.
We know that you're not on vacation in Tennessee or Miami. Your little black box keeps you in Pennsylvania. Okay, Nick? Land the fucking plane, dude.
Like some people say. No, it doesn't mean that at all. So I'm not very active, right, on YouTube. Until Danilo Cavalcante escaped, I did not even have an account with YouTube.
No, you spend most of your time on X writing riddles.
Users kind of rallied together. I learned that they couldn't comment, and it's a long story. You guys can go back to like early videos to figure out why I came to YouTube, but it was never really for followers or clicks or whatever people come for, right?
But now you got a whole merch line. Okay.
Some come for information, some come to give information and have a great platform. Others come to disrupt. Others come to have
For the long troll. Some come for the long troll. Say it ain't so, Nick. Hello.
drama. Others come to do Jerry Springer.
You're not even on Jerry Springer level there, bro. You're like the Phil Donahue that never was.
Others come to do great true crime series akin to like America's Most Wanted or something that you would see on A&E. But I don't
channels like Unseen
do that, right, guys? We get involved on one case at a time and we take it to the end.
We milk it for all it's worth.
And we've never really gotten involved and backed.
We drive it until the wheels fall off and then we ride on the rims. And even when the rims are gone, we just keep going.
The most recent, which I'll back it up. I'll say we have done that once when we did everything we could, and that was with an individual named Greg Stefan. Never backed down, continued sending information to the Bureau, who went and later arrested Greg Stefan not too long ago, a couple of months ago. And we started that in 2020, I want to say. We piggybacked off of a Fox 29 report that indicated the guy was.
How did you do that? Weren't you in prison during that time? Hold on. When did you do that from prison? I'm being serious here. Wasn't he incarcerated during this a portion of that time? Like what are we doing here, Nick? I mean, we saw JLR use his time behind bars. Okay.
Scamming and robbing people of their gravestones. At that time, he had hit about 100 families. By 20, it was closer to 500. Don't quote me, but by the time 23 came around, we were at 1,000. So that's when obviously it hit the wall. And Greg is now the United States of America versus Greg Stefan. And you can also go to like FBI.gov/Stefan tombstone scam or something like that. Google FBI Greg Stefan and you'll see it.
You don't even know where to get the proper information, but you were instrumental in this. Oh my.
But we stay in it till the end, right? Not to find a t-shirt and say it's here, or okay guys, we've tried, and let everybody else figure it out. So guys, at the end of the day,
so guys, listen up. He's gonna start making sense here.
Dog is working on this thing. Literally, it's a 24-hour operation.
Dog is working on this thing. It's literally a 24-hour operation, minus the $500 cameos that take up 23.75 hours of his day.
Every single day. There are no holidays. There haven't been holidays since, I guess it would have been Labor Day.
What about Thanksgiving? Wait, what about Thanksgiving? Did you?
Holidays. There haven't been holidays since, I guess.
There haven't been holidays? You had to work on Thanksgiving? You didn't get to eat turkey there, Nick?
24-hour operation. Every single day. There are no holidays. There haven't been holidays since.
You get no holiday pay. No time and a half for you.
I guess it would have been Labor Day. That might have been somewhat of a holiday because it was in between Zimmerman, but right at the end. At that point, we were in the Sebastian case, not publicly.
God damn. He don't even get paid time and a half for his riddles on holidays?
But there are no holidays. There's no time off. It's a 24-hour operation. A lot of people are doing 18 hours. Some can't do that. Some are doing 6 at a minimum, but on average 12 hours. I'm sure that in the coming weeks, they're going to be releasing a breakdown on kind of what was done thus far since at night's entry into the case with Dog, and it'll explain the leads that came in, the ones that were checked out and cleared, how many sightings came in, because you'd be surprised. There were a lot of sightings, but we don't take them to the internet because
they're going to bring forward their data analysis.
They can be cleared beforehand, right? Dog, for example, gets a lead and it's a photo of somebody that resembles Sebastian. Instead of taking to social media, there's an entire chain of command that goes into that into that lead, right? It goes.
You mean leads that law enforcement has already cleared and checked out, but then you guys are okay, carry on.
From Dog straight to a team of analysts, straight to Mr. Rogers. It goes to other family members, might be able to identify, and it also goes to law enforcement, right?
I mean, that should have been the first step, is making sure law enforcement had it, but I guess they're like fifth down the line. Okay.
Something that strongly resembles Sebastian. It'll go to the FBI, Sumner County, TBI, and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in real time as they are working to clear it or pursue it further. And there have been a lot. When I say a lot, I guess maybe 24, might be pushing it, maybe 20 to 24 max.
Well, that should have been pretty easy because if you have a team of 24 investigators working 24/7 and 20 to 24 leads, that's one per person. I mean, ooh.
That were rather strong resemblances. And then you have maybe 50 or 60 more sightings that came in, tips that just weren't Sebastian, but that's okay because we want people to keep their eyes open. We want them to come in knowing that they're not going to hit the internet and make this big wave sighting of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. No, it's not how it works. The only people that.
So, in other words, how many never mind. Let me not go there. But
are going to be authorized, and this is something that Dog has made very clear to put out an official sighting of Sebastian will be TBI, FBI, Sumner County. The team knows their fine line and they won't cross that. Again, guys, stay safe, stay vigilant. Merry Christmas. Thank you to everybody that's been, I'm not going to say supporting just Mr. Rogers because it sounds like it's a team thing, but at the end of the day, if you
sounds like it's a team thing, sir, it's kind of a team thing. They brought the team up to give statements. It's kind of more than obvious it's a team thing. It's been called the team.
Look back at missing persons cases through the years, and I keep going back to Molly Tibbetts. Look at Molly Tibbetts' case. Her parents had a divorce. They rocky marriage, didn't like each other, but the father flew from San Francisco, or maybe not. It's Cali. It was in California. He flew from, I think it was San Francisco.
You keep going back to that case, but you don't even know about the case. Come on now, Nick, please.
Was positive. Flew from there to Brooklyn, Iowa to search for his daughter, right? It was a heart-wrenching story. It was one that it really, I guess to put it in perspective, it brought stories, it brought a life to a story for me, right? When I was telling them, I learned about the human element as a reporter, right? That's back when I was at the National Enquirer and Us Weekly full-time.
They know that you were there? Did they know that you were there, or were you undercover?
I'm in New York. And that's where I learned how you have to really be delicate with cases like this.
Oh, your riddles are delicate. I gotcha. Oh, fuck, I've lost all common sense the last 10 months. Nick's riddles are being delicate with case information. Oh, okay.
And that's why the Enquirer gets a lot of great stories. You think a lot of it is fake, but no, it's not. The National Enquirer pays a lot of money for their stories and information. And when they don't pay for it, it's because of how they approach the story. It's a formula.
It's a formula like TMZ.
It's a very good formula, and it works.
We're watching it work in real time. Or are you guys attempting to?
And that is why, at the end of the day, when you look at the reason I bring up Molly Tibbetts, they were united from at the outset, and they did not break apart and come together as stuff got rough. It's not right. They didn't. So at the end of the day, guys, it's about Team Sebastian, keeping Sebastian's name out there, keeping Sebastian at the forefront of this. If it goes left field, if it goes right field, if it keeps going like some kind of a game, a football game, or a
real life game of Clue that you've been trying to play there, Nick, and your buddies,
a game, it's not going to work. And the reason we say that is because if you look back in March of 24, March, April, May, you're going to see a pattern that we're seeing right now. Ridiculous, and it's just crazy. But
Nick, are you talking about the playbook that everybody uses that we've watched you try to use and failed miserably doing?
Yeah, guys, stay safe, stay vigilant. The reason I'm not on
how many times are you going to tell us to stay safe and stay vigilant?
YouTube, again, I'm going to reiterate, is I'm not going to come on and cover other topics, other stuff. There's nothing to really discuss. I'm not a creator per se. There are no active manhunts that are happening. And at the end of the day,
there's no active manhunts. None. Zero, zilch, nada.
Our goal is to find Sebastian, and I don't want to distract from it. I know a lot of my current following, I'm not going to say from Sebastian at all. It's
from Sebastian. It's because for some reason these useful idiots think that you have legitimacy. It is.
Denalo Cavalcante from the amazing YouTube community that came together to get information. For me, it was weird because I thought it was super pixelated, like Mario Kart kind of, but Apparently, you guys loved it. Thank you. Anyway, the following that I have right now that is actively watching the channel, whenever they see something, they're expecting it to be about Sebastian, and it's she, because that was the promise I made. I don't care if I'm 70 years old, 80 years old, 31, 32, 33. Hopefully, I'm 31 and I stay this age and we find him very fast. That's the goal. I don't want to find him when I'm 45, and that's not going to be cool. Please, if you see something, say something. Everybody stay united. Do not go after creators, even.
Oh, I bet he tells us to stay safe and stay vigilant again. I bet he does. I can predict it. I'm so smart.
You'll see
I got my magic 8-ball
the
out.
little fights left and right. Don't give into it, even if sometimes people, like, you'll see sometimes I give into it. Sometimes, but I'll admit that I don't cross the line. I don't think, because I get
You don't think you cross the line with your riddles there?
legal advice before
You get legal advice. Great legal advice.
I post, but nonetheless, I do get very anxious, I guess, sometimes to hit
Oh, it's just your anxiety. Sorry.
tweet. But I learned how not to do that, and I learned that back in 2018 when I got the job
Oh, he learned to pause for the cause in 2018.
at the Inquirer. They taught us very good lessons about social media over there at American Media Inc. They know a lot of stuff when it comes to getting stories that others simply will never be able to get, even if they were part of the story. It's weird. They just have their cool reporting tactics.
Oh, cool reporting tactics. Tabloids have cool reporting tactics.
Nonetheless, guys, this is about keeping awareness going on Sebastian. Don't think for a second that means that there has to be drama to
Oh, there doesn't have to be drama to get awareness.
get awareness. There doesn't. You can do a live stream where you just discuss what has been done this far, what should be done. Criticize. You can criticize me all you want. I welcome it, but I'm just going to correct you guys. A very low.
You're going to correct us? I'll wait. I'll fucking wait for the day.
Totem pole guy.
When Nick the Hat corrects a goddamn thing anybody's doing, I'll wait.
With the company. So it's not like I'm Steve Jobs of.
Trust me, nobody's comparing you to Steve Jobs.
It's not. So you can criticize.
Maybe Mr. Bean in his younger years.
Criticize me, or do your research and find out who else, I guess, calls the shots at night, right? But if you want, you can keep sending it my way, because it's you're way off. At the end,
none of us care who calls the shots at night, truly.
End of the day, stay together, stay united, keep spreading awareness. If you see something, say something. Buy green light bulbs, light America up in green. Continue doing that. Go to your, like Mr. Rogers said, maybe print out 10 fairs and put them up. Anything that you do will help if it entails putting his face out there. Urge more people that, if you know people that have a history of watching YouTube and then emailing notes that they see to authorities. I'm not speaking for them, but speaking from, I'm not going to say from experience, but read the press releases from TBI over the years. One of the big problems is that people watch videos and streams, and then they take the information and they send it over by the troves, by the dozens. And it's just overwhelming. And it's not to say that they are pursuing though. What if a very good lead slips the crack because 450 other ones just came in?
So in other words, don't send anything to the TBI or law enforcement if it's credible information. Send it to at night intelligence.
That's where the problem comes in, and it only takes one.
And again, it is a big waste of resources when people do this. But Nick also wants to be the one to go through this information and see what he can pick apart for his next riddles, in my opinion.
To get lost into the mix and revisit it a year later, and lo and behold, they locate Sebastian alive. And we don't want that, right? We want him found now alive. If you look at the case of Amanda Berry, you look at the case where that was out in Cleveland, I believe, Ohio. It's just a crazy, disgusting monster who kidnapped 3 beautiful girls and turned them into slaves, and was able to do it for 10 years. And Charles Ramsey, look him up on YouTube. His name is Charles Ramsey 911 call. You'll die laughing. It's funny. He found them because they were able to finally get to the front door. And
you'll die laughing because, 3 women being kidnapped is, again, funny.
Scream for help. It's crazy, but it's not far-fetched. that Sebastian is alive. It's actually much more realistic than he is unalive. There's not much evidence at all that suggests that, unless we are really missing something. But nonetheless, guys, stay safe. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. If I don't see you before, then you probably will, because I'll come on and say Happy New Year. But thank you and
Oh, I was wrong. Nick can correct me. He didn't say stay vigilant once more. He didn't say it. I was wrong. Nick can correct me on that. Holy Lord Jesus. People take this as fact. I'm starting to worry about society that they believe this guy. I'm starting to worry about society that this guy has become a beacon of hope in this space. All right, time to move on. Let's go to Bullhorn Betty. We're going to kind of do a little bit of a tour around the streets. Actually, before we go there, let's go to At Night's Twitter feed. So At Night has been on a roll, as you guys know. I'm sure most of you have been following even possibly closer than I have over the holidays. So you already are aware of some of the ramblings that have been happening. So on December 23rd, they stated within the next 7 days, Dog the Bounty Hunter will announce a development regarding the search for Sebastian Rogers live on his official YouTube channel. If you have more information concerning the whereabouts of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, please contact the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. You know, they're typical. Sebastian's family, friends, and community are counting on us. We remain resolute in our mission to bring him home. We really appreciate your dedication and teamwork with this critical endeavor. Together, we will find Sebastian. Okay, so that was the 23rd. Then let's go up here. Then the 24th, a Joker in handcuffs, you know, typical intelligence agency with riddles and posts like this. So then we're going to go to, what date was this? Sorry. December 24th. They posted throughout the months following Sebastian's disappearance, making sure, yeah, you guys can see what I'm doing. Throughout the months following Sebastian's disappearance, Christopher and Katie Proudfoot have traveled extensively for non-search related purposes. Financial statements, travel itineraries, and multiple eyewitness accounts suggest they embarked on vacations, made large or interesting transactions, and consistently cut ties with personal contacts who questioned their behavior. How they would know about their financial records is beyond me, unless there is some sort of accessing things without their knowledge or consent. Travel itineraries, I'm sure that they have proof and they're going to provide that, right? Okay. And multiple eyewitnesses accounts suggest they embarked on vacations. Where's the pictures? Because I'm sure if they were seen on vacation, that would have been front news, right? Oh, Katie and Chris were seen here, except we keep hearing about all these things and there's no proof to back up any of this stuff. But okay, once again. And then their personal contacts. We have no idea who they possibly cut ties with or who they didn't cut ties with. I mean, that's just more bullshit coming out of At Night per usual. Hold on, I got to get a soda really quick. Ugh. Okay. Then it goes on to, they start this BS down here and they put out a One World initiative, you know, more information coming out. And it says, if the Proudfoots possess information justifying this grim outlook, it raises serious questions as to whether they are withholding critical details. Notably, they have declined genuine assistance from At Night while staging a search in a wooded area already combed by thousands of law enforcement officers, a move At Night deems disingenuous, distraction that undermines credible leads spanning multiple states. Such a misguided or malicious search. Malicious? Parents of a missing child looking for their child is malicious, can potentially shield wrongdoing, which carries criminal implications. By contrast, At Night urges the public to engage only in legitimate efforts aimed at bringing Sebastian home safely. According to At Night's investigators, there is no basis for a local hit-and-run scenario, nor have the Proudfoots exhibited meaningful urgency since Sebastian vanished. I really highly encourage you to watch Michelle After Dark's content, because Michelle After Dark did an incredible breakdown of why the hit and run theory. Sorry, guys, I have to walk in the house for a minute, and Kyle's got the TV going. Why the hit and run theory could be something behind it. And it's not just BS. Give me 1 second. Poor Kyle is sitting on the couch and the dogs keep just bugging him over and over again. And he's like, I'm so over it. Okay. But honestly, like any possibility, Sebastian isn't found. Do you know how many people unfortunately hit deer or animals on the highway? I mean, it's just one of those things that every potential should be looked into. And just because they were doing, going through and eliminating, okay, well, if this happened, could this be here? Yeah, Michelle After Dark did a great job with that, though. I really like Michelle After Dark. Really like her content. Okay. Then we're going to go on to initial disappearance, February 25th, 2024. So again, that's incorrect because law enforcement says February 26th, 2024. Sebastian vanishes from the Proudfoot's home under circumstances that the family has yet to fully explain. They probably did to law enforcement. Again, not at night. Seth Rogers, alarmed by his son's abrupt absence, immediately mobilizes a private search, tirelessly dedicating personal resources and traveling cross country to track potential sightings. I'm going to leave this be. Despite overtures from At Night and other well-known investigative figures such as Dog the Bounty Hunter, Christopher and Katie Proudfoot declined offers of professional assistance, insisting local law enforcement had the matter in hand. Oh, imagine that. They wanted to work with law enforcement, not this agency. Oh, shocker. At Night enters the search September 3rd, 2024, publicly announcing its partnership with Seth Rogers. At Night leverages cutting-edge investigative tools and a broad network of licensed experts to ramp up search efforts. Almost immediately, the Proudfoots and their social media allies launch a barrage of unfounded allegations aimed at discrediting At Night and disrupting active leads. At Night discredits themselves with riddles. Misinformation campaign. In at least 7 states, local and state and federal agencies have been flooded with false reports orchestrated by Proudfoot associates. Where's the proof? Where's the proof? These actions sow confusion, drain investigative resources, and divert attention away from legitimate tips that could help find Sebastian. Are you talking about like the potential sighting of them in March in Oregon, when in fact they were being kept under surveillance by people on YouTube? You talking about that? That wasn't concocted by the Proudfoots, though, was it? Where's the proof? In December, online shifts in narrative. In December, Christopher Proudfoot reemerged on YouTube to downplay interactions with At Night and Dog the Bounty Hunter, contradicting earlier statements and documented evidence. At Night reiterates that it will not collaborate with individuals under criminal investigation, including Christopher and Katie Proudfoot or their affiliates. Renewed focus, expanded search operations. On December 21st, At Night announced expanded sweeps in multiple regions. Oh, now we got cities and states. Springdale, Arkansas, Memphis, Tennessee, DeSoto County, Mississippi, Chesapeake, Virginia, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Stanley, Wisconsin. Okay. Professionals, investigators licensed in Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Virginia, New Mexico, Wisconsin, and Oregon, plus volunteers in surrounding areas, are invited to bolster the search teams currently stationed in Memphis, Tennessee, and neighboring regions. Oh, the search teams are currently stationed in Memphis. Whoa, that's a big one. At Night's approach prioritizes safeguarding potential evidence and preserving the integrity of any legitimate lead. This part here is my next favorite. We firmly believe that Sebastian is alive, says one of At Night's lead investigators, who shall remain nameless. Despite the Proudfoot's recent theatrics, most credible leads point to areas beyond Sumner County. We will not waste resources on staged media events. Our aim is to locate Sebastian and return him to his father safely. Not his family safely, his father. Again, an unknown, unnamed investigator. And it's really interesting to me because what if law enforcement's theory is that he is in the woods somewhere around his house and he had an accident or succumbed to injuries? What if law enforcement has told the family that is one of their working theories? So is it wasting time to go search and research areas? No, it's not. Debunking the wooded area diversion. On September 29th, 2024, Christopher Proudfoot, joined by self-proclaimed private eyes and online personalities, ventured into a wooded area, theorizing that Sebastian could have been hit by a vehicle and abandoned among the brush. According to At Night's analysis and law enforcement records, these areas were already thoroughly searched for weeks after Sebastian's disappearance, producing no valid evidence. Okay. This area was swept by law enforcement teams armed with canine units, drones, and volunteer lines. The investigator continued. Revisiting the woods months later with a camera and a crew doesn't move us any closer to finding Sebastian. But I thought Dog was headed to Tennessee to search. Okay. I thought they were complaining about them not searching, them not doing anything, but now that they were out there going through and recombing areas and continuing to look for any sign that could potentially been missed, now it's a waste of time and revisiting isn't helping. Okay. Throughout the months following Sebastian's disappearance, Christopher and Katie Proudfoot have traveled extensively for non-search related purposes. Bank statements, how did you get those? Travel itineraries and multiple eyewitnesses' accounts suggest they embarked on vacations, made large or interesting financial transactions, and consistently cut ties with personal contacts who questioned their behavior. No proof attached. In stark contrast, Seth Rogers has missed work days, driven cross-state on minimal notice, and canvassed neighborhoods to chase every credible tip. Okay. He went to the park and law enforcement had already been involved. These parallel realities have escalated public concern over who is genuinely committed to Sebastian's safe return. Seriously, an intelligence agency is writing this. Are we joking at this point? About At Night Private Intelligence Agency. At Night Private Intelligence Agency specializes in high-risk efforts and consultation services, mobilizing a global network of licensed professionals, advanced investigative technology, and legal counsel. The firm's mission is to protect the vulnerable, provide accurate insights for clients in crisis, and ensure no stone is left unturned in complex investigations. For further information, media requests, or details about volunteer opportunities, please contact At Night Volunteer Relations. Yeah, no, thank you. And that's that. So that was lovely on the 24th. Then we go into another one on the 24th for immediate release, December 24th, 2024. At Night Private Intelligence Agency underscores its resolute determination to locate 16-year-old Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, who disappeared on February 26th, 2024, from his Sumner County home at the age of 15. Retained by Sebastian's father, Seth Rogers, At Night has allocated substantial resources to track credible leads, coordinate multiple state search teams, and work with licensed professionals, all focused on ensuring Sebastian's safe return. Investigators have mobilized across multiple states, working alongside volunteer networks, and remain steadfast in their belief that Sebastian is alive. In a disturbing turn of events, Christopher and Katie Proudfoot, Sebastian's stepfather and mother, have recently conducted local searches. That's disturbing, right? It's disturbing that the mother and stepfather are searching for Sebastian. treating Sebastian as though he were hit by a car and abandoned, despite zero evidence pointing to such a tragedy. Going through all potential things is disturbing to At Night. Okay. If the Proudfoots have information that supports this bleak outlook, it raises serious questions about whether they are deliberately withholding crucial details. Notably, they have refused genuine assistance from At Night while conducting a search in a wooded area that has already been thoroughly searched by thousands of law enforcement officers, a move that At Night believes is disingenuous distraction that undermines credible leads, suggesting Sebastian is alive. According to At Night's investigators, there is no basis for a local hit and run scenario, nor have the Proudfoots exhibited any or meaningful urgency since Sebastian vanished. Absolutely fucking crazy. But then they attach this. At Night intensifies nationwide search for missing 16-year-old, counters false claims from stepfather. Standard priority for immediate release. This is one of their media releases to their team. At Night reaffirms commitment to finding 16-year-old missing since February, cites stepfather family's search as a diversion. And then it goes on to say, At Night, private intelligence agency, this is the same thing that it says, and the other thing. But of course, they sent it in a press release to their team members here, as we've seen Smiley show. And then on Christmas, they couldn't stop there. They had to continue on. Merry Christmas, everyone. May your day be filled with joy, laughter, and warmth of family. And hey, Mr. Proudfoot, how about making this the best Christmas ever by instructing whoever has information about Sebastian's whereabouts to bring him back home? Let's make it a true holiday miracle. Then they go on, a professional agency. Congratulations on the extra cash from not buying gifts for Sebastian this year. Instead of pocketing the savings, maybe we could invest it in a heart and actually work to bring him back. But who are we kidding, right? That would require genuine or require caring. And if you know where he is, perhaps you could guide him to a nearby store, tell him to go inside and call the police. It's a small act that can make a significant difference. Merry Christmas from At Night. And then they continue on.
Department and multiple other agencies are back on the ground today searching for missing 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Now, it has at this point been 5 weeks since that Sumner teenager was last seen, and still no sign of where he may be.
And again, this is because they had nothing. So that was on Christmas. They posted an old press release. Then on the 25th, they go on to continue on with the shenanigans, and they say, Dog the Bounty Hunter and partners addressed Christopher Proudfoot's false claims. Dog the Bounty Hunter and his partners are addressing demonstrably false statements made by Christopher Proudfoot, stepfather of missing Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, during a recent public appearance. On a YouTube panel discussion, Mr. Proudfoot falsely claimed that Dog the Bounty Hunter and his team never attempted to contact him regarding the efforts to locate Sebastian. This statement is demonstrably false and contradicted by documented communications with Mr. Proudfoot and his wife, Katie Proudfoot. Documented communication timeline. September 8th, At Night and Dog the Bounty Hunter received a text message from Miss Katie Proudfoot's phone, which reads, any communication to myself or my husband should go through law enforcement. Contact them, not us. Oh, there you go. Based on anomalies in language and tone, it is probable that this message was sent by Chris Proudfoot using Mrs. Proudfoot's phone. Who cares who it's by? They're telling you to go to law enforcement. On September 9th, the following day, Dog's high-risk fugitive task force received a second formal text message from Mr. Proudfoot's phone. This message stated, Nick and Dog the Bounty Hunters, high-risk fugitive task force. Consider this your formal and only message from my wife, Katie, and myself. Do not, for any reasons or circumstances, contact us in any way again. If you need to contact us, you need to reach out to Sumner County Sheriff's Office or the TBI. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter. Chris and Katie Proudfoot. Both texts demonstrate a deliberate attempt by Chris and Katie Proudfoot to block direct communication from Dog the Bounty Hunter and his team. You wonder why. Dog and his partners also attempted contact through group text messages involving Katie, Steve Fisher, and Chris Proudfoot. These efforts were met with no cooperation or substantive engagement. This is got to be a joke. Seriously, this is just unreal. Misleading public statements. Despite these documented communications, Mr. Proudfoot falsely claimed during a YouTube panel that Dog the Bounty Hunter had not reached out to him. This claim is both untrue and misleading, as Mr. Proudfoot explicitly instructed Dog and his team not to contact him or his wife directly. These false statements harm public trust, distract from the critical search for Sebastian, and misrepresent the facts. Dog the Bounty Hunter and his partners are urging Christopher Proudfoot to immediately stop making false and inaccurate statements. These lies are not only absurd, but also harmful to public trust. Really? In addition, Dog's team is exploring civil legal avenues to address any damage caused by these misrepresentations. Jesus, take the wheel. Despite these distractions, the focus remains on uncovering the truth and ensuring justice for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, who disappeared on February 26th, 2024 at the age of 15. And then it goes on. Sebastian's disappearance has now been classified as a criminal investigation, not by law enforcement, by Dog and supposed sources from law enforcement, but law enforcement has not stated that it's a criminal investigation. And the search for answers remains active across multiple states. Dog and his partners remain committed to finding the truth, locating Sebastian, and holding all responsible parties accountable. Thank you for your continued support and diligence in this critical search. And then here is the text message. Here's the flyer. Here's the text message attached. There's their response and communication to myself. Or my husband should go through law enforcement, contact them, not us. And once again, they tried getting a hold of them. Didn't happen. And they said, once again, take it and shove it. Take this job and shove it. So that was on the 25th. Holy shit. Going into the 26th, then they release more images from somewhere. And then on the 26th, they say, public update on the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers at night. Intelligence in collaboration with Vixel and its intelligence partners is pleased to announce the release of 2 sets of ultra-high resolution satellite images captured on February 23rd, 2024 during the critical hours of 10:18 to 11:49. These images are focused on 2 key areas. Again, these are paid for images of an area, and the date doesn't even matter. We know what they've been doing there, and we'll get into that in more of these reviews when they use it for content. They continue to go on with more call for information. Then they, send out more press bullshit to amp up the team to get them to turn shit into content, which we're about to go into. And they continue on 17 hours ago. Now they're doing the same thing with the satellite imagery. And then they add in here 5th Amendment protections invoked by Katie Proudfoot. Dog the Bounty Hunter, his team, and at night confirmed that Katie Proudfoot, the mother of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, has purportedly been instructed by an attorney to refrain from participating in any public forums regarding the case. Additionally, Mrs. Proudfoot has allegedly been advised to invoke her 5th Amendment rights under the United States Constitution in relation to the entirety of the ongoing investigation. Okay. So her deciding not to participate or being advised not to participate and or saying she pleads the 5th, she's not on trial, she's not anything. Then they promote the silly freaking deception detective, as you guys know. Then here you go 2 hours ago. And you have them saying the public is requested to refrain from posting photographs online of individuals they believe may resemble Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. While we commend your diligence, sharing such images publicly can inadvertently cause harm to innocent children and infringe upon their privacy. We know that. And then they talk about how you can get a hold of, discreetly photograph, document the sighting, surveillance camera observation, vehicle identification, call dog, all the bullshit. Okay. So we get where all of this is about to come from. So here we go. Let's go to Betty from this morning. So you see where all of the team is getting their information. Oops, hold on. I actually had that figured out to the end of this. Okay, here we go. This is from this morning.
And good morning, YouTube.
Oh my God. I could go without hearing this voice for so much longer. Here we go. Let's roll.
TGIF. I got the song playing in my head as we speak. We have already too many people in chat. I will just say hello to a lot of ya. We have Adrima, Sonia. Nice to see you, Sonia. Great day.
Yeah. Why is she screaming at us?
Great day, TGIF. Car guy, SRK, YouTuber, Cheeky Chops. I read some of your comments. That's why I'm laughing coming in here. Delilah's laying there in the house. She climbed up on
We don't.
Girl. Nice. Is Diane.
Land the fucking plane, Betty.
Discussion, much like what has just been breaking.
Oh, here.
Is Diane, it's nice to see you. Vermont girl.
The title of this is Breaking. Did Katie Proudfoot plead the fifth? Sebastian Rogers, Tennessee. Katie's not in court to plead the fifth.
Girl, it's nice to see you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. So we're going to be having a discussion, much like what has just been breaking.
It's breaking news. Katie doesn't want to talk to YouTubers or participate in any forums. And she says, fuck you, in a nice way, saying, I plead the fifth. I have no desire to engage with anything with any of you. Oh my God, breaking news. Sound the alarms.
Over the last several hours, which is this statement from At Night Intelligence Agency on their X profile. What is it? Let me see if I can try to get some of that back just a little bit so it's not too bad. It's over here. I need the light on. That help? No, I don't like that. Sorry. Trying to get my lighting better. It is what it is. It is what it is. So Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, for those that are new to the case, I always just give a Reader's Digest version of who he is and what has happened. Obviously, you can see he's a missing teen. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers was 15 years old when he went missing. He is now 16. He turned 16 on December 7th. And
yes. Do our Diddy. Yep. You might have just came in, but that came out 17 hours ago from At Night right here. Let me scroll down here again. They added that in here right here 17 hours ago. So everybody's been running around. Oh my God, Katie invoked her Fifth Amendment right. Like, yeah, this is where we're headed. I got a tour to take you on.
It has missed Halloween, Thanksgiving, his 16th birthday. Christmas has just passed. He hasn't been
SG, and we have no indication that she did that with law enforcement either. That's a great point. But she took polygraphs. She was sitting. I mean, we have heard from Seth that even her and Seth met with the TBI in March. Like, we have no indication that she didn't participate, or everything we get from law enforcement has said that they actually were very involved. We don't know the status of that now, if they're still working with law enforcement, still cooperating with law enforcement, but we have no indication that any of that. Yeah, it's crazy.
Seen no evidence anywhere where he could be. Zero. Like, zero. It's a little weird, if you ask me.
You know what's really weird to me is that an intelligence agency and a professional group would take all of the opportunity over the holidays to make post after post like we just read, to do all of that, to come out and say they're looking at civil lawsuits because Chris said they haven't been communicating. That's not communication. Telling somebody to stop talking to you and do not continue to contact you, go to law enforcement, is telling them you do not want communication. It's very clear they did not want communication with this bullshit. No, SG, no, you have very valid points though. Like, people can absolutely decline, but we have no indication that she did that with law enforcement or anybody. But you are completely correct that you can invoke your fifth right, like not to answer questions for law enforcement or any investigation. We have no indication of that. They're just saying that she's choosing not to work with them.
But he disappeared from Hendersonville, Tennessee. He was inside a home with only his mother. We saw him at the Texas Roadhouse. That footage is
yeah. I want my phone call to my attorney, please. Thank you.
It's been released. That is the last third-party sighting of Sebastian Wayne.
And by the way, let me just say this because I'm going to sound like a complete asshole. But if you are ever being questioned by police, call your attorney. It doesn't make you look guilty if you ask for an attorney. I don't give a shit if you're innocent. Call that attorney. We've seen how law enforcement can coerce statements and such. Don't feel like or listen to social media that if you call your attorney, it's a sign of guilt. No. My advice is always call your attorney. Call your attorney.
Drake Rogers until he was reported missing the next morning at 6:33 a.m. on February 26th. So a lot has gone on in this case up to this point. I have been saying something's going on behind the scenes. There's just something. I mean, you've got Mommy Dearest crawling out from under.
Liza, again, they wouldn't be able to access that information though, because Nick the Hat is refrained from working with law enforcement. I know that they say that At Night is made up of other people, but even with the CPS investigations, they're not entitled to that information. They have no connection or involvement in the actual investigation. So even if she did in one of those cases, that wouldn't be known to At Night whatsoever. They've done this numerous times with different things, trying to, you'll see it's built into content.
Under a rock to start screaming that, Seth is a pedo once again, right? When all else fails, let's do that. But right before that, you had an unscrupulous PI trying to manufacture reports and information and data that was not obviously he was in the area. Obviously the pictures are from the area, but they were intentionally manipulated. I have to think that a private detective or private investigator, right, would have a more keen eye of the positioning of his camera. And even if he took the shot, would adjust the shot. Well, the shot, oh, thank you, Mally Cat. God bless you. The shot was not adjusted appropriately to match what was previewed. And it was clear that it wasn't. It wasn't like it was, barely noticeable. Like it was really, really noticeable.
Yeah, that's a very good question, NJ. Has anybody heard Katie talk? Has anybody heard Katie say anything? No. Chris was the one that came on panel to defend himself when Truth did that. Katie wasn't present, was she? Was she in the comment section saying I plead the fifth? Where did they get this from?
The information we knew was categorically false, such as those lights videos were taken at 5 o'clock in the morning, but we know who was in the car at 3 a.m. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. So we knew that was going on. And then we have Mommy Dearest, with the whole pedo thing. And then
Mommy Dearest with the whole pedo thing. Absolutely, Lisa. Get an attorney, period, point blank, end of story. You love how she throws that in there right there?
There was something else, another drop of something came out after that. And this was all on the backside of 5 CPS reports being revealed. We don't know what's in those CPS reports.
We don't even know if there was 5. We have no indication that there's factually 5 reports. We have no idea what the narrative is. We have no idea if they're open cases, closed cases, if they were even just calls. We have no idea.
So we know that there's a number, and the number of CPS reports in a matter of 17, 18 months.
According to Seth, which is hearsay because he can't even prove that to be true.
Is 5, which many of us would equate to a lot prior to him disappearing. And then we learned that.
And you notice how that is thrown in there to instantly distract because they know they have nothing going on. They know they can't make this hold water. So they go back to, oh, we're going to remind you of, wait, there's 5 CPS reports. We're supposed to be emotionally manipulating you to believe that this is what this contains. Okay.
The mom and stepdad had actually tried to, have been trying to rehome him since October of 2022. So now
the mom and stepdad have been trying to rehome him. Meanwhile, what we know and what we learned was that there was emails through all 3 parents communicating over potentially finding a facility for Sebastian. All 3 parents were involved in communication about trying to find a facility to best suit Sebastian's needs. That's what we know of that. Again, there's no proof because we haven't seen these emails. Who said what was said. But Tony came out and spoke on Seth's behalf on Mr. and Mrs. E's, claiming that, yes, he was in communication, finding resources and giving other options. He reached out to somebody and found other homes, and he sent those facilities back to them.
Now this picture is really starting to develop in a lot of people's minds as to what is going on inside this case. And the problem that we're having is all these things happen, and then boom, this child just disappears in an open and active CPS report that had just recently been opened. And then we couple.
There's no proof that there was an open CPS report. In fact, Seth's PI, Heather Cohen, while she was working on behalf of Seth, said that the case was likely to be unfounded because it was closed. We know that a CPS report was opened when Sebastian went missing, according to the family statements.
That with the custody issue going on in New Mexico. So I truly thought it was the 5 CPS reports that all this damage control was going on. But then we had ET, and some things were leaked on that show, such as the truck possibly being in the area potentially. You know, it seemed like it really upset the step.
No, it just opened up Pandora's box for more speculation and people running with misinformation. Of course, if they're geofencing and he wasn't in the area and he has an alibi that has been confirmed with law enforcement, of course he's going to be defensive. So there's that. And she's talking about ET, not Entertainment Tonight. She's talking about Elevated Truth.
Stepfather, so
ET phone home.
Thank you, Phil. Oh, yay! Well, welcome aboard. Thanks for the love and support. I appreciate it all the way across the pond. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. Happy half birthday. But it really seemed to upset the stepfather so much so that it makes us believe that it's a critical detail he did not want out. And moreover, the comment made, you know, that comment was pretty damning, you know, like, I don't remember the exact terminology you used, but it was something to the effect of those idiots potentially, or some other words were used to imply that, didn't even know it was my truck. That was pretty bold. I don't know if that was a slip of the tongue because he was around some.
Who cares? Who cares? He might have been frustrated with law enforcement. They have a child missing. Carry on.
He perceived as, you know,
again, law enforcement is going to know if he was there in the vicinity or not.
Comfortable, you know, because it seems like these conversations happened in private. But either way you look at it, that was pretty telling, you know. And the other thing that really got him really fired up was, why did the mom go look right immediately at the school? That seemed to really fire him up greatly. So we have a couple things here. And so I kept saying, you know, all these things, especially him even going up on a YouTube channel. Nobody's heard from Mommy Dearest or the stepfather in literally months. And then all of a sudden it was the birthday.
Actually, can you figure out which it is? Are they talking to people all the time behind the scenes and pushing narratives behind the scenes, or are they not talking to anybody? Which is it?
And people were questioning, where's that family? And of course, Mommy Dearest decides to argue with people all day about why you can't say happy birthday to a child that just turned 16 instead of just saying happy birthday to the child that just turned 16. It seemed really obnoxious. And so that happened. Then he goes,
these are the things that are obnoxious. Oh my God, Betty, you're not good at spinning stories.
Goes on to this podcast. And now, boom, we have a search showing that this man's searching. It seems like there's a lot of damage.
I agree that there's intentional things being done, but I don't think it's damage control. And I don't necessarily think that Chris was even involved in some of this.
Control being done here. And I'm kind of mixed with the emotion of this. And there's a few reasons why. It's because on one hand, you don't want to knock any legitimate search, you know what I'm saying? Like you don't, if they're out there with the right heart and genuinely searching because they're concerned, I didn't want to, I don't want to condemn somebody for legitimately helping. But it just seems so odd that it's happening when it happens, right? For example, and this is the way it's always been since the beginning of this case. If we look back to the beginning, right, we didn't even hear from these parents until really, like, in all fairness, the very first social media channel they went on was a small channel. It's kind of weird because it's a small channel. I don't know why they would start there first that many days after the child has been missing.
Because they had somebody reach out and they didn't intend on going on panel to begin with. They had a family member reach out to said small YouTube channel, aka our beautiful Duchess, to ask for people to help bring awareness. A family member reached out because that's what Duchess does. She helps bring awareness to the missing. So it makes sense because it wasn't a crime at this point in time. There was a missing person. So that small YouTube channel does more for missing people than you'll ever understand. And then they chose to go up and answer some questions and talk about Sebastian on that small YouTube channel. And then Seth didn't come out until the day after and even give any statements. But okay.
But they did. But the very next day, they met with mainstream media, which was the WSMV video. It's the one that we dub the green shirt video. It's the one that people analyzed and saw marks on Chris's arms. It's that one. And so
it's the one where they enhanced the marks on his arm to make them look worse than what they actually were. If you go back to the timeline, it's actually very, very noticeable that the original video, that the marks on his arms are barely noticeable. They look like typical dog scratches on his arms in that video. But then creators enhanced those to make them look way worse than what they were. There's that. Don K, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. And Mystic Butterfly, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana.
That was March 4th. But when we went back to watch the case, because that's kind of when some of us started.
Betty. Oh, Betster. Anybody want to remind her when the Duchess interview was? Her dates are wrong once again. Her dates are wrong. It was March 3rd. It was March 3rd. They did the news media on the 4th, but Duchess interview was March 3rd.
Did y'all not see it? It was Duchess. See it. It was Duchess.
I mean, there's that, but you know, let's let Betty tell us.
Hearing about the case, right? And started getting a little insight on what happened that kind of brought us in. And we did a lot of back research to find out what led to this point, right? And during that is when we realized that the stepfather was out there in the very beginning days, you know, telling news organizations not to film his house, which was really odd for people like me.
It was odd for people like you. You weren't even involved in this case till the end, closer to the end of March. But carry on. That was odd for you.
Well, thank you. Sonia gifted 5 Bullhornbetty membership.
And that was being stated in discussion groups from places like Facebook that he supposedly had threatened media with a pew-pew. It was actually discussed on Duchess's and questioned of him because the rumor mill had already started and people had already started using discussion groups and anonymous posts by random people to build content into. So it was posted in a discussion group on Facebook in a thread that he was supposedly threatening media with a pew-pew. Then it was brought to the YouTube streets by creators such as Cluminati and built upon from there. So by the time Chris and Katie came to YouTube to ask for help and bring awareness, a narrative was already being spun about what an evil bastard he was.
Saucy.
And he denied that ever happened. And then the next day they sit down with media in their home. Make it make sense.
Thank you, Saucy. I appreciate that. And then we realized that by watching the news carrying up to that 4th interview, we realized that the investigation actually took a turn into an from a missing person.
And if you're not subbed up to the Beautiful Duchess, please go sub up to the Beautiful Duchess. We need to get her to 10,000 because she, unlike many creators, will help me with our fundraising efforts for charities. So we need to get her to 10K so we can have another channel that does something to give back. If you wouldn't mind, as soon as she gets to 10K, we can do that. Again, just a quick reminder, January 2nd will be our next fundraiser for the Black and Missing Foundation. And that will be in Julie's honor because that is my day that I have a deadline to take all my videos down. And it's basically our fuck you, Julie party for charity. So that will be our next fundraiser for the Black and Missing Foundation, January 2nd. I look forward to a fun time.
To an investigation on that day. Like, the 3rd leading into the 4th, the 2 times that they decided to have their very first interviews. So you see this pattern of when things are not working for them, or something happens, they kind of come out from under their rock. Now that was one time, right? Now you fast forward a little bit, you don't hear from them after this little round of interviews. You know, it's like silence. Then the lights video hits that show flashlights on the outside of their home at 3 o'clock, 3 something in the morning. And then
another shameless plug right quick. Sorry. Currently, RAIN, for those of you that do donate to charity, I got a text message from the RAIN organization yesterday, RAINN. They help domestic violence and all sorts of things. They're in a great facility right now until the end of the year. They actually have somebody that is matching donations. So you send in $25 in donations, they're matching it up to 50. They will match up to $200,000. So 50 for like your 50 gets turned into 100, and they are trying to finish out the year strong. So if you need an organization to donate to, and some of you also might have employers that match donations to charities too. And Rain has a little search thing that will allow you to search and see if your employer matches donations. And I can post that information if you would like. But the organization is RAINN for anybody that wants to know. On behalf of the island, we donated another 50 yesterday to that, and it will get matched $100 to help them meet their end of the year goal. Another thing that's going on too is Duchess already has her merch line up. Chasing has her merch line up. The proceeds of those merch lines go directly to charities. So if you want something like a merch shirt for Duchess or Chasing, they have multiple. Please go check out their community tabs. They both have them up, and you can buy yourself a shirt or somebody else's shirt, and all the proceeds go straight to charity. The Islander shirt will be available at the beginning of the first year, and it will go towards charity too. The first one we're coming out with is Isolated by Choice, and then we're still working on the back. It will say Together for a Mission or something like that. And that will go directly to charity too. That will be our first Islander shirt for charity. Okay. Sorry, got to get all these things out off the top of my head.
All of a sudden, you have boom, 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 all these interviews. And then people are analyzing. I mean, there were so many interviews. It was hard to get through all of them because they were almost in rapid succession. How many places they were popping into to explain this and explain that and this, that, and the other. And they wanted tough questions and all this, including on Smiley's World, Smiley Stories World, right? So now we're finding out that Mommy Dearest is crawling out from Iraq. We know horrible reports are being disseminated on social media by an
Revival, I do. No, AV, I'm so behind on emails. I admit, I always say that, but I'm really, really behind right now. I need to get through them. Oh, love that. Yes. Yep. There's a lot of creators out here trying to be a part of the change that we want to see. We're not just talking about it. We're trying to do. Oh, that's amazing, Perry. That's incredible. Yeah. If you guys have any other like charities that you see doing matches or anything like that, let me know and put it in the comments. Let us all know. Thank you, mods, for dropping the links for these two. Appreciate all of it. Duchess, please drop your merch. And if somebody could grab Chasing's, I can go find it too. Support the things that matter.
Unscrupulous PI. Now we have the stepfather crawling out from under his rock and going on a podcast and being filmed searching in the woods. Something is going on here.
Something is going on here. Called, maybe they're taking the opportunity while they have downtime from work over the holidays to search for their missing child. Are you getting a little stressed about your January 8th court date coming up? Asking for me?
I'm sorry. Something is going on here, in my opinion. But again, I don't want to knock any legitimate search, right? And then I find out they brought a spirit box with them. A spirit box.
Okay. In all fairness, once again, we've already talked about this, but let me just remind everybody what this is because I knew it was going to get brought up. So this isn't the video with Chris Proudfoot in it. I searched to see if Chris was here with them on this search. There's no indication that Chris was present for this search. In this video, it is Clue, Cletus, and Cluminati. Or Clue, Cletus, and Crabtree. Sorry. And it's this one. And yes, Stephen Crabtree has a spirit box on his phone. I showed this last night. But to even say that Chris was present for this, no.
Is there any spirits or guides that want to help me today with trying to look for Sebastian Rogers?
This is the second video that was dropped, and Chris is not in this video.
If so, please talk to my device.
So that is true, but it's not true that Chris was there. We don't know if he was later in the day. We have no idea. Yeah, Nisi B, yes, Crabtree runs a spirit box, yes. But this is the second video. The first video with Chris in it, I did not see the spirit box come out. And maybe I missed it. And in this video that was dropped by Crabtree. I did not see Chris in this video.
Implying what? Exactly. What exactly is that? Oh, thank you, Michelle. What exactly is that supposed to imply? I'm just curious.
Thank you,
But
mods.
before I get started and go through a few things with you guys, I want to backtrack because we did have a person in here earlier that was chatting that did not believe that Seth had taken a polygraph and passed a polygraph. And I wanted to assure everybody, Seth took a polygraph test that the Nancy Grace show had set up for him. And those results,
Revival, did you see Saucy somewhere?
Were publicly disseminated. Now, this it all happened while this live had already previously been set up. So I tried to find, what I could, and this is what I found. I haven't even watched it, so I read the description. I think this is it. But if it's not, I will find it and play it at the end of all of this. Okay. But for right now, I'm just going to play this section of it. I'll just play what
Tebow, absolutely agree. 100%. 100%. The people that they're associated with. This is why it's so confusing and convoluted from side to side, because in my opinion, both quote unquote sides are doing things. They knew that these videos were going to cause a ruckus. That was intentional. Clue actually says that on Queen Bees the other day before Crabtree or right after Crabtree dropped these videos. Oh, they're going to cause chaos, basically. I don't remember her exact words, but she says that they were going to cause a storm. They knew, and they choose to do it. Again, it's the holidays. And because of their involvement with the parents, it's automatically assumed, which we don't know. I have no indication that all of these things are approved by, but because of their involvement and their communication with said people, it's seen as done intentionally. Oh, Revival, I didn't even catch that.
found. I almost forgot to. Okay.
His father, Seth, on the hot seat on national TV and asked him, would he be willing to take a polygraph? He said yes. He did.
I'll be honest. I will be honest. I'm not impressed with anybody right now. I think there's a lot of fuckery going on, and it's very, very intentional. And I do not trust a single soul and their intent at all. I think a lot of people have very personal gain that they are looking at and using this whole thing. I mean, it has been all along, but on both sides. I think it's disgusting. I think you have people that have inserted themselves and think that they're going to armchair detective this and solve this case, or that they're important in solving this case, and that they're getting close to parents for nefarious reasons or purposes. I truly don't. It grosses me out. It's all exploitation. It's part of the playbook, and I'm not impressed with any of them. And that's why you will not see me around at any of these channels anymore. There are very select few channels that you will see me participating in, and that's because of what I know. And I'm done with all of it. I've actually unsubbed 11 more channels in the last 3 days. So there's that. Do as you wish. You're all grown adults. But for me, I'm over it. I see so many people the exact same way from side to side.
A polygraph. Straight back out to Seth Rogers. Joining us is Sebastian's father. And now joining us is a renowned polygrapher, Kendall Schull, former head of the entire FBI polygraph program in DC, former special agent with the FBI in DC.
Jax, I wish that too. And thank you for the support. I wish that there was some way a victim's advocate could get a hold of all three of the parents and pull them back together for the best interest of Sebastian, truly, and cut out all the bullshit. I truly feel it's been about anything but Sebastian for so long, and it's truly unfortunate. And I don't know if there's any hope in that, but the further this goes on and the more agencies like At Night that get involved and the more YouTubers that come out to like counter that and go back on the other side, there's no side in this. We have no idea who's guilty of what, if anybody's guilty of anything right now. We have a child that is missing from his home. We have no indication of foul play. It's on the table, but it's just, they are intentionally doing this because it keeps the storyline going. A lot of these creators were foundational in the misinformation that started, and they continue to just be a part of the problem.
He is at Kendall Investigations. Also joining us, Tony Mathis, who is helping Seth Rogers as he walks this very, very rocky path.
Hey, Seth.
First of all, let me just get this out of the way. This is a yes/no, Kendall Schull. Did Seth Rogers pass his polygraph?
Yes, he did.
Yes. Okay, Seth Rogers, tell me about going and taking the polygraph. We want to hear every single word because I've got a stack a nasty online post about you failing, about you not going, blah, blah, blah. A lot of trolls chiming in.
Okay, no, I love Nancy Gray. I forgot about that comment.
I love Nancy Grace. Yeah, that says a whole lot. When your hero is Nancy Grace, who is quote unquote seen as a professional who kicks these families over and over again, doesn't care about the facts, doesn't care about bringing awareness, will take and create a storyline of her own and target parents. It's dangerous, it's unethical, and it shouldn't be allowed. And this is why it's such a bigger problem than just YouTube creators. There's a whole industry of profiting off of pain, and it's been around for centuries.
Even Nancy knows what a stupid troll is. Even Nancy knows what a stupid troll is. Nasty Grams. Oh, who knew? Who knew they went real life and condemned people? What did she say? She's like, whatever.
Anderson, I won't. And the reason for that is because I don't want anybody to take my lead. You guys are all grown adults and can choose to follow what you want. I think many people understand. I personally will not tell you guys who I do not personally support, just because of the fact that for me, I'm not going to encourage people to believe everything I do or see things the way I do. You guys are grown adults and can support who you want and what you want and where you go. My actions speak louder than my words ever have. So you will notice where I do not go. And that's always been something, but I always get seated at tables that I've never sat at. So there's that. And most of those places I've never sat there anyways, or don't really go there, but I don't even want it in my feed anymore. I'm over it. And I hope you understand why I'm saying that.
Whatever. I don't got time for it. I don't got time for it. Yes, Miss Nancy. Yes, Miss Nancy. I want to go back and do that again. I love that. I forgot that was in there. Hold on.
Okay. His polygraph.
Yes, he did.
And the one name I will say is Crabtree. I had tried giving him multiple chances because he was out there searching, and I believed that maybe somewhere in there he would stop the bullshit. But once I saw the spirit box situation, after again him knowing, he knows these people aren't stupid, that what this is going to cause for the parents, and that is very unethical to me. So even doing that whole thing, like I tried to give him a chance numerous times. I subbed, unsubbed, and then I was like, fuck that. Doing shit like that, intentionally making it look one way or another, I'm not down with that shit. So there's one that I absolutely will name. And it's because of the spirit box shit and knowing exactly what they were doing with that.
Okay, Seth Rogers, tell me about going and taking the polygraph. We want to hear every single word because I got a stat of nasty online posts about you failing, about you not going, blah, blah, blah. A lot of trolls chiming in.
Those are hate channels and they never get a damn thing right. Okay. I just want to make sure it's super clear. They don't ever get anything correct. So if you are watching somebody that said that this man has not passed his polygraph test, unsubscribe. Why? Because they do not know what they are talking about, but they still keep talking. You don't want to be going in people's chat and looking stupid, right?
Oh, Betty. Oh, Betty, the cringe I have for you.
Anyway, so there you have it. He passed his polygraph, that's an F.
Oh, Anderson, here's another one that I'll tell you that might shock you. You might not even know who I'm talking about. BJ investigates. BJ investigates in the debacle over her getting clipped in a completely other case. Another one that I had tried to like, but she got clipped saying something, and by huge channels, including Nancy Grace. And then everybody came out like swinging, like, oh my God, how dare you? Like there was a demand for takedown and shit like that. And that to me was grimy because she said it. Like, yes, she got clipped saying it, but she was the one to say it to begin with. So to me, that is very, I don't know. That's weird to me. But again, that's a random one most of you might not even realize. But to me, that shit was weird because you say it and then other people use it as a source. That's why it's so important to be factual. And even though it's your opinion or you preface it, but you know, in my belief or anything like that, like that's some shady shit. It's shady shit to me. And then to like put it off on everybody else that, oh, they just clipped you. No, you said it and gave people an opportunity.
FBI trained administrator right there. He passed his polygraph test. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It was done on the Nancy Grace show. It was scheduled by Nancy Grace. It was broadcast.
Yes, Chico. Yes.
Broadcasted by Nancy Grace. The results were broadcasted on national TV. Seth Rogers passed his polygraph test, and Seth Rogers provided his whereabouts, his actual alibi to the world. He was at work, at a jail, on camera, without a phone. I just want to make sure that you guys understand. Like, there people that are beating up on Seth, I am so sorry for you. The man didn't do it. He's the only one that's been here. Oh, I'm sorry, except this renewed love interest that now has just
hold up. Crabtree has done this whole spirit box thing for quite some time. Mom of Gladiator, I'm okay if it irks you. Him being aligned with the parents of a missing child, the way he is, posting a video the day before with Chris Proudfoot in it for fodder, knowing exactly what chaos that was going to create, and then intentionally following it up with a video of him talking to spirit and playing with a spirit box was intentional. You can like him all he wants. He has been out there searching. I'll give him the flowers on that. But what? If it irks you, please be irked by it, because that is grimy. And spirit box shit is one of the grimiest forms of exploitation. And he was also flip-flopping from side to side in this whole situation.
Manifested itself from the mom and the stepfather. But, you know, prior to this renewed love fest from the mom and the stepfather, it was just Seth. It was Seth, his team. That's who it was. That's who it has been prior to even Dog or Nick coming aboard. Without the strong support that Seth had and has. Good God, I don't know where Seth would honestly be at this moment. And you think these a-holes give a crap? Of course not.
Okay, Seth Rogers, tell me about going and taking the polygraph. We want to hear every single word, because I've got a stack of nasty online posts about you failing, about you not going, blah, blah, blah.
I'm going to fast forward it because we all remember this bullshit. I'm going to get to this part.
No, I don't think either of these are right. Hold on just a second. I think I shut down the first one. There's one that just came out. Maybe it is one of these.
NJ, a lot of people want to forget that EquiSearch even went out there. They were out there and did a thorough alongside law enforcement.
Maybe it is one of these. Hold on a second. Okay, it is. So this is the most recent one, and this had nothing.
No, but you're saying, Mom of Gladiator, you're saying that it irks you because I named him. He's given reason. That spirit box shit is gross and grimy. And it irks you that I will name him? Huh?
To do with the satellite imagery just yet, but there is satellite imagery, and I'm not going to really get into that until more is developed from that, but we will touch base on it. And this one says, let me share this instead. I did have it up. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that.
Music City.
So this is what we're referring to. So we're going to go over this with a little bit of a fine-tooth comb to make sure we all have a good understanding of what we're reading here, so there's no misunderstandings with it, at least from my purview. Dog the Bounty Hunter and At-Night Private Intelligence Agency remains steadfast in the pursuit of the truth surrounding the disappearance of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, who vanished February 25th, 2024 at the age of 15. Now, there is some text messages circulating, I believe, from TBI that says that he...
Basically, let me say it this way, since you guys, once again, some of you are irritated that I won't name names. People that I support covering this. Michelle After Dark. Outside of that, I can't think of really anybody that I support outside of Michelle After Dark. She's been doing amazing debunking stuff with At Night.
He was last seen on February 26th. At Night Intelligence Agency is saying February 25th. I think the reason why At Night Intelligence Agency is saying February 25th as opposed to the 26th is because that is the last time any third party.
And Granny did great covering her response to the filing today. From what I saw, I came in way late.
Has seen Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And I believe TBI, until any information arises that the last time, because if you remember, the mother stated she went to bed at midnight, which would imply February 26th, and she knew her son was in the room. So, and she would have been the last verifiable sighting of him. So I think they're using, until such time that information changes, I think TBI and law enforcement are still going on the February 26th. Now, that is just my opinion. That doesn't mean that is exactly why At Night is using the 25th and TBI is using the 26th, but that's what I think is the reason for the discrepancy.
Going directly against law enforcement is ridiculous.
In those times. Today's update presents substantial developments in requests for public participation. They're calling for information. This is related to activity in areas of Enoch Way in Gallatin, Tennessee. They're specifically seeking information related to suspicious activity observed in on the 100 block of Enoch Way in Gallatin, Tennessee, from Friday the 23rd, which is pretty interesting.
Mom of Gladiator, you didn't upset me at all. I'm just saying, like, there's reason why he's grimy. It's performative, what he's been doing in the posting of videos. Why did they need to post Chris out there searching right then and there? It's intentional from both sides is what I'm trying to get at. And it gave both sides content and fodder. It's happening on both sides. It doesn't matter where you look, but it's grimy. It's intentional. He can have good intent of wanting to be out there looking, but it's performative at best, especially when you pull out a spirit box. It is what it is. You can have differing opinions. You can like the dude. I don't like him. I think it's performative as fuck, and I think it was absolutely intentional, and they knew it just continues the content farm is all it does. But I'm not upset with you at all. It's just he's grimy as fuck. Proven to be grimy as fuck.
Monday, the 26th. And I didn't understand why. So I went and looked at a calendar and realized that Friday, of February 23rd, his father spoke to him on the 22nd. Friday, the 23rd is when
Mr. Tomato Head, I've heard that. I've heard that she has had some fire out there stuff on other cases, but I really respect what she's done in this case. Highly respect what she's done. Her coverage of this has been, I mean, her debunking misinformation. That's what I like. You guys know that's where my heart is. So for me, that's a great thing. There's a lot of other just commentary over it, but Michelle in the arena of debunking is way above what I can even do.
Well, I have an email on that date, but I received an email from a friend of a schoolmate of Sebastian's telling me that Friday he was not acting himself.
Oh, fuck. Music City Mom, Narc Divers. Oh, what a disappointment. I have that coming up too. This is going to be a longer one because we got a lot to catch up on.
He was very withdrawn and reserved. So I don't know, if there was something that's the only thing that pops into my head when it comes to Friday the 23rd, other than Seth did not talk to him that day. He talked to him on Thursday, but he didn't talk to him on Friday. That's the only thing that resonates with me for that day as well. So I'm not sure why they're going back to that date, if something may have happened or transpired. We did hear of also a potential poker game, even though that has never been corroborated at all.
And you yourself said that the person that started that whole rumor was full of shit. That would be Terry Lane that started the poker game. So why you're even reintroducing this is just to cause chaos and confusion. When you yourself were the one to say that she would never provide you with any fact of it to vet. So shut the fuck up, Betty.
It's still rumor. We have nothing to corroborate one way or another. But the poker game we heard was Thursday the 22nd.
Oh, sorry. Here we go. Breaking Chains True Crime. Her videos that she has done, another person I support highly. Her debunking straight to the facts. Amazing. 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 100% can get behind. Another amazing channel that I've been so thankful that they've came out.
But that's the only other thing that comes to my mind when it comes to this date. But
my channels of me supporting are so much shorter than not supporting.
Whatever happened on the 23rd, I don't know why they're going back there. Okay, anyways, getting past that. We are particularly interested in various cars and trucks seen in the area during this time frame. That's an interesting statement. That's an interesting statement. If you observe any unusual behavior or activity in the area, we urge you to come forward, as even minor details could provide critical leads. Sorry. They do have some satellite imagery. We've seen the locations captured on that imagery. I'm not going to really
have their paid for images.
Go over the imagery right at this juncture. Really, the next thing I really want to discuss is what is kind of turning everybody's head and
turning everybody's head. This is the legal beagle Betty.
People scream from the rooftops and stuff like that. So I wanted to kind of elaborate a little bit about what I see here. So Fifth Amendment protections invoked by Katie Proudfoot. And under here, it says Dog the Bounty Hunter, his team, and At Night confirmed that Katie Proudfoot.
Confirmed with who? Confirmed how?
The mother of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers has purportedly been instructed by an attorney to refrain from participating in any public forums regarding the case. That includes
no comment is not pleading the fifth.
I would assume public forum means mainstream media, publications.
Mom of the Gladiator, you're totally fine. You're totally fine. I just have my reasons for really, really disliking what he's been doing. There's been a lot of intentional things that I don't think people are realizing either. You're totally fine. Don't say you're sorry. You're totally fine to have that opinion. There's just so many there's just, the list is never ending with the grime that's been happening.
Including social media. But they've confirmed, this is the only stuff that I see that has been confirmed, and that's that an attorney has instructed the mom not to be involved in any public forums. That appears to be the only thing, because that's set apart from the next paragraph below. Additionally, Ms. Proudfoot has allegedly, and I want to make sure that that is underscored, allegedly. It didn't say confirmed in this area. It says allegedly. So I'm just going to caution people before running, with this too much. That this.
Oh, Betty's going to caution people, but the statement, her title is breaking. Did Katie Proudfoot plead the fifth? Did. You notice how she slides the did, but she claims it's breaking.
This is allegedly. So Ms. Proudfoot has allegedly been advised to invoke
her too, Betty,
her Fifth Amendment right under the United States Constitution in relation to the entirety of the ongoing investigation. Somebody is saying, what does she have to plead the fifth? Does she plead the fifth on this infamous stand? And that's when you really know an idiot when you hear one, right? When they say something as oxymoron and stupid as that, right?
But
when you are being criminally investigated, you're being talked to under two things, under two situations, as a witness or as a suspect.
And we have no indication that this statement was made to law enforcement. In fact, quite the opposite.
There's no any other reason why law enforcement would be speaking to you unless you are a witness or a suspect. If you are a suspect, they most likely will read you your rights. And
there's no other reason why law enforcement would be speaking to you unless you're a witness or a suspect. Jesus, take the wheel again, please. Hey, note to self, this is just...
One of those rights is to invoke your Fifth Amendment privilege, not to speak without an attorney, not to answer any questions without an attorney, right? Now, again, this is allegedly, but you don't need to be on a witness stand to invoke your Fifth Amendment privilege. It's when you're being questioned as a suspect. Do you need to invoke your Fifth Amendment privilege unless you...
We have no indication that that was done because law enforcement said that the family had been fully cooperative. That's the last statement we got from law enforcement.
You're willing to cooperate. And then you're an open book and don't invoke that right. You cooperate with law enforcement and answer all their questions. Now, again, I want to bring you back to allegedly, because I don't know whether this has been confirmed or how this has been confirmed, but I did see the paragraph above said this information was confirmed.
But you made the title of your video breaking.
But down at the bottom, it says this is alleged. So I don't know how, I don't know to what degree they know whether this is true or not, or if they just heard it from a reliable source. So I just thought that might help. I want to be fair here. And when I look at this, I know how cautious, just like any law enforcement body, an intelligence agency would use best practices as well. So I have to assume that
an intelligence agency would use best practices. We just read through the intelligence agency. Oh my God. More riddles.
That every word matters. So they select their words wisely. And so I have to think that if something's confirmed and they stand on that, they're going to say confirmed. But if it wasn't fully vetted or fully confirmed, I could see them using the word allegedly. So I'm very curious as to whether or not the Fifth Amendment, or whether or not, the mother has retained legal counsel and is no longer willing to speak with law enforcement, because that's basically what invoking your Fifth Amendment privilege is no longer, answering questions or working with law enforcement. I mean, it kind of severs that tie. So it's very interesting. So I don't want people getting too carried away with these statements. I mean,
you don't want people getting too carried away, but you titled it breaking. Yeah, Liz. Yeah, they did. They did. Yeah, we went over that, Grits. Nick actually posted them too.
I mean, it is interesting, and wow, if it's true. But I do see some clear differences here. One's confirmed, one's allegedly, so just be cognizant of that. This is the absolute right of Ms. Proudfoot, which is rightfully irrevocable or circumventable.
Okay, so you see what Betty did here. Betty took Nick the Hats. I'm done with Betty, you guys. I can only take so much. But guess who else did? Any guesses? Who else went with the whole Katie pleads the fifth? Smiley.
I'd be late to my own, I don't even know whatever you want to call it. I'll be late to it. I used to be so early.
That was a quick switch from Betty to Smiley. We got a few people to get through, so I'm just trying to get us through. This is Smiley Stories World for anybody that doesn't know. And of course, Betty has breaking and Smiley has Katie pleads the fifth.
Early. I used to arrive early.
Let's see where she spins it. Can you only imagine?
I had to go fix me some coffee and do a last potty run. So I'm sorry I'm late. I'm sorry.
We don't.
So how's it going this morning? December 27th, 2024 on Friday. Good morning, Ann. Hello, beautiful. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're doing real good today. H. Davis says, I'm doing good so far. So far, so good. Can't complain about that. That's the way I am. So far, so good. As long as it's nothing bad, we never can foresee. But hey, all's good over here in Smiley's Hood. I hope it's all good for you too. So, a lot's been going on since I jumped off my live last night. You feel horrible? You got to go to the doctor today? I'm sorry, Miss Ann. I hope everything goes all right. Good morning, Garrett. You got a little plumbing to do to your bathtub faucet this morning? It's dripping.
Let's fast forward.
Food, water, cars. Good morning from Oklahoma. Good morning. I hope you're doing well this morning. Any snow in North Carolina? Busy mama. Eyes right for work. Oh. Good morning. Thank you for being here. I thought I would come on early this morning. Stephanie. Rio is a snitch lover. Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, come on.
I just said it was a good morning, right? So when I got off of here last night, I had an update from At Night Private Intelligence. And
another update, another email update.
And as we know, Dog has put out some things, which I actually had talked about as well in my live, which was shocking, about the areas and stuff like that. And they saying it gets early by the tail. Yep, absolutely.
They were all rushing. Betty and her were all rushing to get to YouTube to break the news.
But so I'll go over this part with you first. And this came out yesterday on December 26th. Dog the Bounty Hunter and At Night Private Intelligence remain steadfast in their pursuit of the truth surrounding the disappearance of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, who vanished on February 25th, 2024 at the age of 15. Today's updates present substantial developments and requests for public participation. 1, call for information activity.
Robin, I promise I will get back to that. We've got to do March 8th is the next day we have coming up. And I've got it all laid out. I just got to get my head back in the game with that, but we will be continuing that. We're just doing a quick once over marathon of catching us up to date. What happened over the last few days on social media and how we are where we are currently. And then we will get back into the optics and the timeline and the playbook of how this all went down. But thank you. I appreciate that. Those are long, in-depth walks, and it's a lot of brain power.
In area of Economic Way in Gallatin, Tennessee. At Night is specifically seeking information related to suspicious activity observed on the 100 block of Economic Way in Gallatin, Tennessee from Friday, February 20th.
Oh, do you want me to turn the chat on, Pika? I got you.
Through Monday, February 26th. We are particularly interested in various cars and trucks seen in the area during that time frame. If you observed any unusual behavior or activity in the area, we urge you to come forward, as even minor details could provide critical leads.
Grissom, people still are declining that happens. People are still saying that we're full of shit. Hey, Tammy, that we are full of shit. Oh, you guys, we have a new character too. I'm going to throw in at the end for you. That we're full of shit, that they don't get talking points emailed to them. They get these press releases. Smiley showed it on her screen. We outed that live. We were doing a live stream. I don't even know. Was I on panel by myself? I don't remember. We were doing a live stream going over her, and we recognized that was when we were debunking the shit that she had said about Chris having a son, that he would have been 7 years old. And she pulls this up. And here it is, her email directly from At Night with her, with the press release for them to run with. It is so fucking crazy, but people are denying that it happens.
2, release of satellite imagery At Night in collaboration with Vixel. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Bexcel and Intelligence Partners has released 2 sets of ultra high resolution satellite.
Oh, Misfit, he you guys will have to help me decide where to put him. Maybe I'll throw him in there for a palate cleanser between this one and Crime Time Buzz. But you'll have to decide where we put him. Because he's interesting. He talks about blood types. Blood types.
Images captured on February 23rd, 2024, between 10:18 a.m. and 11:49 a.m. Central Standard Time. Key locations that were captured were in the 100 block of Economic Way, Gallatin, Tennessee, and the 1000 block of Stafford Court, Hendersonville, Tennessee. I find this very interesting. These images captured with 0.00% cloud coverage provide unparalleled clarity down to 10 centimeters and offer a unique opportunity for public analysis. How you can help? Compare these images to early.
In my opinion, this was after SF came out and asked for people to look over images. This was At Night's response to that. We're going to post images and have people look at them and stare at them.
Videos, surveillance footage, or personal observations to identify unfamiliar vehicles, unusual activity, and abnormalities. This was the most interesting part ever, was part 3. Number 3, Fifth Amendment protections invoked by Katie Proudfoot.
Liza, let me show you right quick so you know exactly what they're talking about so you can see it yourself. So if you see here, this is the images that they're talking about. You might, if you're on your phone, you can zoom in. It says February 23rd, 2024, 11:49 a.m., 1:55, the address down there, and then it says Bowers Locks. And they've got a little At Night symbol right here, confidential satellite imagery for At Night. We don't know how this was, we don't know if this was added in. There's nothing here that indicates that this is exactly when that was from, but it has at the very bottom of the screen there, that date, if you see that. But it looks like it's added in after. So is that from that actual date? I'm not sure. But that's what they're looking at, just so you know.
For those who did not hear, Fifth Amendment protections, they were invoked by Katie Proudfoot.
Yes, they do.
So Katie now pleads the 5th per her lawyer for this entire case. I put that little part in, but I did see it somewhere. I'll just get back to the basics, to the verbatim. Number 3, Fifth Amendment protections invoked by Katie Proudfoot. Dog the Bounty Hunter, his teams, and At Night confirm that Katie Proudfoot, the mother of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, has profoundly been instructed by an attorney to refrain from participating in any public forums regarding the case. I mean, it's not like she's doing that now, right? So why is she pleading the 5th? Because it's not like she was ever participating, in my opinion, of course.
What? We know from law enforcement she was cooperative. Like what?
Additionally, Ms. Proudfoot has allegedly been advised to revoke her 5th.
Invoke
her 5th Amendment rights under the United States Constitution in relation to the entirety of the ongoing investigation. It goes on to say, and it is true, this is an absolute right of Ms. Proudfoot, which is rightfully irrevocable and circumventional. How you can help. Your assistance remains critical in uncovering the truth and bringing Sebastian home. If you have credible information related to Sebastian's disappearance or the events surrounding it, please contact. Email Sebastian@manhunts, that's with the S on the end, .1. Call 833-TELL-DOG, that's 835-5364 or 844-92.
Oh my God, she's such a clown.
844-922-3236. Or you can reach out to the authorities, which is Sumner County Police Department, 451-3838. You can also call
the lab asks, is this a news article?
The Tennessee Bureau of Investigations at 1-800-TBI-FIND, tips to TBI@tbi.10gov, or the FBI tip line at tips.
Oh, Southernish, we haven't even got to the fun ones yet.
.fbi.gov. Good morning, Josh. It is the new article that came out late last night.
It's the new article that came out late last night from At Night Media. Did you not get the press release, Josh?
I'm reading At Night, sent it over to me, and I think Britt.
Oh, I'm reading at night. Send it over to me. Oh, shit. Whoops. Shit. At night, send it over to her. Ooh, there you go.
He covered it as well as Justin covered a little bit on it, touched a little bit on it. And I had just got off my live, so I was covering it this morning since they did.
The team rallied in high gear. At night, sent it over to her.
But Katie invoked her attorney, her Fifth Amendment. And I say, why? She wasn't talking anyway, right?
Told you guys, we outed that publicly. And my dumb ass, I thought she was doxing because when we first noticed it, I thought she was doxing some random emailer because I had phone numbers and stuff. And then I put the screen up really fast and took it off the screen because I was like, oh my God, you're doxing whoever emailed you this information. And then I got to looking at it closer on my other screen and I'm like, hold on. No, that's a press release from At Night that is being sent to all these people. Sure shit, it was. And she's admitting once again that At Night sends them their talking points. Basically, the outline of their press releases, and they know what to do content off of.
I'm just going to, I want to throw this out there to you I don't want to put you on the spot or anything, but I mean, you're way more seasoned than I am. And just your personal thoughts, let's just say it's not this case. Do you not find that odd, Josh? For somebody that's not talking to do that? I mean, maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. To me, that doesn't look good.
What doesn't look good is there's no indication that that even happened, and you guys are making content out of it and running with this as being a real thing.
But they say that Sebastian remains the focus of a relentless national search effort, despite intimidation attempts and obstruction.
Well, we have no idea that there's no proof to it. It's just their words.
Dog the Bounty Hunter, At Night, and their partners remain steadfast in their commitment to finding answers, uncovering the truth, and bringing Sebastian home safely. Thank you for your continued vigilance and support. Together we will achieve justice for Sebastian. And then
the lab must not be on the mailing list because he says, I'd love to read it.
Under that, thank you, Amos Liz, for becoming.
Go to X. It's there.
A member. Thank you. Good afternoon, Woman's Warrior. You have just joined that second and have heard you say the pleading. I'm in total shock. Better
Absolutely.
Say nothing. Well, yeah, it is better. I'll send it to you, Josh. Let me get back to my because you know me, I don't know how to put all this crap up here. Hold on a minute. Y'all don't look at me this morning. Hold on a minute.
Oh, is she going to show it again?
Over to you.
Pika, is she really going to show it again?
I will send it to you. There was 2 parts to it.
Here we go. Non-forgiveness again.
This is the most interesting part. Look at number 3. Look at number 3.
Oh. Oh, shit. Hold on. Let's go. Look who's sending it to her. Oh. This time she showed it off her phone. She didn't even share her screen this time. Oh my God, how embarrassing. How embarrassing. It's directly from Nick. Oh.
Look at number 3. And I had that open. That's what I.
So she's showing that she was texting with Nick. Like this is her direct text messages with Nick the Hat. Previously, she showed the email and the press releases that At Night sends their team. Now she's showing their text message thread. Oh, tell me again, they don't get their talking points? Yeah, we already exposed that a couple weeks ago.
I was just reading. But I was just going to go and read. Sorry, y'all. I look like dog shit. Anyway, so I'll just read part 3 again. Fifth Amendment protections invoked by Katie Proudfoot. Dog the Bounty Hunter, his teams, and At Night confirm that Katie Proudfoot, the mother of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, has been instructed. She's been instructed by her attorney to refrain from participating in any public forums regarding the case. Additionally, Ms. Proudfoot has allegedly been advised to invoke her Fifth Amendment rights under the United States Constitution.
Okay, so just so you guys can all see, this is from 2 weeks ago. This was on December 12th, 2024. This is my live stream where I'm reviewing Smiley. So this is where she first shows that they were sending emails from At Night One World. This is Smiley's screen here. That's me reviewing Smiley, of course. But you will see right there that she was showing and accidentally showed that she was getting direct emails with these press releases 2 weeks ago. This was December 12th that we realized that this was what was happening. And we were like, holy shit. And then here she's showing the text message thread and this one from Nick. So this is from my video from December 12th that we first initially realized that. And then now she's showing her text thread with Nick with these updates the team is getting.
In relation to the entirety of the ongoing investigation. And again, this is an absolute right of Katie to do so. I'm not saying she's wrong.
We have, again, just to clarify, you guys, on this whole pleading the fifth, we have no indication that she's got an attorney. We have no indication that an attorney has told her to do these things. We have no indication of where this was even said or who this was said to, whether it's law enforcement. Like, there's nothing clear about this. We have no indication that this was ever stated by an attorney, Katie, or any of that. There's no proof behind that. This is words, once again, being sent around by At Night Media for the team to build into content. And they're doing exactly what the team does and building it out into content.
I'm not saying she's wrong at all. You know, but why? My question is, why is she pleading the fifth? She wasn't talking to begin with, in my opinion. Katie, if you're listening or you see this at any time, and I don't feel this is, you know, badgering or saying you're guilty or anything, but obviously you know something, in my opinion, please do the right thing for your son and yourself. Because in my opinion, they, whoever they are, they're going to protect themselves in the end. You won't even be an afterthought, honey. You won't even be an afterthought, in my opinion. And I've said this to you 2 or 3 times, maybe more. About every time that I do my live, I'll say this. And this is what baffles me. Is because for whatever reason, and this is why I can't put Sebastian out of that house. Yeah, Josh, who is she pleading the fifth to? Did the cops come to interrogate her? Did the FBI come to question her? Did they subpoena something for her? Who? That's what I'd like to know.
Oh no, not the black SUVs again and the helicopter. What's this?
You need like a dog bed.
Who? Hell, she wasn't even talking to begin with. This makes no sense. It makes absolute no sense. And everybody knows from the beginning, you should keep your mouth shut anyway. Everything said can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Oh no. Well, you should know that, but you've also wrote things like you're an advocate for, you know, please don't do this because I'm an advocate for a missing child by the name of Summer Wells. In court documents, you should know that everything can be used against you, especially when people get a hold of that stuff.
But this is why I can't personally, can't get Sebastian out of that house. And I say it almost every time. It's because Katie, locks herself in with Sebastian. Katie, allowed Chris, who was not home, to lock her in with Sebastian, with him an alibi. So if it comes down to it, in my opinion, Katie.
Oh, her opinion.
They're going to throw you straight under the bus. And is that time coming near? I don't know. What's going on here with this fifth business? I don't know. What does pleading the fifth mean here? I thought there was no case. According to Chris, y'all have been totally cleared. Again, cleared of what?
Oh.
Pleading the fifth means someone is invoking the right under the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution to refuse to answer a question or provide testimony that could potentially incriminate them, especially choosing to remain silent. Choosing to remain silent to avoid self-incrimination, of course. This applies in situations to police interrogations, court proceedings, like I was saying earlier, to subpoenas. And this just protects her and keeps her from testifying against herself. Now, A judge, and only a judge, can still order her to answer questions. But more than likely, that's not going to happen because that's her right. If you plead the fifth, a judge and jury may think you're hiding stuff, as of course public opinions. I know it looks mighty strange to me this morning. Yes, absolutely, blood is thicker than water. And here's the thing, Katie, you nor Sebastian are blood. So you need to protect your blood, which is Sebastian.
Oh.
Because look what they did to Nina. They will stand together. Allegedly, this happened yesterday. This came out last night. I got off my live, and this came out last night.
Oh, yes, it did. Actually, let's go take a look at who was one of the first ones on the team to break this information. Because, let me go over here. Actually, Pika asked me to do this really quick. Let's fast forward really quick.
It's kind of late. Information and the awareness.
At the very end, Pika, is that where I'm looking?
You need to do the right thing for him, no matter what. Sebastian deserves to be found.
Pika, I don't see you still.
Call 1-800-TBI-FIND. Call 833-TELL-DOG. Call the Nashville FBI. They're open 24/7, 615-232-7000. Any of your local state and FBI agencies, you can get a hold of them. But please call. I urge you, please, again, you can call 1-800-255-5324.
You might have got the boot, Pika.
And to make it simple, I don't think I had any mods. They're all sleeping. They've been up all night.
Nope, there you are, Pika. Isn't At Night and Nick the same people that claimed they had satellite images and were immediately debunked by the satellite company they claimed they got the images from? Stop listening to proven frauds. Nope, Pika, you're there.
Most of them that I know of.
You're still there.
I couldn't hang with them.
But lucky you, she didn't have any mods awake. All right, let's go to Clutch Them Pearls from 20 hours ago, because Spanky is one of the first team members usually to get involved in this stuff. So let's go see what he had to say.
We are particularly interested in various cars, trucks seen in the time frame. Okay.
Let's see how he runs with this.
I read this one, didn't I? Issued December 26th.
The team was all fired up in gear. They got their talking points ready to go, and here they went.
2024. Hold on.
Spanky.
Fifth Amendment protection invoked by Katie
Spanky.
Proudfoot. Dog the Bounty Hunter, his teams at night confirmed that Katie Proudfoot, the mother of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, has purportedly been instructed by an attorney to refrain from participating in any public forums regarding this case.
What's so shocking here? Anybody help me? Why is he making this face? Well, I mean, I got my own assumptions on that. Anywho, let me walk away from that before I get myself in trouble. But what's this face about? What's so shocking here? She's been told not to engage in public forums. Okay, and
what?
Oh, there goes the fucking
FBI, open up! Order in the judge room!
Holy shit, it gets soundboard recognition and all. Like, it's that serious. Nick says something, they say, oh shit, let us catch up. Let us turn this into something shocking and salacious. Let us do our jobs. Oh, deep breaths, everybody. Spanky's processing.
Additionally, Miss Proudfoot has allegedly been advised to invoke her Fifth Amendment right under the United States Constitution in relation to the entirety of the ongoing investigation. this is her absolute right of Miss Proudfoot, which is
Notice a constant theme. Nobody's asking, where's the proof? Where's the proof?
rightfully
Nobody. None.
irrevocable or I can't say the word.
Circumference?
Circumventable.
Circum-
Your assistance remains
circumventable?
critical.
I love this.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Let's turn that
A
into.
defense attorney tells you. Well,
Okay. Tell us, what is this?
so I will say, allegedly, they've had and this has not been recent from what I understand.
Oh, it's not recent, but it's breaking news according to Betty. Oh, they really need to do a better job advising their team, because one's saying it's not recent, the other one's saying it's breaking. Like the team can't get it together, people here. They don't work together. They're not very good at taking hints. He's still confused. Hold on. He's still working on it. He's trying to figure out where to take this. What do I do with this?
Guidance, text me. I can't. In chat, it goes by too fast. What?
The brain is misfiring. He doesn't know how to build this into content. Pause. Hold on. He's got to catch up.
What do you want to say, honey?
Looks like one of those rapper guys.
Well, I think this is the reason why
I like big butts and I cannot
she
lie.
has not. This is why they, in my opinion, they have not spoken recently.
You wait. Why did you get that song stuck in my head? This now this is the reason why they haven't spoken recently. Okay. Sure, Jan.
I believe
I can fly. I believe I can touch this. What do you believe, Justin? You don't even fucking know what you believe. You don't know what you stand for anymore. You lost that a long time ago. Fucking try to sell us another story. Do better. You suck at this. You're not even convincing.
They know. This is yeah.
Sure. Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
It's
convincing. Definitely something. Are you kidding me?
Okay. Yeah.
Sure. Yep.
Allegedly pleading the fifth. KK had to do a deposition before Edgar's child was able to visit in the summer. Allegedly. That as well.
More misinformation that they can't prove.
Now, this is her absolute legal right to do if this is indeed true. But I will say, mothers.
Okay, can you guys see in real time how they struggle to build narratives? They're sent talking points. They're sent, here you go. Here's the next thing to build. Guess who's going to have a story to tell us and sell us, though? I guarantee I know where to go for a good story.
When, children walk out the door on their own accord.
Music City Mom, thank you for the support. You were cracking me up. I needed a laugh. This case isn't funny, but these idiots shaking my head. Agreed. Nothing about a missing child is funny, but watching these these useful fucking idiots in real time try to build narratives off of riddles and misinformation that none of them can even weed themselves out of. None of them are asking for proof. Is fucking fantastic. It builds itself. Like, I don't even have to be creative. Julie, where are you? See this? I don't even have to be creative. I just have to put it in order of how these people act. This is creativity, Julie. Don't be ever smearing me for not having creativity. Watching this in real time of all these people struggle to build narratives off of a press release by Nick the Hat is fucking comedy gold.
I've never seen
Wake up, Julie.
Someone do,
Josh, are you not on the mailing list? I did. I heard Smiley reading this and asked if it was a news organization. It was the first time I heard it. I also asked who she was. I know, Josh. Are you not on the mailing list though, Josh? Do you not get the press releases emailed to you? Got you, Chico. Question. Janudi, 18 for life. Doesn't no one think that they punished him by putting him outside and she fell asleep and he actually walked off and met his fate in one way or another? CP was abuse. And I believe Katie was codependent. So where's the proof that they locked him outside? First and foremost, you're not on the mailing list, Josh? Okay. Do you want me to show you what I'm talking about, Josh? I'm just going to show you right quick so you know I'm not full of shit. So there's actually a mailing list that goes around. Let me pull it back up again. Smiley showed it a few weeks back that they get these press releases sent to them by Nick the Hat and At Night Media. Let me show you. She accidentally showed this and then she admitted to these are emailed to certain members. That's why I wasn't sure. You must not be on that list. But this is from the 12th of December, Josh. It's me reviewing Smiley, reviewing the stuff that they were sent. But she shows it here that, and you can zoom in and see like on your screen. This has been going on, but they actually get these press things sent to them directly from At Night. So whether you get them or not is not my concern. The rest of the team or whoever, I don't know what you associate with. I don't know if you're a team player or I don't really know what you are, nor do I care. But your team members are they suck at building narratives off of these memos that they get. You might want to have a team meeting. You could maybe be the team captain and tell them to get their shit together and maybe I'll have a group message and do better at trying to paint a narrative because they fucking suck at it. Okay, going back to having fun in real time. And Janudi, where is the proof that they locked him outside? Okay, thanks, bye.
Plead the fifth. Whenever they just say that they walked out the door.
Oh, Josh lied on me. I have no love lost there.
I have no idea, girl.
He got all pissed off and wouldn't even say my name when I was going at Trevor Lee.
Don't lawyer up except the rant.
Whatever. I don't care. Carry on.
K-Mac,
Dumb men are my thing, I guess.
I'll just say that
asking dumb questions.
I'll just say, I can't say how
Justin really sucks at selling this, though. He really sucks, but I guarantee I have the perfect person that's going to sell us a story. I guarantee. Smiley sucked at it. Betty sucked at it. We didn't even go there with BJ, but maybe we should go there with BJ. BJ sucks at everything, though, except falling asleep. She's pretty good at that. She's got that on point. She's got that on lock. Let's see here. Where's our friend?
Hold on. Second interview with Caitlin Miller. Okay.
Yeah, the melatonin of YouTube is going to put me to sleep. Let's go over here. Because if we want a sold story, she can build a conspiracy out of anything. This woman can take one line and build it into something unreal. So let's go here. But I just wanted to show too that she has been on it. There must be a competition. Do you guys get a bonus on the team, Josh? Josh, is there a bonus for the best content creation off of Nick's riddles? Just asking for a friend. Maybe Liza, maybe. He's still huge on the misinformation and pushing narrative. So that doesn't land for me because Spanky usually is all in. I just don't think he knew where to take this yet, or how to build a story. He hadn't had time to process this happened in real time, and things kind of struggle to connect for him. A lot of times he has to have his, groupies like ICU and people help build the narratives out for him. So in real time, Justin kind of is the melatonin of YouTube. But anywho, Crime Time Buzz, I want you to see what she spent her holidays doing. I mean, hey, to each their own. Maybe she doesn't celebrate. No shade. But 2 days ago, she's done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 videos in the last 2 days. Christmas Eve on. 7 videos. I mean, That's how she chooses to spend her time. But let's see. I guarantee she can sell us a story better than these guys. I guarantee she can run with something here, and she'll build it into something incredible, because this woman can build a conspiracy out of nothing. And no,
Good morning. Happy Friday, everyone.
And let me preface this by saying, no, I do not think that this is Betty. I do not think that this is Betty. Do not think it's Betty. Do not think it's Betty. I think she is just another loose cannon on the team.
Happy Friday. Good to see you all. Mom, being here this early. Justice, justice, justice. Yes, Kim G.
Oh.
Hi, Peggy Cock. Whispering Rins.
We already got a team cheer. Justice, justice, justice.
Thank you for being here. Paula McGillen, Star Lambert, Ramona White Alvarado. Oh, you all, you're so very welcome. Thank you for being a part of Sebastian's army.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Whispering Winds. Kelly girl,
Thank
hello.
you.
Hello, 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 everyone.
You're in the building.
Good to see you. Hi, Jen Benners.
Are you in the
Hi,
building?
Busy Mama. Hi, Karen Killeran.
Revival, she would be the perfect match for John QQ.
How you doing over there?
She's
11:27 p.m. Thank you for being here. I hope you don't miss much.
Oh,
Busy Mama, on your way to
sure we
PT.
won't.
Huh? Hi, Zena.
Here we go.
I agree, Ramona.
She's
I
gonna
agree.
build
Ramona
this.
says, in her opinion, KP will be standing by herself after this. She doesn't see CP standing by her side since she is not blood. She better stop.
It's so funny to me that so many useful idiots can see one statement and build it into content in so many different directions, and none of it lands. None of it. Not one of them asked for proof of where this happened and supposedly when this happened.
Start talking fast. Where's Sebastian? Hi, everyone. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, good measure. Good morning, everyone. It's
I
Friday.
think we're working for a bonus or something. Something's
Good to
going
see
on.
you. We have updates. If you were not in my live, hi, Mally Cat. Kara
Updates.
German, not a drama nana. Thank you for your wonderful comments. And please welcome Callie Girl to.
And the title of this video is, wow, KP not talking. Fifth Amendment rights, the grand jury, political figures.
To the family. Welcome to the family,
No.
Callie Girl. We will gather tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Hey, Reserve Glitchin, good to see you. Thank you for joining, Callie Girl. Welcome.
Oh, he probably went back to build a song about the bitch was mean to me. I gotta cry today. I don't fucking know, nor do I care where he went.
Please welcome Callie Girl to the family. Hi, Stacy Michelle, Beverly Cole.
Or hopefully he took my advice and is calling for a team meeting, because these people are making him look foolish. The team needs to get it together and get on the same page. They're all getting the same information and they're all going different directions with it. And they all look foolish as fuck.
Janice 5957.
If he's a team captain, he needs to get him in line.
Yes, I heard mention of it right after we got off last evening, shortly after. Hi, Miriam M. And last night was a great live. I showed you all the home, allegedly. Hi, Justice for Kylo, where the home that has 7 cameras, audio, and night vision. And that's located, and I can show you all that again today, this morning, excuse me. I think we're all a little tired. And I showed you where, because you know that in the flashlight video, good morning as you're coming in the flashlight video, you don't see people getting out of the vehicle. So I kind of showed you where they said, where sources say the car did pull up and let people out before getting to the corner where it was picked up on the cameras. So we can go over all of that again. We also went over the numerous amount of people that were included in the secretive shroud over this case, including.
He might go write another poem like Josh the Lab can't take a jab. He might go off and cry. Give him some Kleenex, those tears to dry. I don't know. I got nothing. I'm not a poet, and I definitely know it.
Being political figures and official Tennessee officials, so we can talk about that. It's almost like what it said was the in-laws. We know who the in-laws are bringing in friends, and also there are people, home builders, and we know who one of them is, in our opinion, family member, who are building homes for political figures and Tennessee officials, and all of the above is what's putting a secret shroud on the case. So you have someone building a home for an official or a politician. So the official or the politician is getting the home built. What do you?
Holy fuck. No. 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 We got to take this back. Wait, where is she going with this? Is
know who the in-laws are?
I knew where to go. I knew where to go to get us a good conspiracy.
Are bringing in friends. And also there are people, home builders, and we know who one of them is, in our opinion, family member, who are building homes for political figures and Tennessee officials, and all of the above is what's putting a secret shroud on the case. So you have someone building a home for an official or a politician. So the official,
someone building a home for an official or a politician.
Official or the politician is getting the home built.
Okay. Okay. The politician is getting a home built. Okay.
What do you think the builder and the in-law and the friends, what do you,
the countertops that they're picking,
think they're getting for it? What's happening? They called it mafia style, which is organized crime.
Oh,
in my opinion. And after that amazing live, our minds, everyone kept saying, oh my goodness, my mind's blown up. And there was a lot, because I showed you the neighborhood and the things that I had been hearing and learning that I've been kind of keeping under my hat a little bit. And then the people were mentioned. So we went through that, the secret of Shroud. And now today.
Wait, he did a Christmas Eve poem. Josh, you did a Christmas Eve poem? Josh, do you need to have a poem off?
We wake up. Well, last night after we got off, they said that there was an at-night X. Forgive me, I'm a little tired this morning. There is an update on X that says Ms. KP has invoked her Fifth Amendment rights.
Oh,
and we're going to get into that a little bit. And before we do, I want you to read this that I've posted up here. The Fifth Amendment only applies if you're under compulsion to provide information to the government, and in cases where the information is indeed incriminating. This means it applies when you're in police custody or in a case where you're being called to testify under oath as a witness, and such testimony could incriminate you.
By the way, for anybody that's wondering, yes, this is the same woman who implicated Pastor Tyler Feller, and his congregation in potentially child trafficking. This is the same woman. Yeah, she can build a conspiracy out of anything. And that was all off of a Nick post too.
For the crime at issue or related crimes. You have to be providing a statement of some kind for the privilege to apply. So we don't just walk around pleading the Fifth, invoking our Fifth Amendment rights. It says here that we invoke our Fifth Amendment rights, that they apply. You have that privilege. You have to be providing a statement of some kind for the privilege to apply. This means it applies when you're in police custody, or in a case when you're being called to testify under oath as a witness. I will tell you, the grand jury in Sumner County meets the first 4 days of every month. Now, this January 1st is a holiday. Let me share that with you as well, and then we'll go ahead and get to the update about KP. Good morning, everyone. Here we go. This is from Sumner County. Make sure you can see it. Perfect. Get a sip of my coffee here real quick. Okay. Your Circuit County Clerk in Sumner County is Catherine Strong. This is Sumner County, Tennessee. Okay. Grand jury. The grand jury consists of 12 members and meets the first week, Monday through Thursday of every month. So the first week.
Oh, how did I know she was going to take us and build us into something better? The team needs to catch up. J with an E, from wherever she's from, she can build conspiracies like no other. Her tinfoil is on lock.
Week, Monday through Thursday of every month. Each grand jury serves for 3 months, and the grand juries are secret. They don't talk about that they've been called. They don't talk about any of it. Well, let's get our first full week here in January. Okay, so they meet the first week, Monday through Friday of every month.
We have no indication that a grand jury has even been convened or anything of the sort at all.
So the first week, Monday through Friday, would be the 6th, 7th, 8th, or Monday through Thursday, the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th of January, unless they're meeting the 2nd and 3rd, which would be Wednesday and Thursday, but they wouldn't get the Monday and Tuesday due to the holiday. So
he is also the one who was getting pictures supposedly of a helicopter flying over Stafford Court and was about to totally have a heart attack waiting for information to come in. She is also the one that was, oh my God, there's blacked out vehicles driving around. Guess who drives a black vehicle with black tinted windows? Clue and Cletus.
I would be assuming
And it was seen on video.
it would be the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th of January, but it could be January 2nd and 3rd, even the 1st. But it is the first week, Monday through Thursday, of every month. So they are meeting soon. We are 4 days away from the end of December. And they serve for 3 months. And the duties of the grand jury are to consider all criminal cases submitted to it by the district attorney general. And hold on one second. Okay, sorry. I'm not sure, someone was messaging me. So they are there to consider
Every time she gets it, I can't help it. This one just cracks me up. She's a loon, and she claims she's a teacher. But this one, every time she gets a text message, you can hear her hold her breath. She thinks she's getting intel instantly. Oh, she's so excited.
all criminal cases submitted to it by the district attorney general, to inquire into any report of a criminal offense brought to its attention by a member of the grand jury, to inquire into
This one's about to need like tinfoil wrapped around her house at this point because she has lost it.
any abuse of office by state or local officials, and allegedly, according to At Night's Post last night, that is probably coming into play as well.
Oh.
And to report the results of its actions to the court. So that's the 4 duties of the grand jury.
Even though there is nothing to indicate that there's a grand jury. Okay. Sure, Jay, tell us.
Hi, Panda Bears Mom 1971, Janice 5957. Hey, Stacey Michelle
definitely
and
an
Beverly
empty.
Cole. Yeah, taking the 5 says a lot. And as I was reading up on it, it said that it certainly does not imply guilt, but people see it that way, and oftentimes a jury sees it that way. But let's talk about real quick why someone would give the 5th. Let's go first to, so we know the grand jury in Sumner County meets the first 4 days of the month. This being a holiday, it's a little tricky.
Okay.
Because their first 4 days, the first day of their first 4 of the month lands on January 1st, which is New Year's Day. So I don't know if they're if it would flip to January 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, or if they would just pick up on the Wednesday and Thursday. So not sure of that, but I'm assuming it would be the first full week. And we are talking
I bet you could go look at the calendar and see what's on the calendar upcoming.
about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. It sounds like there's a little movement in the case. His mother has invoked her 5th Amendment rights. And
even though there's no proof of her invoking her 5th Amendment rights anywhere, but okay, carry on.
And from what we learned when we first came in, you evoke your rights when you are asked to testify or are under police custody. So what is going on, right?
Right.
Who did KP invoke her rights to? Was it in questioning under custody?
I'm about to need a 5th of vodka.
Did she receive a subpoena? Let's go on. Let's go ahead and read the update, and then I'll take you to some of the information I came up with. And we are talking about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' mother right now. She is, Rhonda, you're such a sweetheart. Thank you so much. She has invoked her 5th Amendment rights. We found out last night. That is all we found out. She could have.
That's what we got in our press release packets to tell all of you. And then we are just skilled with coming up with the best conspiracy. I wonder if there's if they all sit back and say, I wonder what this one's going to do. I can outdo that one. Watch this. I can put something to the spin.
Gotten a subpoena for the grand jury. She could be, investigators could be trying to speak with her. I find it very interesting.
Ooh.
So we have some movement. And Mama's not talking. Is that against the law? Absolutely not. But a lot of times, jury, put yourself on a grand jury, totally biased, don't know the case, and the person has invoked their 5th Amendment rights. It doesn't mean they're guilty. But what often happens is it is perceived.
And once again, there is no indication of a grand jury, but sure.
Perceived as guilt, correct? Like how many of us came in here thinking, well, the only people who do that are guilty, correct? Okay. But it happens. And she's maybe, I think the update tells us she is most likely being advised by a lawyer at this point.
Oh.
So I wonder if we're going to hear anything about CP today. Or, hi, Mary Harris. Pale Rider, good morning. Sam R., Jerry, and Kara for life.
Don't worry. As soon as Nick hears this, he'll be right on it. What next? How can I keep him going? Let me put something out about CP.
Hello, Senior Canine Mom. Mama Bear, 75. You're in Australia as well. 11:30 p.m. Hello, Miss Keto Bite, Cherise Prophet. All of you in the house, thank you so much for being here. It's so great to see you. And if I didn't say hello to you personally, I really do appreciate that you're here. So let's go ahead and I'm going to take this comment down.
You took John QQ's all you in the house. Not the building, in the house.
Rhonda, that is very sweet. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Very generous.
Oh.
Okay. Go ahead and get to, I want to catch up so I don't get behind this whole show.
Oh.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get to our X updates and find out what is going on.
Oh.
Thank you all for being here.
Let's go to our X updates and find out what's going on. Do. Oh, hold on. We need music for this. Ready, aim, fire. I think she deserves this one too.
Happy Friday, everyone. We had a wonderful holiday time together as a fam. We spent a lot of time together. We will watch this too as soon as we can. Okay, let's see if this is.
I think the music fits her perfectly, just like it did Julie.
This is the one, my friends. Yes. Okay. So I will take you through the whole update. Let me see if this is the one about the Shroud of Silence and stuff. Okay. No, this is the one about KP, and surveillance help. But first we're going to go to this because that's what we're talking about this morning. Let me try and get it. There you go. Okay. Fifth Amendment protections invoked by KP. This is by At Night Intelligence Agency. Dog the Bounty Hunter, his teams, and At Night confirm that KP, the mother of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, has purportedly been instructed by an attorney to refrain from participating in any public forums regarding the
You're welcome, Chico.
case. Additionally, KP has allegedly been advised to invoke her Fifth Amendment rights under the United States Constitution in relation to the entirety of the ongoing investigation. This is an absolute right of Mrs. Proudfoot, which is rightfully irrevocable or circumventable. Okay.
Okay. Tell us
of course,
more.
want assistance in uncovering the truth and bringing Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers home because it is time for him to come home. So Mama P, she has invoked her Fifth Amendment rights.
Where?
And we're going to go over all the rest of the updates. I just want to stay focused on this right now and where we are because of this. Mama ain't talking. Hi, keep up the chatter. Hi, Cuckoo Chachoo.
Cuckoo Chachoo. That's a fitting name for being a sub of hers.
Lulu Gumshoe. You guys, all your names are amazing. Janet Smith. Hey, Cinderella.
Cuckoo Chachoo and Lulu Gumshoe. I mean, perfect fitting names for her subs.
Could she be a witness in CP's custody case? I don't know. I don't know. Good question.
I know. Coco, that is why I've got it, because it says the fruity nutcase. And it fits. It just happens to land so perfectly for these people. Truly. It's like chef's kiss.
Hi, Detroit Rock City. Hello. Okay, we are going to look over. Say what you know and choose your son for once. Hi, Liza Rowe. I know, it's sad. Hi, Buzz Happy. I'm glad you're all happy. Gina H. Chris and the creator confrontation. Uh-oh. He went to LE. LE wanted to question KP about it, in my opinion. Could be, Gina H. Absolutely. I wonder if she got a lawyer too. With everything that was starting to come down about the criminal investigation. You know, that's interesting because I read about that as well, and I will Google that.
Thor, is it you're pretty when I'm drunk? And I'm pretty fucking drunk. Relax. I've had it for you. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you.
That again, because let's look at that real quick, because I'm just gonna do it on my phone. I seem to recall a few years ago, Google. Oh, I didn't want to lose what I just did. I seem to recall a few years ago that it said, though, it doesn't count for a child, something related to a child. Let's look it up.
I'll get it in just a second, Thor.
Okay, let's look that up. Okay. Let's see here. There's two types of marital privileges exist under the law. When applicable, these privileges can protect a spouse from being forced to testify.
I swear this song though is like chef's kiss on top of these guys. And yes, we have a couple more. Well, I'm not going to torture you much longer. I just want to see where Julie heads with this. Or not Julie, Jay. We got Julie on them coming up too.
Against the other spouse or divulge confidential communications made between them. However, these privileges are not absolute.
She's a different level of Southernish. Thank you for the support, but she is absolutely, you said she's one level above Julie, which is sad. I so wish I could be in with Nick, who does nothing but play Puppet Master. How are these adults this ignorant? Thanks for your content. Music fits. Music does fit. They're on, I would say, even playing fields, which is really scary, is because they both claim to be like educators of sorts. The one does more emotional manipulation and the other one does conspiracy layout, like build into, which is both preying off emotional manipulation. But the way it's gross. These two are really dangerous in my opinion. And that's, I mean, just based on their own bullshit. Julie, I get a little bit more enjoyment out of because I get under Julie's skin and she's got a personal vendetta against me. So it gives me a little more joy, but thank you for the support.
And they come with several exceptions and conditions. Let's see here. The attorney-client privilege is one. Huh. So a privilege allows a person to refuse to testify about communications. Okay, so let's see what they say about the marital. Spousal immunity and marital communication and privileges. Federal and state laws generally recognize two types of spousal privileges. Spousal testimonial privileges, which allows a spouse to refuse to testify against the other spouse in a criminal trial, and marital communications privilege, which allows a spouse to refuse or prevent testimony about confidential communications made between spouses from being introduced as evidence. These privileges differ in several key aspects, including 1, what information is privileged, 2, who holds the privilege, 3, whether the privilege applies in criminal court, and 4, whether the parties must be married to invoke the privilege. Let's see if it includes children, though. The spousal testimonial privilege protects a spouse from being compelled to give testimony against the other spouse who is a defendant in a criminal trial or the subject of a grand jury proceeding. Generally, only the witness spouse can claim or waive this privilege. The spouses must be married at the time that the privilege is asserted. And it says only adverse testimony receives immunity. A spouse can be forced to testify as to general information such as the defendant's habits, remember the law of normal, employment and schooling. Let's see what the exception.
Can we just all agree though that Nick sits back and watches his narratives and his little spins? He sits there and loves this attention. He loves that they are all taking his stuff, his riddles, and building it into something. I guarantee this is like a troll's dream to watch grown adults run with this shit. He's loving it.
Okay. The court can compel a spouse to testify against the other or divulge confidential communications. Common exceptions to the spousal testimony privilege exist where a spouse is charged with a crime against the other spouse, a child of either spouse or any child, or a third party in the course of committing a crime against the other spouse. Another common exception applies when a spouse is asked to testify about matters occurring before the marriage. So, an exception is, I was correct, it is when exists where a spouse is charged with a crime against the other spouse or a child of the either spouse or any child. That is when spousal testimonial privilege does not apply. Okay. Also, there's exception if they're asked to testify about matters occurring before the marriage or a crime against the other spouse. So when children are involved, a crime against a child, spousal privilege.
Oh, you know what? I cheated. I told you guys I would give you a palate cleanser. Okay, let me do that right quick. Hold on. I forgot. Sorry. I started torturing you guys with her without even giving you. Let me give you a little palate cleanser here. Introducing my new friend Mike. Mike is the interesting, to say the least. Mike has 1.33K subs. This is from 3 months ago. But the question is, why are so many famous sociopaths also RH negative? Let me show you Mike's page so you see this first, so you can understand where we're going. So this is my friend Mike. Let me take the comment off the screen so you can see. So Mike here has a lot of content. So all he has in his about section is what brought you here. Well, unfortunately, my algorithm, Mike. Unfortunately, my algorithm did. But you can see he's got a lot of content about the Sebastian case. So I was like, where did Mike come into this? What is Mike's intent? So you see here, why are so many famous sociopaths RH negative?
You listen to people.
Well, what's RH negative? Well, it's a blood type. RH negative is a blood type. I was like, well, interesting. So let's go take a gander.
People talking about current cases, you will often hear terms like narcissist, sociopath, psychopath, and so on and so on. But the thing is that the term sociopath is one of the most misused terms, period. So you have to understand, first of all, that sociopathy is something that originates in childhood trauma or difficult situations, or constantly abusive nature within maybe your household when you were a child. Sociopaths are, in my opinion, broken empaths.
Oh.
So
by the way, he talks to scientists and people like that, he claims too. It's a little interesting.
They were very sensitive children, very empathetic, also highly intuitive, which meant that they actually felt the abuse a lot more than most.
Terry, make sure you got the bloop just dropping off a body in there too. Don't forget the bloop, please.
Other children would. And mind you, Ted Bundy, for example, blood type O negative, clearly sociopath. So I would like to list a couple of people that you're probably aware of in the public eye who are, according to my opinion, sociopaths. And
I remind you, Chris and Katie are the thumbnail of this video.
that would be Charles Manson, O.J. Simpson.
Oh. Charlie Manson can be found a dancing in a jail cell where he'll rot in hell. I mean, what the fuck, dude? We went all the way back to
Then you have Casey Anthony and her father. And as I have mentioned already, Ted Bundy. There are, of course, many, many, many more.
I say fuck my algorithm at this point. I'm throwing in the towel. This is what my algorithm brings me. This is how, whoever said how... No, my algorithm does this to me, okay? At this point, it's my algorithm. Fuck the YouTube algorithm. I want out. I officially want out. Between my friend Sarah over there, who talks to deceased people and then makes shorts taunting me, thinking that that's going to get under my skin with her fucking one crooked brow and her serious brow. I'm done. I'm done, YouTube. Stop bringing me these people.
I'm restricting myself normally to people in the public eye just because those are people we all know. That is the same reason that I always make a list of RH negative celebrities, because, you know, when you
right up to good
want to compare blood types and okay, when the thing is that
it does, it really does. Your Kiwi mate, they're like, she likes these type of people. Let's send her more.
I will restrict myself to these few right now because you're aware. And now tell me.
Oh, you guys know this guy? Look at the little fingers. We even get fingers. Remember the guy that we did, our friend Rich, the other day? Rich and Ruby, the poor dog that has no consent over what's put on the channel. but it's not her fault for what Rich puts out there and only the side profile that we saw. Now we get just a couple fingertips. Miss Upper Thigh, they find me. They find me, I don't find them.
What do they have in common? When you hear these people speak, a sociopath can completely disassociate himself from a situation
He's on
emotionally,
X. Oh my
from
God.
people in general,
Oh, I do not like Twitter. There's a reason for it now I'm seeing.
society in general. It is not always I know a few people who have those tendencies, and it is a very unique way that a sociopath communicates by basically there is an emotional distance to oftentimes the subject matter they discuss, and they can lie without blinking an eye. They can lie and lie and lie, and regular statement analysis like Peter Hyatt, for example, applies. It will not work.
Oh, he's saying Peter Hyatt's analysis doesn't work. Oh, shit, the bed. We're screwed now. A conspiracy theorist not liking another. Oh, man, we're up shit creek without a paddle.
You have to be able to detect
Where are we going?
the sociopathic tendencies and put a full stop to it when you're analyzing a statement made by somebody who's sociopathic. You need to completely stop. And how exactly you can, that's okay. I will get into that in a later video, but you need to understand that a sociopath likely is also very much able to beat
That bird almost took you out, sir.
lie detector tests, for example.
Oh.
On the other hand, the sociopath is extremely scared to be caught. So they will lie and lie and lie. Even if you catch them, they will probably continue to. But when you're looking at the Katie Proudfoot, who's a sociopath.
Oh, Katie Proudfoot's a sociopath. Because this guy is claiming that a lot of sociopaths are Rh negative blood types.
Good. Let me take notes.
I'm sure he knows Katie's blood type, right? Yeah. I mean, the fuck?
Her, with her statements about her son, Sebastian Rogers, and I have posted on my Twitter page, Firetown, what exactly I believe has happened. And also according to the statements she's made, she is able to basically say the same thing that her husband, Chris Proudfoot, is saying. But in his case, it shows up as deceptive. In her case, not. She's able to lie as if it is the truth.
I figured it out. Fuck it. I figured it out. He bought the Deception Detectives 52 card deck. That's what he's telling us. This is those cards in action. Solved it. Mystery solved.
There is a complete emotional disconnect from a subject matter which enables her to basically speak as an actor would. You see, an actor, when you analyze a state, when an actor is on the stage playing a role, of course, if you analyze the statements he makes, they would, even if they're insane statements and false, they will check out as true because he's reading from a script. Many times also, what I've seen in Peter Hyatt's case, I have asked it before, when you have a celebrity giving an official statement, I'm always asking, how do we know who wrote this actually? How do we know these people are not reading it from a teleprompter? And how do we know it doesn't indicate what actually the person who wrote it, the lawyer or the PR person, what they think? So if it shows up as deceptive, then maybe it shows actually that the PR person thinks.
Who brought this guy around? I'm cussing you. I mean, look it.
She for everybody to simply.
I gotta move because the Rh negative shit with the I can't follow it. My tinfoil is not thick enough. Nope.
case of Sebastian Rogers
Oh, that's a good view.
continues, and I would love for everybody to simply get back to the basics, meaning the first
You can have him back on Twitter.
interviews that Katie Proudfoot gave us. And here are a couple of things that have been standing out to me. And mind you,
Okay.
these are from different interviews.
These things stand out to him. Okay.
In the very, very beginning,
All right.
she failed to mention, for example, the 10 p.m. third. It came to her a little bit later, a few days later.
Bree says, is there a hematologist in the house? Calling all hematologists. Someone tell this man what an RH factor is, please. It causes enough heartbreak as it is. It doesn't need to be labeled sociopathy too. Yeah. This guy, there's actually, if you go on his page, I shouldn't even. He's got an obsession with RH negative. Like it goes down and it keeps going. And it's quite, I'm pretty sure he's IQ negative. Captain Gotcha. Bree, thank you for the support. But yeah, this guy. Ooh.
Later, but I nevertheless am convinced that that came from experiential memory, because Katie Proudfoot, as everybody, has a certain pattern. When she is speaking from experiential memory, you can see not just her facial expression, but everything about the words that she uses. Everything just fits. She forms proper sentences. She doesn't contradict herself. And the statements show up as reliable. They are short, precise, and to the point. But the moment that she has an inner conflict between the experiential memory and some sort of an agenda or narrative, you will see her saying things that make absolutely no sense. I woke him up and he wasn't there. I believe that's...
Or what if she's just telling the truth?
I'm not sure if that's the exact words, but it's pretty close. That makes no sense. And also in that one interview a few months later, where that I've posted.
Nope, you can have them all the way back.
That one on my video channel, on my YouTube channel also. She made a few statements where there was a contradiction, basically in the same sentence. And what she also does, she comes up with things. She puts things into Sebastian's mouth that he not likely said. For example, I love you, Mom, good night. Well, the same thing when she said to us,
the pounding in the backwards makes more sense than this guy.
That there was a thud at 10 p.m. And she said, she asked, did you fall out of bed? That part, I think, did come from experiential memories.
Experiential memory.
The thud was there at 10 p.m. And she did yell, hey, whatever exactly she said, Baba or some, hey, Baba, did you fall out of bed? And according to her, Sebastian replied with, no, ma'am. So the question is that really the language that Sebastian uses when talking to his mom? Is that the kind of relationship that they had? And I personally strongly doubt it.
Well, I personally don't care what you think. Okay, back to this one. Sorry, there's our palate cleanser. That's my friend Mike. He's not really my friend. I don't want to be friends with him. I never want to see him again. But he's on my algorithm. Thank you, whoever brought that to my fucking algorithm. Please have him back. Please take him back. No, and no, and no. He's got so many videos. Thankfully, a lot of them are like 45 seconds, 8 seconds, you know. Woo! No, I think he's from another country. I would say his accent seems like he's from another country. but I could be wrong. I don't know, nor do I care. I just don't want to see him on my algorithm again. I don't care where he's from.
Privilege does not exist.
Okay, back to Crime Time Buzz and her building a conspiracy, and then we got one more at least to get through today.
It's excused. Okay, it is an exception. Thank goodness, right? Beautiful that they have that in there. Good morning, Cajun Juju. Hello, everyone. Ginger Snap, Maria Cariello. We
probably won't listen to much more of this one either.
Talking about the Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers disappearance today. It was 10 months yesterday. We have a little movement in the case. The mother has pled or invoked her Fifth Amendment rights. And we are reading a little bit about that. We just found out spousal privilege. There are exceptions. It's an exception, though, when a crime is committed against a child or the other spouse. I love not war.
We have no indication that any of that is happening.
So found out thus far that Sumner County, their grand jury meets. I shared with you the first 4 days, Monday through Thursday of each month. This month, that would fall on a holiday. So the first full Monday through Thursday of January is the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th.
God, she just makes my brain cells throw themselves at walls.
So hopefully the grand jury will be meeting then. That could be why KP has invoked her Fifth Amendment rights, or because police have asked her questions that she does not want to answer, because those are the cases in which you invoke your Fifth Amendment rights. Okay, let's keep going.
Roxanne, you must be behind in my chat because you're giving her a dissertation of all the things you disagree with of what I was saying like 2 hours ago. No worries if you're just catching up or anything, but you're entitled to like who you like and don't like. I just assume you're behind.
Thank you all for being here. I have a cute little video I'm going to share.
Oh, a cute little video, huh?
This is credit to Center for Civic Education.
Oh, no, thank you. No. Okay, moving on. So we talked about, I showed Stephen Crabtree, right? Using the app on the search. So I want to show you what that invoked. So because Stephen Crabtree had an app out there on the search and then they did the video, we knew that that was going to cause some chaos likely. Well, enter the fucking clown of all clowns. This is CJ's crime concept. CJ is back in action, friends. He's back slinging that PPP all around, giving it 150. This was from December 26th. CJ is an honorary member of the team. Just so you know, he's at a lower level. He was one of the first ones to get a cease and desist sent by Seth. He went on a whole rant, threw a fit. How dare they? I'm out there giving my 150 PPP. And now, because Crabtree posted, the spirit box when they were out there, these two decided that this was very offensive to their search. So let's take a gander over here. We will have to speed him up.
A little smaller so everybody can feel better.
Yes, please make yourself way smaller because I can still see that ugly mug. I do not like CJ one bit. And I have tons of reasons for it. If you want to know, go back to my older videos when I used to review this clown. Please, everybody, for the safety of your serpentine belts, hold on to them tightly. Chances are, while reviewing him, your serpentine belt might go magically missing from a white station wagon. We didn't see it, but it's a white station wagon, and somehow we got the plates on it. But the serpentine belt bandit is always lurking around the corner when CJ is on the loose. Hold on to those belts tightly, friends.
What's up, buddy? Look at what's behind us.
Not even plugged in.
Oh, okay. Can y'all see it? Do you see what it says?
Yeah, we can see it.
There we go.
Can you see what it says?
Spirit Talker?
Yeah.
And this happens to be Trey from Narc Divers. I had hope in Trey for a little while, but Trey is just a LARPer like the rest of them. Unfortunately, he's another one that did some good job in the beginning, and he was a part of the divers and stuff like that were trying to find people and doing a right thing. And then somehow he got linked up with this guy. He was also buddies with Brothers Underwater Recovery in the beginning. You all know the drill. Brothers Underwater Recovery is an RSO. They had a falling out, and then Trey and CJ hooked up, and I thought Trey was above board for a little while. I was really thinking he was going to be more legit, but he went along with all the serpentine belt bullshit and the BS there. And then he has been needing all sorts of equipment, all of these things. And the poor me, you know, I'm not going to be able to continue to do this if I don't get help to do it. The typical LARPers. And these two together is even the worst shit show. Buckle up.
Now look, man, we've even talked about ghost hunting shit last summer.
Thank you for becoming a member, Miss Upper Thigh. Welcome to the cabana.
We're kind of discussing it a little bit. I love it. I love ghost hunting. I love doing all that stuff, right?
The right environment, absolutely.
You love it all.
I don't know. Doesn't this make it seem to you like maybe some people are...
This is not slowed down either. This is real speed. So we are going to have to kick it into high gear here in a moment. So I just want you to get a full experience though. And most of the time, the really long pauses are trolling for thoughts. They're trolling for actual smart, intelligent thoughts. Usually they don't happen. But he spends a lot of time going,
Or unfortunately searching for him like he's passed already.
Miss Upper Thigh, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana, you guys.
Absolutely. In my opinion, like the way some of the, I don't know.
UA, you live in my hell. We're in hell together. Come sit by me. Because this is mine too.
You call the people.
Oh, and CJ is a fan of Thor too. CJ loves Thor's hammer.
But they communicate with the people that are no longer here.
Yeah.
And then they set up, man, I can't even speak on it because I don't know. I just, people that speak to spirits or people that have passed to try to figure out where they're at or like something like that.
Yeah, but when it comes to the search for Sebastian Rogers, listen, I don't know how many times I've said it. After our searches were done in May, that part of those searches on that drive back, I'm like, it's got to be an abduction.
Yeah, you just...
Okay, so God, where do I don't even, just to catch everybody up. CJ went out there on the boots on the ground. He was looking for Riley for a while. He got on the news. He thought, you know, oh, I'm going to be the next JLR up and coming, except JLR doesn't blink. This guy doesn't think. Thoughts don't come out of his mouth. I mean, he's just something else. He had constant problems. He was saying that he was being threatened and people were following him and all of the things, everything, yet there was no proof of any of it happening. He wanted to gain access behind their house. We got him on camera saying that. I reviewed all of that in the beginning. He was told not to trespass. He threw a big, huge hissy fit. Then he caught Robin Rogers on camera in the woods claiming that there was footage of Chris Proudfoot ripping flyers down. Then he was kind of called out at the vigil for it. He threw a big old baby fit about that too. Then he pouted off after he got a C&D. He threw a big shit fit. It was a big whole ordeal. Then he came back around, was accepted back as a part of the team, and here we are. So since then, his serpentine belt has got snatched from a white station wagon that nobody caught on camera again, even though he's always got like 5 or 6 cameras streaming at all times. You know, these crazy moments are never caught or seen on footage. But CJ is a whole fucking, it's a clown show at its finest.
Saying that since like day one. Well, not since day one, but or a long time ago.
I mean, does a certain percentage of me think he's passed? Of course, you have to be realistic. But damn, man, when this is coming from the PF search team, because this was right where they were talking about the drains and the mud, you know, that was in them and stuff. That's one of the things that I've documented over time since we showed up in March, all the way up until just a couple months ago. I've documented in time what those pipes have looked like because it's always been a concern. That's why the man.
By the way, this guy is not certified. He's not a trained investigator. He's not a PI. He is none of the things. He is just Roxanne. I knew Roxanne was behind because Roxanne was like commenting, and I knew exactly where she was commenting at, which is totally fine. When you catch up to these spots, Roxanne, you're doing great. I just figured you were back there catching up in real time, and I was like, she's got to be back there.
Whole theory even came about last summer. So this is where they were at. They were at the grave site, the cemetery right by the retention pond. They were walking around the construction area, that stuff over there, in between, you know, that general area. And so when I seen this, I was like, oh my gosh, it concerned me a little bit because Listen, if you believe in it,
Well, of course, yeah. And Janice, good point. Good fucking point. She has an attorney when it comes to the Betty stuff. Absolutely. Is the attorney representing them and other things? Absolutely could be. We don't know. Thank you for the support, but you're totally correct on that. He's still a Fred Durst wannabe and still invited an RSO to a search party. Don't forget. And then Bree, when we called him out on that, I didn't, nothing. No, but you did. You tried, you helped that man raise thousands of dollars to come search with you. And then as soon as it got busted out, you were like, and then he was calling me Lady LaDude. Unfortunately, UA, though, even if it's a joke, he seems to have something in it, which I don't give a shit. It's giving these people an opportunity to make Chris, because they're aligning Chris with this, saying that this is Proudfoot's search team. Even though if he does this as a joke, they're using it to tarnish Chris's image, because the video before was Chris out there searching. Are you sure, UA? Because he's been doing it with that other psychic sleuth, the psychic sleuth or whatever from TikTok for months. He goes on videos with her all the time, and he talks about like how he felt pain and stuff. Like, I've covered him doing this shit quite a few times, and it's getting locations to search and shit. It's a little weird, UA.
Listen, I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. I don't want you to tell me how to live mine. So you believe what you want, you know? But at the same time, I can see if it was like some independent, you know,
Yeah,
wasn't out there with the family or something. You see the YouTube shows, people, you know, lighting candles in the background.
The registered sex offender was Ronnie Wagner from Brothers Underwater Recovery. So Ronnie Wagner was one of the first ones out there searching with narc divers, which is Trey and CJ. They went out there and searched the retention pond. You remember BJ was on live stream as they were searching and restreaming stuff. That was that group. And then it came out that Brothers Underwater was an actual RSO, which is confirmed, 100% confirmed. And we were throwing a fit because how dare like these people be okay with, there is a missing child here. And some of the other shit that came out was really bad. One of the other divers, a well-respected diver, came out and actually told the story of some of the things that he had done to other victims too. It's really scary. I documented that months ago, probably 7-8 months ago. If you want to go back and see that, I'll try to find the video for you guys where I talked about it.
And all this other stuff, you know what I mean? Whatever. But when you're out there searching, and you're out there with the family or some of the family, and this is part of your search. I'm like, dang, man, I'm holding out hope that he's not passed. And anytime that we're out there either doing work or doing searches, we're searching not that he's passed,
right,
but that we might come across something or a direction or a sign or something that's going to lead us to where he is. And so when you look at the other depth perception of what you see on the surface, it's like they're already approaching it like he's gone, calling out for his spirit. And not only that, but you're using a phone app.
Oh man, okay. I can't.
That's a phone app, bro.
I can't mix. Okay, so obviously they have the what are those counters? I don't know what they're called.
There was other equipment out there. I'm gonna show you.
Like
there
the
was
detectors of a ghost hunter for a spirit.
Oh yeah, it was talking. It was talking, but it was country music stations cutting in and out from all over the place, man.
I don't want to like make anyone disbelieve something, but I'm a person that just comes from grid searches and facts. I hate to say it that way.
Yeah, that's all you can go off of, bro.
And if someone has a feeling or intuition, I'll try to proceed a little bit down that avenue, depending on what their gut instinct is telling them.
Thank you, Janice. Thank you so much. I didn't know that they did that stuff too. Yeah, UA, it's content creators doing what content creators do and not caring at all about the implications that it has on the family members. And that's why it's truly unethical, to say the least. Thank you for the support, Janice. But there is a lot of videos, UA, of him doing a lot of stuff like this. And again, to each their own. But to use it and mix it in with a missing child, they knew that they were opening this up for other shit. And here it is, like And here, let me go over here and show it, because I showed this earlier. I showed it last night, but let me just, so everybody is aware what we're talking about. This is Stephen Crabtree's video. This is not the video that Chris was in searching. This is the one posted after, but here you go.
Man, I love Hispanics. They're working their ass off. Is there any spirits or guides that want to help me today with trying to look for Sebastian Rogers? If so, please talk to my device. Man, I love Hispanics. They're working their ass off over there dancing and I'm like, look at them go.
I like that music. That shit makes me go.
Yeah.
It does, don't it? Your legs just.
UA, it really does. It just gives a bad look, especially being the very next video after Chris was out there, and people assume that Chris is here promoting this.
Yeah.
My name is
Thank you, Green Eyed PI. Thank you for the support.
Raymond. Hi, Raymond.
I got Scott earlier.
Is my spirit guide Mike with me?
Oh, it's a
UA, I can totally understand that. I tried so hard to give him props for being out there searching, but this is just negligent. And this shows his wishy-washy bullshit. Like, I genuinely believed he wanted to help, but now it seems like it's all a joke, and I can't get down with it.
that over there.
Where is he
Yeah,
at?
thank you so much for the gifted membership.
Can Mike help me find answers on the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers? Please.
There's a missing child here. This is not to be a joke, and I can't stand the mediums, the psychics, the spirit boxes, all that shit that have used this case. There's over 80 plus that have done 1 to 10 on average, more like 7 videos each on this case. It's truly disheartening.
Tears of blood.
Well, that ain't cool.
You're hearing Cameron's voice. You're hearing Dakota. You're hearing Alex. You're hearing Riley's voice. You're hearing
Well,
Alex.
No, this Thor's right here. This is a real douchebag thing to do. Real douchebag thing, and this was intentional for content. Sorry, it is what it is.
His voice sounds wild. So visual. Is this where
UA, it's nonsense on daweb@gmail.com.
Sebastian last was? Can you tell me that?
Yeah, you guys are entitled to think what you want. You just won't get me to have any other opinion. I can say he's searching, but this is performative. This right here is exactly why the parents, a lot of times when the parents are aligned with people like this, they get a bad rap, because people like this out here looking at spirit boxes and doing the shit. This is what prompted this. These are sides, what people perceive as sides in this case, banking off of each other's content. One does one thing, these guys come out and say it's all blah. One does the other thing, it goes back and forth. It's like a fucking ping pong ball.
But when it comes to, man, what are those things called? It says like there's a spirit here, not the tech, not the phone
Holly, thank you for the support.
app, but like the detector.
The meter thing.
Yeah, okay, I can dig that. If that works, that works. But I can't do the phone technology. If something that coming from an IT background, like networking, just a basic knowing how computers work, I can't believe anything an app is going to be telling me. I'm sorry.
Not on an app. Listen, I mean, I'm going to show you little parts of it where you can see it.
I mean, truly, I think it's grimy to do to parents of a missing child, and or especially after you intentionally put out videos of Chris out there searching with you guys, and then the very next video, here you are doing that. We see what people cannot make the jumps from, oh, well, Chris might not have even been there. Chris might not have even known they were doing this, but they're going to mix it together any way they can.
It's like, but I'm hearing country music stations. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, you know, hey, they're looking for Sebastian's spirit.
And certain people are there in the search.
Yeah. And it's like,
I mean, if that's their thing, but
this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
And here it goes with the competition of we cleared, we did that. It's gross. It's fucking gross. Most SAR trained people out there searching do it without any recognition wanted. They do it because they are trying to find missing. And this is where it just gets gross.
Whatever. People could go out there all the time. Go out there with your Pokemon app. Go out there
That's
with
what I'm
your Spirit Talker app. Whatever. You know, that's whatever floats your boat. You know, I'm not here to tell anybody what to do. What I'm saying is the lower depth perception of what is being shown. This is a member of the PF's search team that is out there searching for Sebastian's spirit like he's gone. And that's what's concerning, because it's like,
way to wake up, CJ.
That's why I said, yes, of course, you got to be realistic. Is there a small percentage or a percentage?
Oh, I have a few videos I've done on him talking and asking for locations and saying his throat hurts and he's getting pains from spirits talking to. Like, I have it's a little unnerving, and people thought I was full of shit, and I was like, oh. But it just gives these people like the back and forth. It doesn't, again, all of it's performative, and there's a missing child here.
Percentage that he's gone,
Probabilities.
of course, but dang.
Well,
And then it gives CJ and Narc the opportunity to do this shit. It's just unnecessary.
I don't know.
You know, like,
I know
this
the
is
areas that have been cleared. So if you're doing that, I don't know. I can't go down that avenue.
Basically, they're searching like he's gone.
Right.
They were searching in the cemetery next to the retention pond, by the retention pond. It was about
Maybe they have a theory that law enforcement, maybe there's a theory. Maybe they're trying to investigate every option of what could have happened.
There were signs, right? Like you said a minute ago, that is the case, and that's how you search. I can't promote it, but I don't know how to explain that. But
here's the bottom line.
I can't
bro.
get on board with that. Is what I'm trying to say.
Here's the bottom line. The PF's search team, or
Yes.
one of them, or whatever, the one that
It's
PFs were searching
Hold
with,
on.
Right,
at this period of time.
Hold on. Let me go back to it, because some of you guys are still struggling with this. Let me go back to it. Okay, here you go.
Can my guides tell me where Sebastian Rogers last was?
Mood.
No. That'd be hilarious. Like, whoa.
Oh, I said aggressive. I was being aggressive.
It said not today.
It's an app.
Abraham.
Hi, Abraham. See, I'm wondering if guys, the reason why we're standing here is Cletus is flying his drone over there, and I've got a flashlight in my hands right now.
This motherfucker is really gonna make me mad.
Well, these mugs on these apps talk.
Get your light. Wave it around.
Has it got a mode setting on it, bud? There it goes. It's blinking. I don't know if that'll help. Strobing.
Yeah,
Under the ground.
He goes on to say more. He goes on to say, like, he wishes he could do a session. Let me bump it forward.
Okay.
They start walking.
Here you go, sir.
That day.
Well, do we remember if this was here or not? Did they? Yeah.
I think it was.
That's the old pond runoff. It's where all that mud sludged up into.
And then they're
Because ain't that it's not
by the cemetery.
attached up there in the corner, is it? Or wouldn't have been at that time.
You know, Chris isn't here.
Oh God! If I just spit the split.
I think we looked at that before. When it was out here.
Yeah, 'cause the last time it was stepped down.
Yeah.
And we was like, oh shit. And then we realized, like, oh. Almost want to do a little mini sesh. See if we can conjure up the demons.
He says, I almost want to do a mini sesh to see if we can conjure up the demons.
I don't need none of those.
No, I don't think all of that was.
I mean, people can be into whatever they want to, but when you're out there actually attempting to search for a missing child, I don't know. I got issues with it, and we'll continue.
Was searching for Sebastian's spirit,
Yeah,
like he's gone. look at the difference. Look at the difference between us. Are
I
we
can't take it.
are we searching for a spirit? Are we even searching like he's passed?
So in the beginning,
small percentage, yes.
And from my perspective, from being a diver, we're like, okay, let's hit these areas, let's do a grid search, let's hit the waterways, make sure that's not what happened. You start ruling stuff out, and then you figure out real quick, well, he's not there at all, and there's no signs there's no signs that's what happened. So I'm like, I can't say that. Like the biggest part of me, like I think he's still out there. I think whatever it is, whatever the case is, some has him, and I think he's alive.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I can't say that 100%, but I feel that he's alive.
That's why I said
and
we have to look at it.
Yep, it did. You guys are right. It totally wiped. It made all of this with Chris. It turned it into a big joke, and they're in 2 separate videos even. But people, this is what's happening.
Realistic.
In the areas that we searched, I know 150% he's not there.
Right. That's
which
why
makes me feel like he's alive, and that's why we're not finding him.
Right.
Or anyone else for that matter.
That's why in May I was like, on my drive back, it's got to be abduction. There's no signs whatsoever.
And that's not why he drove back and didn't come back. He felt unappreciated because Seth didn't even thank him. He threw a huge hissy fit because he wasn't even being thanked for the time and effort. There was a whole bullshit thing that CJ did. CJ is scum. Sorry, scum.
Whatsoever.
Going back to the people watch, lurk, and figure out your daily routine. Like there's that, and then there's people that pounce on motive for just opportunity. So like I know, like my neighbors know, when
Pounce on motive for this opportunity. Pot meat fucking kettle.
I'm coming and going. I know when my neighbors are coming and going. I'm not gonna go down that avenue too far. It's for a whole other conversation. But
yeah, but you don't think that you're not searching like he's gone, right?
Correct. Not anymore. At first, when I was ruling that out,
even after we've been out there after that, dug into stuff. Even after that, even today, I still feel like he was abducted and he's being held somewhere, right? You got to hold out hope. You got to hold out hope, right? Right. So if there's no signs,
right? So you find a sign that says otherwise.
So if there's no signs whatsoever, there hasn't been any signs whatsoever. We don't even know the direction that he left the damn house. We don't even know.
100%. That's the sad part. One of the saddest parts. But
so why are you looking for a spirit?
I'm not an expert on that, but
Why were you looking?
So why would you be looking for a spirit?
Shut up.
In my opinion, I'm
asking you.
In my opinion, if it's out in left field, if I already knew the answer to something, or if that's what I thought, but
what is this going to accomplish? You think you can take Spirit Talker to law enforcement?
No.
You think you can?
They can't go off
you think you can take a transcript or a recording of a voice box?
No.
Spirit box?
They would probably listen to you talk and let you proceed with what you have, and then that would be it. But they're not going to take you as a liable source.
All right. So now, okay. Now,
and of course, they're calling this Proudfoot's search team.
Now, think about it like this. Look at Seth, right?
Correct.
Okay. Look at any of these parents. Let's go back to Riley Strain. We were out there doing stuff for Riley Strain. Was Riley Strain's parents approaching it like he was gone?
No.
No, they weren't.
His mom was on the news and
homeless camps. We were looking in homeless camps. You were out there on the water. We didn't know each other then. Kind of interesting though. We were both down there. You were out on the water. We were going through homeless camps. We were going through the riverbanks. We were doing all that stuff. Kind of cool. I kind of wish we knew each other back then. Kind of interesting though. We were there at the same time. But this is my point. Seth, any of these other parents, Natalie Holloway's mom. I mean, you can sit there and go through all of these people that have missing loved ones, and are they approaching it like they're gone past already, looking for their spirit?
Not.
And see, all that took was Steven to do that, post that the day after the video, and here we are. So I want to remind you guys something, because truly this was probably one of the most embarrassing live streams. I want you to know, I'm not taking up for CJ over Stephen Crabtree. I'm showing you guys how this all plays out and why things happen the way they do. So I'm going to take you back. This is my own video. So it's going to be me reviewing me for a moment here, but it's easier to do it this way. So here is CJ throwing a fit about him not being thanked by the team. Cease and desist. We played a little bit of this last night, but some of you probably had already fallen asleep or checked out or weren't here. So I want you guys to make sure you hear this section for a reason. There's a reason I'm playing this, because no matter what you think of Tony, CJ himself is a fool. Stand on that. And this, when you are out there searching for a child, and this is your reaction to a cease and desist, I wouldn't want you searching for no Moonlight View, 100%. And it turns into a crap show, and it turns into content, and it turns into back and forth. That's why this shit has continued. It's disgusting. Nobody.
Eyeballs that are going to see this that don't know our community, don't know me, and are going to think that I did some of this shit, you guys.
I can't stand CJ.
It's disgusting. It really is. It's
Listen up.
disgusting
We got
because
this.
I bust my fucking
There you
ass
go.
off. I work my ass off to go out there and do everything that I'm doing. I work my ass off.
And one thing I will say is to anybody that is searching, thank God people are searching. I will say that. But that stops for me when they turn it into games like this and a self-serving promotion, bullshit, intensifying games, the lying, the constant fucking fuckery. Are you really out there searching, or are you looking to make yourself a victim and get attention? Because that's what it seems like to me. And to do it off the back of a missing child, people with good intent out there searching, hats off. But that's not all across the board. Nope, sure isn't.
This ain't right. This ain't right.
Don't know what kind of effect that has on a person's psyche. To know that I'm getting phone calls from law enforcement about me sending out cease and desist from my attorney, who is doing her job because she wants to make sure that people in the legal system know that these people do not represent me, and therefore they have been sent a cease and desist.
I never
So law
said I
enforcement
represented
did not
you.
want you to send out those letters?
I never said I
No, law enforcement has called me about it because everybody's up in arms that I sent out a cease and desist. Some of these people live right there in Sumner County. 3 of them do. T-Rev lives there. Klumati lives there. And so does T-Rev's girlfriend. I'm not even going to speak her name. She ain't worth it.
So we know 3 of the 6 right there. 3 of the 6 he just named. Tony, we just listened to say that 5 of those, or a bunch of the people that got them, weren't the ones. Well, we just confirmed out of Seth's own mouth that 3 of the people who claimed got them. And just remember, this is from like 6 months ago when he had this fit. Now CJ is being welcomed with open arms again on the team. And he comes out swinging at Chris and Chris's search team because of Steven's spirit box. Why is everybody lying?
Whoa. All 3 of them live there. And you know what? T-Rev has never showed up for a search. Oh, he bought hot dogs and buns. Appreciate it, buddy. I did.
Yeah, who was, hey, I have a question for you. I didn't bring hot dogs, but I was out there searching for your fucking son before it became a hot thing to do.
Notice Fit Clue, I'll get to her again. I've reviewed Julie quite a bit. Julie gave me a warning the other day how he terms that. Your effing son. Mystery, I've never been able to confirm that actually happened, that he paid Susie 100% mortgage. I've never seen any proof of that whatsoever. Still haven't seen any proof that her mortgage was paid. I know where that got started, but there's zero proof.
Before it became the hot thing to do to run around in circles and see the same foliage 20 minutes later. I was out there searching my ass off before anybody was out there trying to collect on all the fucking views. Go back in time. The tape's there. Go back to my first searches after Riley Strain's case. You can go back. We were out there searching our ass off before it was the cool thing to do. This is disgusting.
Didn't appreciate everything else you did, like taking a picture of me while I was in my recliner in my house.
No, what's disgusting is your actions and you wanting some sort of award for searching and calling the missing child his effing son. Again, his words, not mine.
Stepping into my sanctuary and violating my sanctuary. Because not only did you violate my sanctuary, but this is also my son's sanctuary.
What about my sanctuary? Because I barely even have one because I'm always in a fucking car or I'm always outside in the woods. So when I do come to my sanctuary for 2 fucking hours a night, I have to deal with this shit.
Your choice. You seem to think that this is your job, right? This has now became his full-time job to do these cases and exploit these cases. In my opinion, that's exactly what he's doing.
What about my sanctuary?
Right, Mike?
The 2 hours I have to be able to sit back and go, instead, I have a headache because I have to deal with this shit.
And why do you think that as soon as Steven comes out searching with Chris, that CJ and Narked are the first ones to make a big deal out of it? And guess who promotes it? Nick the Hat.
I didn't appreciate that. Klumati showed up for, one search, only one search. And she acted all nice and friendly. Introduced herself by her name, not by her, never once.
You notice how he never once says CJ? Look, if you guys have seen this already, notice how once he never says CJ. Why am I 1 of 6? Why were you not called out?
Told me that she was a YouTubist, none of that sort of stuff. But I treated her like a regular.
CJ's pissed because he expected Brittany to call Seth out at this point in time, and she didn't. I mean, anybody shocked by that? Nope. No.
Researcher. Hi, thank you. I appreciate your help. And then she turns around and plays, I want to be number 6 on, CP's list of marriage or whatever you want to call it. I don't care. People want to talk trash about me, but people want to look at me and tell me I'm trash.
Never
and
said
that
it.
I'm despicable because I
Never
have
said
an
it.
opinion.
Never
an
said
attitude.
it. Never
you
said
don't-
it.
My son is missing.
Exactly.
Okay? Nobody
Never said it.
who's never been in my position has the right to tell me anything.
Never said
All
it.
right? Those that do have been in this position, I've spoken to. And I get different opinions from other people. And people want to, you need to get rid of this person on.
Now you guys know why I have fucking whiplash. Seriously, this is me talking right now too. But it's whiplash because the quote unquote sides, in my opinion, are almost the same. Okay, so again, just a quick reminder. So now you've seen Tony on Brittany's panel claiming that he didn't know who CJ was and trying to put doubt in people's heads about CJ getting a cease and desist. Now you've seen CJ back in June talking about him getting the cease and desist, which I do think he got. I have no reason to doubt that he didn't get a cease and desist. But now we're going to switch gears here for a moment because we're going to go, actually, let me, because some of you weren't here last night. So let me catch some of you up right quick. Crime scene photo T-Rev 75. So now we're going to go to the other day when they were out there. They have now gone back to search. Hold on to your serpentine belts. This is a reminder of why your serpentine belt might go missing. Okay. We're back searching. Is that the one that I want? Trying to figure out which order I want to do this in is always the best. Okay. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go here. Absolutely. You guys are saying what I'm thinking. We'll go to this one and then we'll go to this one. Okay. Bree. Thank you for the support, Bree. We're going to go back to the 10-hour search. A YouTubist. So last night I showed everybody. Oh, hold on. I showed everybody where CJ had claimed while they were out there. Now they've returned to the search. About a month ago, they started searching again. We're going to watch them talk about that coming up too. But during this search, he did a 10-hour live stream. He is out there with narked divers. During that live stream, if you guys have not seen this, buckle up. It's kind of funny, actually. And then we'll go back to CJ current time. And he claims that mysteriously his serpentine belt was sliced. You don't have to take my word for it. You can go back and see all of that build up and how that all broke down. You're going to hear him talk about it now. But I want you to see. So they talk about the serpentine belt being broken. All right, let's go.
This is
Turning closed captioning on again. Speeding them up.
this is awful. Thank you so much for being patient, everyone.
So this is about where we left off when they decide that they're finally huffing and puffing and have deep breathed, taken enough deep breaths. We got to listen to that for a long time last night about the belt. Now they're headed to the parts store to get the serpentine belt, just so everybody's aware. This was from a few days ago when they were out there on the ground searching. The whole white station wagon, for those of you that missed last night, you'll understand here coming up.
Can you hear us? It's a little muffly, but yes.
All right, we're heading to a parts store.
Headed to the parts store. Hey, traders.
And he said to just go to the teach section. Yeah, right. On the
Do. This whole serpentine belt shit, CJ is a clown. If anybody, it is.
like you got to have Secret Service security or something. Like you should have to have security.
You have to. This is why, in my opinion, he's being welcomed back on the team, because he pulls stunts like this. He says it's like you have to have Secret Service security out there.
That's the camera record. Oh, I'm gonna have a separate camera recording the whole time inside my vehicle now.
He's gonna have a second camera recording inside his car at all times now because the serpentine belt went missing.
I was thinking about doing like dropping this one and using this one for to record inside. And I probably should have, because I didn't even use it to record anything when we were doing that first part. So I'm just going to use that and use the fisheye on it.
You'll
basically covered.
Second.
Yeah. Or at least capture whatever it is. I just hope it didn't ruin my day.
I just hope it didn't ruin my damn engine, man. He's super dramatic about this whole situation. So they were out there searching. They'll start talking about it a little bit more here. Sorry, his audio is really bad. It's all the way up on my side. I'll mute and see if that helps.
Serpentine belts you don't play with. Yeah.
Miss Blue, thank you for the gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Camana. Let me, that's way a quick. I don't do this very, oh, my dogs are going crazy. Oh, I just want to give you guys a reminder of who CJ is for those of you that might not know. He's always got some sort of issues going on. Somebody's always out to sabotage him. Somebody's always out to get him.
So angry, dude. I just want to say a whole bunch of expletives. Just go off, man. You know, and it's a good thing when we met up this morning. You're like, hey, you drive separate or in one? It's like, maybe we should drive separate that way. I was thinking if something happened, that way one of us could get more. It's a good thing we did. Yeah, maybe.
Oh God, I'm annoyed already. Let's go back to this. Okay, so CJ is the dude that was out there searching all the drama. He was pissed off, crybaby, threw a fit, didn't go back because Seth wasn't thankful. They threw the big fits, the cease and desist, all of that. Robin Rogers, the serpentine belt, you name it. The freaking guns being shot overhead, all the things. CJ is just a fucking clown. But this is from the 26th.
Until after they know for a fact, and then they're completely devastated.
I can't watch
And
it.
it's usually after they've been found. But until then, they hold out all hope. Like even whenever there's like, hey, we found this, it's like, well, you know what I mean? I don't want to say denial, but people are going to be wanting their
Belt Bandit. Don't you find that interesting too? By the way, for those of you guys that don't know, CJ recently got demonetized because he covered the United Healthcare unaliving, the CEO of United Healthcare. And supposedly YouTube took his monetization because it was like promoting that kind of stuff. And then he claims he deleted the video, so he didn't have a way to appeal it. Magically, 2 weeks later, he has his monetization back. So not really sure how that all happened, but he went on a whole fit for days on end about how he didn't know how he was going to make it anymore. He didn't know if he was coming back. Just it was something else. It was something else.
their baby to be alive. I mean, that's just boils down.
He was working towards getting the building, the office building, taking this on the road. He's found his calling.
To it.
He didn't even know he was going to be able to feed his cat. Get a job.
A spirit guide helps them in the search. Really?
I mean,
whose spirit are they going to be talking to about Sebastian?
You can tell from just not to go back from Riley Strand, but I could tell in a box of rocks in my brain. But I'm just saying I'm the dumbest box of rocks when it comes to things. But Riley Strand's mama was on the news saying, "Help me find my baby," and I was like, "Damn, we're going." Like that's all I needed to see. And then even after he was found, it's like,
yes, his mom is one of his moms.
You could tell that's when that part of it set in. Like it was real that he was no longer here. Like there was the cry for help and the devastation that she didn't know where her baby was. But then after he was found, it was a whole other set of emotions. Like that's when reality, set in, as far as what I could tell. But so I don't understand why they're out there taking this approach.
It's a phone app, y'all.
Oh man, yeah,
it's a phone app. I didn't say anybody said that they were gone. I said you got to look below the surface. When part of your search team is searching for Sebastian's spirit, I mean, you don't have to. You don't
right
really
there.
have to. You got the
Spirit
equation
talker.
and the freaking answer right there. The equation is Spirit Talker app in a spirit box. Okay, 2 + 2. The equation is 4. What's the equation equal? It equals you're looking for dude's spirit. What does that mean?
Yeah,
come on. You it says it without saying it. That's why I'm saying when I seen this on this video, and then I was like, what the heck?
I've not seen the video, so
I was just like,
if I would have seen it, I'd have been like, this is madness.
Every person that goes out there and searches, every single person that goes out there and searches, CJ picks apart their videos. He was even going after Silvers for a point in time. Everybody does it wrong, according to CJ, even though he's not SAR certified either. And half of them are now on his team again.
Just from seeing this part.
Dude, coming from, we were out there before Mr. Dolly was out there throwing up a drone, pissing all the neighbors off in the beginning. We were out there way before that dude. We were out there way in the freaking beginning. We were out there doing stuff for Riley, and then we went from Riley up to Hendersonville right after that. And I'm sorry, when I come across this,
everything is about wanting recognition with CJ.
And is somebody
being better, being
that has done a lot of damn searching, and you too. That's why I wanted you to, if you wanted to come on for this show, because it's like when I seen this, I was like, this is concerning, because this is telling me.
Yeah,
because this is telling me that they're looking for dude's spirit, and I don't understand why. Because I'm going back through not only how I feel, how anybody out there that's feeling. You're not searching for bones. You're searching for a sign.
Meanwhile, you were the one. Weren't you freaking out about a black trash bag and some bones that you found, CJ?
For some kind of direction.
You and Charlie.
And when you're going out to the retention pond, the cemetery, in that area that's already been searched, I don't know how many times. If something shows up there, then it obviously was brought back.
That's what I was.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Oh, it's obviously been brought back. Again, don't think for 1 second that somebody could have missed something. It's easy to miss stuff. Search teams do it all the time. They miss something all the time. But if they find something, it was obviously brought back because CJ, he's been out there. Him and his buddies have been out there and they've searched. Fucking give me a break.
You know what I mean?
If something is found in I didn't even give people ideas, but if something is found in that zone, yeah, then it was brought back, just like you said.
Yeah. So when you're out there, I don't know. I was just like, dang, people are thinking he's passed already, and I don't understand it.
Or maybe they're going through every possibility and just continuing to search and continuing to search. Maybe that.
You know.
Well, this app is, in my opinion, madness.
Oh,
Well, it's a phone app.
dude.
Is it like it's a phone app, bro?
Well, and I'll just say
Like,
something. The
do
people
you
need to stop
think-
the madness when it
Do you
comes to
think
certain
it's
things.
really
These guys have searched so hardcore that they can't even stop streaming. They're so busy streaming. Are they even looking?
what do you think it's gonna? It's a phone app.
If you want to search and have a practical approach of things, hell yeah. But if you're communicating with someone's spirit, at least that's what you think, with 2024 technology off of a phone app, then you're crazier than me. I don't know.
It's a phone app. It's a phone app. Entertainment.
Yeah.
Bree, I don't. You would have to listen to some of it to tell me what your opinion is. I don't know. Yes and no, I guess would be the answer. And thank you for the support again. But he does kind of, yeah, locations and stuff.
I guarantee you there's this.
I don't think he acts like he's talking to Sebastian, just for like locations of Sebastian and things.
Disclaimer somewhere, I would hope. Spirit talker.
I don't know.
Very true.
I mean, and this isn't the only thing. The dude's sitting there doing shows about spirit boxing and shit. And I'm just like, what the heck? I'm surprised one of his team members didn't scream at him for showing their plate on his freaking video.
Yeah.
It's like, do you even know what you're doing, man? You may have a bunch of fancy equipment, but do you even know what you're doing, bro? It's like Silver poking bags with a freaking shovel.
You know,
if you remember that search, he was searching for Sebastian, and he came across a black trash bag and didn't know what it was, picked it up, dropped it, and then started jamming it with a shovel, stabbing it.
I remember somebody else picking up a black trash bag too. CJ's the best. I don't know. Everybody else needs to go home. CJ's combed the area
With a shovel. And I'm just like, dude, what if that was his remains?
Weirdo.
And you're stabbing it with a shovel, bro? What are you doing out there searching?
Oh my
If
god.
you don't know what you're doing, what are you doing out there? Because you're just going to hinder an investigation. You're not going to help. You're going to hinder.
I dodged a bullet with 1, 2, 3 times now with 3 different people. That's all I'll say. Thinking, you know what, we can all join together and we can all search together and we can all put our differences together. Well, in my opinion, when some people are ignorant or arrogant about certain things,
oh yeah,
I can't work with them. Even if it like.
See, and this is where the teams, the sides. You want to hear this in real time? You guys want to really be tortured? Hold on, here you go.
Even if I think I'm doing the right thing, I'm not, because if I offer my resources to help somebody and then they mess something up, this is like if it leads to that and I'm there and I help them, then I'm on the same boat as them.
Right.
So
yeah, that's why we keep our circles small, because we know, you know, I know that we're about the same shit when we're out there searching. I know that I don't got to worry about number
anything
one,
happening.
we're both aware.
Yep.
We're both aware as hell.
You're so aware that your serpentine belt got snatched.
And it's
Right
that
out from under you.
dual type,
Nice positive vibes.
and that comes in handy. Yeah, there's people out there. It's like, because yeah, then what if that you have to think about it. What if that was because he didn't know, he didn't even know what it was a bag of shoes, but he didn't know, and he starts doing all this,
Can you imagine listening to him in real time? Fuck, oh dear, I can't.
poking it and jabbing it, and I'm just like, every time I see that shovel hit that bag, I'm like, oh my gosh. Because what if then you just hindered an investigation? You just created reasonable doubt with whatever injury, and it could have been anybody. What if it was another child?
This dude right here isn't SAR certified, but he knows everything, right? He knows everything.
Or another victim, right?
I forgot what that's called, but that's also, you can go to prison for that.
Well, it's like the lawyer could be like, how do you know that this injury wasn't, or this whatever wasn't created when this person was jamming it with a shovel?
You could within a reasonable doubt, or without a reasonable doubt, that wasn't caused from this person doing so.
And then the victim doesn't get justice.
Because all you got to do is put doubt in the jury's minds, and that's it.
And the victim doesn't get the full justice. You know what I'm saying? And that's where it's like, okay, look, I know people want to help. Just like this, I know people want to help.
Oh.
But damn, like, you know how many people are going to come across this and be like, just like I was. It hit me right here in the soul. I care about Sebastian. I care about trying
it hit him in the soul. Here
to
we
find
go.
him. I care where he's at. I care all that. And I have. That's why I've continued after all the BS and the drama and the hate. I still continue to fight to try and help find him in any way that I can.
Another one of these self-serving team members.
And when I see this, I know there's going to
in
be a
the
lot of
soul.
people that see this and go, oh my gosh.
And there's going to be some people that don't get it.
Oh.
No, because they're looking at the surface. You know, they're seeing what's on the surface, not what's below, because
Right.
when you look at it below, it's like you're trying to speak to the people that have passed to try and, or even Sebastian's spirit itself.
Go check out Sarah,
Uh,
PJ.
That says a lot to me.
She had a whole conversation for hours on end claiming she was speaking to Sebastian. Then she goes on to speak to the sheriff, the previous sheriff of Sumner County that passed away. Go have a problem with that. Catch up.
Me, because again, I look back and I look at all these other people that have missing loved ones, and none of them, even like the best example, Natalie Holloway, her mom, for how many years sat there and was like, she's got to be so.
Just come
you
home
know?
any minute, or just think of the person going to show up. You're not going to give up unless I know the answer to something. That's just my opinion.
Why the fuck is he wearing sunglasses in a dark room?
So, and when they're out there, you're signing off on this. The dude's part of your team, part of your inner team.
See, and this is where they once again pull this back to the Proudfoots. This is their team.
You know, another thing, I'm not trying to act like I understand this, but I've met people that believe in talking to other, whatever, different spirits or a connection. They don't use a phone app. I don't know. Unless I don't even know who's holding the phone, but
you know.
I'm sure I do. Unless it's for show.
It's the dude's own video, Krabby.
Um,
and he's out there showing people's license plates and shit, and I'm just like, damn, dude. And it reminded me of Silver poking with a shovel, and I'm just like, what are these people doing out here, man?
Reminded me of when you couldn't get a license plate, but then all of a sudden you were getting license plate intel off a white Subaru.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised nobody was like, bro, you need to clip that fucking shit out of your video.
Hopes and dreams, and I don't even want to say clickbait, but just put on a show, in my opinion.
This is what they do. This is exactly what they do.
It's bullshit. Anyway, I can't talk. This
Hey,
is your
people-
channel, man.
People can put on a show. I'm not worried. Whatever they want to do is whatever they want to do. What I'm saying is when I see this, it's telling me that not only, because listen,
people are on board with it.
Dude could have been like, don't put it on camera. If you want to do it, go ahead and do it. But we're out here together. I don't want you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like if it was you and you had people out there searching for your child, you're going to be like, look, I don't want you. I don't want people to think that I think that my child is gone. All right.
The only 3 people in that video are Clue, Cletus, and Crabtree. Stop putting it off on other people.
So if you want to do that, do it, whatever, because practice what whatever. But and when they're part of your inner search team, they're out there with you.
The entire team. CJ is a part of the lower level team. He's been accepted back in the bubble. Don't forget that. They all have motives for what they're doing here.
Okay, they're out.
It's everything that the other perceived side of the team, the other team members, the Proudfoot team does. They contradict. It's back and forth on all sides. It's fucking wild anymore.
They're with you, and you're looking for spirits.
Circle jerk of trust.
To me, that's like, whoa, these parents are co-signing on one of their inner search team members looking for the spirit of Sebastian, which tells me that
where do you get that they co-sign this? Nana L, he on one of his videos that he put up out there searching for Sebastian, he uses an app off of his phone called Spirit Talker.
And they're okay with it being on video or whatever.
Where?
Being promoted. To me, that's like, yeah, okay, well, we think he's gone.
T, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. Where did Chris or Katie or anybody else okay this?
We're searching right by the house, looking for spirits.
Gross.
How many searches have taken place there? Like I said, if something comes up, somebody brought something back. So they're not really out there looking for a piece of clothing or whatever, right?
Right.
Physical evidence. They're out there looking for something else. And if a parent is co-signing off, like, yeah, we're doing a search like he is gone. Yo, man, that's why I saw it. And I was like, I got to do a show this morning. I can't wait and talk about this tonight. I got to talk about this morning because this is concerning to me. I think about that's the under the surface. People can look at it on the surface. Oh, what's the big deal? It's a nap. No, it's not. Listen, I don't give a shit. You go under the surface. This is a parent or family with the inner team co-signing. Yo, look for it like a spirit. Look for a spirit.
We have no indication that was ever said. We have no indication that Chris and Katie said any of that. Do we? No. In other words, CJ was just looking to find content and he found it.
That I'm like, yo, I see all these other parents out here Hey, he's still out there. She's
Yep.
still out there. We're still fighting. Got to be somewhere. Billboards everywhere. Ba 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 ba. Until you come across, oh my gosh, there's a boot.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my gosh, there's a
exactly.
sock. Oh my gosh, there's a hat.
And at
You
thi-
know, like there's something.
And at this point, anyway, I'm not gonna go down that avenue, but yeah,
It's crazy, man. So yeah, that's why I was like, oh my gosh. So if they're, I don't know. I mean, you guys can go watch it yourself. You know.
Meanwhile, Robin Rogers has been in all of the psychics, every single one of them. Of the, well, Tara's for sure. All of theirs. She was also Donna Serafina. Seth is doing the same thing. Like Seth's mom supports the psychics and talks to them too. I don't know what you're doing here, CJ. If that's their choice, that's their choice. Okay, let's move along because I got a headache. All right, we're going to start 3 days ago, December 24th, 2024. We're not going to get through all of this because these just get more vile as we go on. We're going to end out with this. We won't get to Lolly this time, but Lolly over here, she did a live stream and took it down too. Let me just show you really quick though. I'm going to fast forward. Actually, we'll do Lolly really quick because there's just one part in here that I want to play. So Lolly, this is from, let me tell you the date. This is from the 25th. This is from Christmas. Here you go.
It doesn't hurt. It just sounds.
And she is fed up.
People. But thank you very much. That's a sweet, sweet compliment. Because I don't feel like I look very good right now. And I sound rough.
Yeah.
My throat is irritated just because of all the drainage that I've had. And it doesn't hurt. It just sounds horrible. But anyways, let's see who we got in the house. I know everybody's live right now. Oh, take that off. We got Brown Eyed Girl. On too long. I just actually felt like doing the live today, and this was the only time I had, so I thought, I'm just gonna go for it. And well, hello there. How are you? Welcome. So anyways,
Angel Kennedy, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana.
So we got that out of the way. My sickness, my medicine. They gave me an inhaler, nebulizer thing, mask to put over my whole chest area.
Get to the point.
I passed all that
Should
this morning. Open presents, daily prayer of thanks for everybody and blessing of the food.
This is
this
is the Lollipop Guild. This is Lolly Beautifully Broken. She is the one that likes to shame Katie on every holiday.
Hey, Merry Christmas, Chief. Thank you for being here. And I made it through the day. And I actually, probably for the first time over the last 4 years of not having, this being the 4th year, not having my son here, was probably the first time I've really sat back and enjoyed it. And it was a good time. But before we talk too much about anything else, I just wanted to say, if by any small miracle, Summer Wells or Sebastian Rogers is listening or happens to hear this at any time.
I got a problem with this. Summer Wells or Sebastian Rogers, if you're watching YouTube and you stumble across Lolly, what?
I want to tell them Merry Christmas. They may not be where they want to be right now, but that's okay because they're strong. Stay strong and do not lose hope because you both have this wonderful army out here of people who are fighting so hard that we fight with each other, and everybody is on edge trying to do the best that we can, and we're going to come and find
the best that you can. You think the best that you can is lying and taking a clip of PJ, Dolly's girlfriend, and concocting it to be a news reporter? You just did that like what, a week ago, and tried to say that a news reporter, a legit news reporter, confirmed some sort of CPS report. Fuck out of here, Lolly. That's the best you got. That's you're trying your best. Give me a fucking break.
You guys, we're going to find y'all. One day, it's going to happen. We don't know when, but just be strong. And to the parents of these kids, I want to say this. Not having your child. For the Wells, this would be year number 3. For Sebastian's family, it would be the first year. Not having him there. Not being able to pick up a phone or call.
Oh, this person drives me nuts.
And I know that feeling as a parent. But y'all.
It makes me so sick that she sits here and says, you know that feeling. Meanwhile, every chance you get, she's cutting Katie down.
do not have anything definite yet. There is no proof anywhere that harm has come to them. And I just would like to say to each and every parent, grandparent, aunts, uncles of these two beautiful, beautiful babies, there's hope. There's always hope. And I ask those parents just to hang on to that hope, because you have hope. And when
But last week you were cheering and couldn't wait to see Katie do a perp walk. Fuck out of here.
you get that final answer and there's no more hope left, then it's time to grieve. If you have hope and you stay strong with your hope,
It's all an act, Sienna.
then there's something there that is possibly going to be the greatest day. And to both of the mothers that were with the child last,
oh,
I'm sorry life has been so hard or rough or whatever it is that you've been dealing with. But I also want to say this. You're having a hard time now because we've not been told the whole truth about that night.
Oh.
I feel. And it's for both mothers. Make sure that law enforcement knows every single detail of those last few hours. Please make sure that what your story is out there is the truth. We're here. We want to help. We don't want to tear her down, and we do not want to.
That's all you've been doing is tearing them apart.
Bully other people and talk bad about each other and fight with each other. It's not what any one of us want.
Bullshit. You've shown us
help.
What you are.
And we're here. But we're fighting an uphill battle because there's pieces to the story that are not there.
Duchess, isn't this fucking wild?
And I ask that maybe tonight, on the birth of Jesus Christ, as we celebrate that day,
faith manipulation.
Just repeat everything about that last few minutes. What led up to those last few minutes. And let's bring those babies home. I don't want no ill will from either side of. I'm not trying to put up a divider of any kind.
Oh.
It's not what today is about.
Oh, just that day.
And I just want to say to both families, stay strong. Have faith. Hold on to that hope. Because until there is no more to be sought out, no more answers to be looked into, until that day happens, you still have hope. And we're here. We're not going nowhere. And we're going to be strong for these kids.
Oh.
Somebody out there knows something. Because these two children cannot be the two children in this whole entire world that just disappears.
Okay, done. I just wanted you guys to see how the switcheroo is coming on with Lolly. The switcheroo. Yeah, after all the crap that she said, after all of the crap that she has said and done to target the parents of missing children, to say the most vile, disgusting, despicable things about these parents. No. And those two aren't the only kids that are missing or just vanished that haven't been found. All right, let's go to this one. This is Julie. Let me see here. There's a part where her child comes on. I want to get through that part. I don't want to play that part. Hold on. So the title of this video, let me make sure. Shit, where is he? So she starts off using her own kid in here. There he is. I don't want to show that part, but she goes back and says, but the title of this video is Christmas Presents for Faith Only. We're not going to watch all this, but I just wanted to play a couple parts of it, and then we'll do another review later. But I am almost cooked, and we've done a marathon of sorts to wrap up all the clowns and what they've been up to.
And last night, or was it night? Last night, it was 2 nights ago, right? 2 nights ago. So Sunday before Christmas, Santa, somebody dressed up as Santa on the fire trucks. The fire truck.
And she's sped up to 1.75 and will remain sped up.
Drive through town and they decorate their fire trucks with lights, and you hear the sirens go, and you don't know exactly what time they're getting to your Spencer is so unbothered. Oh my God, that is so him. He needs a t-shirt that says unbothered. He is unbothered by everybody. Spencer is Spencer 100% of the time. He cannot mask. He cannot pretend to be anything other than he is. And you gotta love him. You got to love everything. And he's so sweet. If you need help, let me know. At work,
Did they say that? I mean, the guy at work already said he called him the R word, and that he
The guy at work, where's the proof? Where's the proof? Because last time it was supposedly a neighbor that overheard this, wasn't it, Julie? Can you land the plane and figure out which one it is? I'm going to go in and feed my dogs right quick. So if you hear noise, that's what I'm doing.
I was a little whispering winds. You'd untape the presents. Well, let me tell you something. Spencer already, he found 4 gifts. He found 4. We hid in all different places this year than we ever have, and he found 4 of them. And he opened them, but luckily they were small ones. But you know what I did? I rewrapped them again, and I'm giving it to him again. I took it away from him, and I'm rewrapping them. Like, you can't do that because he's insatiable with the presents. He is insatiable with those presents. Hold on, let me just get my phone.
Aussie Trisha, sorry. Yes, Lolly has used that against the parents numerous times herself in the past. Sorry, I didn't catch that. Thank you for the support. But yes, she has actually used her loss to attack other parents going through their worst moments, including the beautiful cold case Crystal. It's gross.
I'm using that house today. It's good to the last drop. Wait a minute, what am I doing? Opposite track. Let me tell you what. Oh, you did such a good job with that shirt. It's cold out, right?
Computer.
You want computer? I'm using this one. You want to use mine? But it's a new one. I'm going to show you. Okay? Spencer, this is brand new. You're going to be gentle? Here, let me just use Spencer the computer. He's using mine because yesterday, remember I was having all the trouble with my internet? Well, I was like, let me just go on Al's because God knows. Like he says words and phrases that he hears like on videos and things like that. And to him, it means something in the moment.
Sorry, I really am trying to cut out as much of him. I mean, that was honestly adorable, him singing, but I don't want to do that.
You know, we've learned to like decode things. Like if he says he has the laptop and his birthday party, means he's happy. You know, it's something good, right? They don't deserve Sebastian, and Seth needs to take full custody of him. Okay, I have to say something about that. Here, hold on. Julie, why don't you make your coffee ahead of time? Because girlfriend, male friends, God knows how long I could be online. We got to take my mother to the train station today. Tonight is Hanukkah, and she's going to see my brother and his family. And she's going to see my brother and his family. And she's taking a train. So we're taking her to the train station today. And I think she's absolutely insane for traveling on this day. I tried to talk her out of it, but there's no talking my mother into or out of anything. She's a very stubborn person. Wonder where I get it from, huh? Do you see what I just did? Can you see me still? I'm okay, right? You can still see me. We don't need that light. Look, I got this light. See the snow? Christmas. The snow's coming down, Christmas. How about I'm dreaming of a white Christmas? I wish you could see the snow coming down. You really can't. Just like the ones I used to know. It's really pretty. When the treetops glisten and glow. It's really, no. I don't remember the song. By the way, fun fact, not like Katie's fun facts. White Christmas was written by Irving Berlin, a Jew. He was Jewish. He wrote one of the Christmas standards. I can't tell you how much fun it is for Jewish people who've never celebrated Christmas before to finally get to celebrate Christmas when they get old. I don't celebrate it for me. I celebrate it with the boys. I'd like to talk with you about talking to Elevated Truth. I made that video about Elevated Truth to Elevated Truth. I haven't heard from him. But what I did hear him say when he went live, again, for the first time after the big night where he, told the truth. And by the way, we got to learn, thank God for him, we got to learn about the geofencing and what Chris knows. But I reached out to, I made a video saying, I heard you say you're autistic and I'm a parent of autism parents. And thank you for speaking up for Sebastian. That part I appreciate. I didn't say that part. That part I appreciate, but between us, that's the part I appreciate. But I haven't heard from him and I think he's busy. But what I found very interesting was that when he went back on live again, I don't know if was it the next night? Every day in this case feels like a week. Am I wrong? Every day in this case feels like a week. So much happens. But he started out by saying, Cluminati is, say what you will about her. She's been a friend. She's been there for me, whatever, her and her husband.
blah, blah, blah. And there are good people.
Sorry, guys. I'm feeding dog and getting Kyle medicine. But I'm still here with you guys. You guys are just listening to Julie's creative side for a moment. But I have a lot to say coming up.
And they've helped. And now he lives in the area, right? He lives in that area of Hendersonville. Tiffany, what is Tiffany famous for? Does she live? Do you guys live in the Washington, D.C. general area? I mean, could be Virginia, could be Maryland. Is that where she lives, or is it somewhere else? I mean, I was thinking she might live around there because she was in the FBI, but maybe. Do you live there? Is that where she lives? The general area? You guys want to hear a fun fact? I'm gonna top. You know the one on Saturday Night Live always tops people, like what Kristen Wiig plays. They're like, oh, you went to a party? Like, I just went to a ball and da-da-da. And yes, and I was Cinderella of the ball, you know, like choice. And but in Virginia Washington line.
You know who she reminds me of? This is Molly Golightly in like 15 years. Doesn't she?
Oh, in the South, Texas. Oh, she lives in Texas? I was thinking
the dramatics and the way she sings and stuff. Holly, thank you for the support. I can't either. This one gets under my skin.
I was thinking that maybe she lived there, but maybe she moved, or maybe she was always in Texas. Maybe she was stationed in Texas. I don't know. Was she stationed in Texas? Let me get back to the thing about elevated truth. He got back on and he says, you know, the Proudfoots are not Proudfoots. Klumanati and her husband, they've always been my friend. They've always been nice. Say what you will. You can have different opinions about them, about the case. But as far as them being people, they're my friends, you know? And I'm not, listen, people can be friends. They can be real friends, right? I don't doubt that. But the way that those folks jumped on his live, they jumped on it when he started about to tell the truth about Chris. The way there, and I think Chris, it was the opposite. I don't think it was Chris's phone blowing up necessarily, or maybe it was back and forth, but it was Chris. It probably was, my guess is it was them telling him, and Chris also calling people and saying, get on that panel right now, call him, get him on, I'll call it, you do this, right? Because he called in the cavalry. And if you have, let's just pretend this is, I hate to say warfare, but if you have a cult, let's call it a cult. If you have a cult member, right? You're in a cult, if you have a cult member, and they're starting to have doubts about the cult leader, right? What would the other cult members do? Would they say, oh, you have doubts? Get out of here.
Meanwhile, every one of those people was on panel before Chris went up. So him calling in the cavalry is not true. Once again.
Here. No. They would say, brother, come with us. Let us show you the true meaning of our leader and how he, right? They would follow. CP whistled the dogs in. Oh, yeah. I called them the cavalry. You called them the dogs. Yeah. The attack dogs, but also the dogs like Klumanati. So he's playing both sides. You got people who are upset with him and say, you shouldn't have said that truth. And then you have people who not, come here, come with us. You're our friend. You're our family. You're one of us. You belong. We are your community. So they reinforce that with him to keep him quiet. I'm not saying they're not friends. What I'm saying is Klumanati and her husband are way deep in this. You know, I mean, they have, I'm saying they're taking money from them, the Prophets directly, but certainly they have their names scrolled, their PayPal and the Cash App scrolled across their page every time she goes on. Jingle Bells was written in 1850. I said White Christmas, the song White Christmas. I'm dreaming of a White Christmas, Irving Berlin. Not Jingle Bells. But I feel like if you have somebody who's about to talk, that's what they do. Good morning, Chemistry Queen. Good morning, Castle. Ginger Bell. Ginger Bell, Ginger Bell. Why can't I play Christmas carols on YouTube? How do I play music on YouTube without getting a strike against my account? Anybody know?
Don't sing. Don't.
I will say her fiance has a great voice, in my opinion. They're not married. Cletus is his name Cletus? Am I getting that right? Because do you guys, I mean, I don't know how many of you are younger than me, but who watched the Dukes of Hazzard? Anybody? Raise your hand if you watch. Put a 1 in the chat if you ever watched the Dukes of Hazzard. I have a point about this, by the way, related to Sebastian Rogers. Okay. Wasn't Boss Hogg's, remember Boss Hogg? Great character, Boss Hogg. Wasn't Boss Hogg, are you using the computer still? Do you need help? There's a different number to put in to start it again. If you need help you start it. You didn't like it though? Right. Well, I didn't like, but I did like, I mean, the show, but I did like Boss Hogg. I love Boss Hogg. He would, Cletus, he throw down his white hat. He's in that white suit. He plays like the sheriff. Imagine Sheriff Craddock being like Boss Hogg. He like, them Dukes. Anyway, Boss Hogg had a deputy whose name was Cletus. And Cletus could do no right. He's just like, oh, I'm sorry, boss. I messed up again. That Daisy Duke came over with her Daisy Duke on, and I just love that Daisy Duke. And he's always messing up. And then
just so anybody is aware that might not know Julie or might be new to Julie, her son is autistic. he's in, that's what you're hearing in the background. He's not really yelling. He is just vocalizing. And she's live. So unfortunately, a lot of her content does center around her son, but please be tolerant. It's not his fault that she is using him as part of her show.
Daisy, all she had to do be like, Cletus, are you gonna help me fix my car? And then she like lean over her car and like do this, boop, like that. Stupid. It was not very politically correct. Literally every single thing I watched growing up was it would pass the muster in the test today. I hope another cardinal comes back here, because when the red cardinal comes back, it's really pretty. Sorry, that was me dropping something. I know, that's what I think of every time. Cletus. I mean,
Yeah, it's not his fault. He can't consent to any of this stuff, and I feel terrible for the situation, but she does not seem to care, and a lot of her content spins around
I mean, he's like the biggest bumbling idiot, right? I mean, that was his character. It's just like he has to get that. Like, he has to know that every time someone says his name, Cletus, we're thinking of Cletus and Boss Hog, right? Exactly, Crystal, right? Cletus. I'm not. Listen, he didn't pick his name. He didn't pick his name, but so I feel like Illuminati and Cletus, you know, they had some people who were attacking Elevated Truth for telling the truth and letting us know about his truck and everything. And then you had the smarter ones. And I put Cletus and Illuminati in that category. Of the people who are supporting the Proudfoots, I would say the two of them appear to be a step above the others in terms of their intelligence. Not good decision making necessarily, but smarter, right?
I find that hysterical.
And therefore more concerning, because they are smarter. And I think they did the opposite of the others. They didn't attack him. They embraced him and said, come with us. Come with Cletus and I. Elevated Truth. Let us show you that we really are your friends and we are good people. And we would not lead you astray. We would not tell you that Chris is innocent if he weren't innocent, you know? So they've embraced him. And he started that show, the next show out, by saying, giving a defense of Illuminati. What do you want?
You obviously are new to all of this and how that all works out, but carry on. I find it to be hysterical. She obviously doesn't know the baseline of how all this happened and where things started and how we've got to this point. It's fun to watch Julie just spin stories.
Doing a lot of vocal stereotypy today. It's called vocal stereotypy, by the way. You get to hear about Sebastian Rogers' case and you get autism education at the same time. Vocal stereotypy is all this sounds that he makes. It can drive you nuts. I'm so used to it. But
see, she's acknowledging.
The other thing, all right, I just wanted to ask you, do you think it's Christmas Eve, right?
Here we go.
Seth, sadly, I hope he sees the prayer I did for him, by the way. I made a prayer video for him. When they did that prayer vigil, you know, or they not prayer vigil, when they did that, you could bring the computer into on the
Beware marching band. I agree.
the big bed if you want. And I can help you start it. The big bed is
right, Orion.
He loves to lay in the bed. He goes and rocks on our bed, you know, at the bottom of the bed, like, but it creaks, and he does to wake us up.
Be real, just in all fairness, that could be the case that he needs attention, but it also could be that he just might vocalize to you quite often during the day. That is sometimes just what happens, and it doesn't mean it varies from situation to situation. I don't know enough.
I'm telling you, this vocal stereotypy is because he's so excited about Christmas. I cannot wait. But it's a little distracting. I forgot what I was saying now.
She goes up and down. Her moods are all
Christmas, the presents.
This is the part I really want you to hear.
I hope that Seth sees that prayer I did, because it comes from the Old Testament. Amir Asurim. Matir Asurim, not Amir. Matir Asurim, which means free the captive. And it's an ancient prayer that, you know, Jews were captive in ancient Egypt, right? With Moses. Free the captive. And we always remember to say prayers, you know. You do acts of love and kindness, right? To make the world a better place. And praying for the captive.
Acts of love and kindness. Okay, Julie, when are you going to start doing that? Because parodies of missing children's parents. Acts of kindness?
Visiting captive, if you can, who are unjustly held in captive. Karen, you adore Spencer. Thank you so much. Link to brief YouTube video on how to find copyright
Music? Oh, thank you, YouTuber. Well, right now we got so much background sounds. I'm not going to add to it. But what's going to be our belated Christmas gift? Clink, clink, silver bracelets, orange jumpsuits are coming. Let me tell you something. I'm saying a prayer for that. Because
she's saying a prayer for that.
The wheels of justice have moved very, very slowly. And
yeah, here you
I
go.
feel like I don't want people saying it's close, it's close, it's close. And by the way, none of us, but this family, not just with me, but you guys go to other creators and things like that. Everybody talking about Sebastian on the side of right and justice for Sebastian. If there is a trial, we're not going anywhere, you guys. We're going to be watching this thing like a hawk.
Oh,
every step of it. And they better include those child abuse charges.
What child abuse charges?
Frankly, I don't understand I mean, I've said this a million times. I do not understand the legal strategy going on here by not pressing charges of child abuse. You can try them on child abuse first and then go into a more serious trial with them already having been convicted of child abuse. Here before you sits two convicted child abusers, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. So they don't have to prove everything at once. Because if they have one person on that jury who thinks they're innocent of like the biggest thing, let's say, they might nullify that jury, right? If you put all the charges together, they would nullify the jury by not being able to decide on the biggest part of the case. We can't come to they could have a hung jury. Yes, first is first. His first name is Robert. Who's Robert? Who's Robert? Car guy? I just don't understand the legal strategy. I really don't. Why? Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, if you had a trial, right? I know I'm jumping ahead of myself. This is my Christmas wish.
This is her Christmas wish.
Hold on.
Her Christmas wish.
I gotta make a card. I gotta make a Christmas list real quick.
Oh. The delusions. The fucking delusions.
I can't find paper. Oh, here.
This shit.
Hold on. I'm writing a letter to Santa. Dear Santa, my name is Julie. I have been a very good girl this year.
Mocking the parents of missing kids is a good girl. Okay.
I have been making videos about autism awareness and trying to bring awareness to the case of a missing autistic teenager named Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers.
Oh.
Santa, given all that I've done, Santa, there was a red cardinal, by the way. I don't know if it's not. Santa, all I really want for Christmas is the arrest of Christopher A. Proudfoot and Katie Lynn Rosenbaum Payne Rogers Proudfoot. All I really want is the arrest and prosecution of Christopher A. Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot on at least.
Dear little baby Jesus, sweet baby Jesus. The only thing I want for the new year is for Julie to stub her fucking toe, every goddamn one of them on the right and left foot, for the entire year of 2025. Amen. Hallelujah. Praise baby Jesus.
Child abuse charges. That's all I want for Christmas. You know what? This might be Sebastian's list too. He wanted that too. I don't know about his mother. I'm not saying about his mother. But he wanted Chris out of the house. He tried to get me out of the house, but he didn't do it. Yeah, he did. I hope Christopher, I hope you see this message and you let that sink in. You said Sebastian tried to get you kicked out of your house. He thought he could get you kicked out of your house. He did. He won.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
He beat you. A 15-year-old autistic child got you kicked out of your own house. The house you
We have no proof that he was kicked out of his home.
paid for. Got you kicked out. The authorities came and said, you got to go.
Where's the proof?
Sebastian won that.
Where's the proof, Julie?
That last round that you went with Sebastian, you lost, Chris. You lost. You think you won now? Nope. You're going to be paying the price forever. God willing. All I want for Christmas is, I got to think of a rhyme. Proud rest. We'll hear those silver belts, silver bracelets are clinking in the orange jumpsuits. They'll
tell me this is not fucking Molly Go Lightly in 15 years. This is Molly Golightly in 15 years.
Let's get some shoes without laces so that they'll get their prison shoes without laces. And we hope we like the prison grub. I don't want it for just me. God, if we could only see the Proudfoots in prison. Because all we want for Christmas is what? Something. I gotta think. Is something.
She thinks this is fucking cute.
Is Chris in the paddy wagon? Oh, Chris in cuffs. Where's the eggnog? They don't serve eggnog in jail.
How would you know, Julie?
What if it was Christmas Day and they arrested the Proudfoots while they were interrupting their, imagine this. Just imagine for a second. Hold on. I'm getting myself in a good mood here. It's Christmas dinner at the Bowersock's house.
Thank you, Pen Pen.
No one is heard, not even a mouse. Merry Christmas, Lisa B. Always. I'm telling a Christmas story.
Oh.
You have to listen. Grandma Kathy Cruella has made her Christmas ham and her Christmas cookies, and under the tree is filled with pink boxes, all for Faith, her beautiful granddaughter. Not a one for Sebastian. They said to each other, wow, what a great Christmas.
Aussie, she's really not well at all.
Christmas. We don't have to buy some crappy gifts and give it to, what's his name, this year, while we buy Faith everything she ever wanted.
Well, we buy Faith everything. Like, this is fucking vile. Who even has these thoughts and is giddy about it?
There's no presents for Sebastian under the tree. Chris and Katie are knee deep in the spiked eggnog, actually slurring their words and stuff. And
speaking of slurring your words, ma'am, you really want to go down that road? You really fucking want to go down that road, Julie?
Grandma Kathy is like, this is the best Christmas ever.
Oh.
And they have a turkey or something, and they just cut the turkey and the ham, and they set everything out. And all of a sudden there's, wait, that's not good. That's not a good stuff. We're gonna make it. It's Christmas. Who's knocking on our door? It's Christmas. Sorry, Spen. Nobody's here. He's like looking. Right? FBI, open up. No. Police, open up. And then you hear a bullhorn in the back. Please, hold weapons down. Come out.
Good night, Holly. I totally understand. Trust and believe. I'm almost done with this, but yeah, Julie's been on a roll.
Time with your hands up. Walk backwards towards us. You ever seen an episode of Cops? Terry Bowersock, is this you? Yes. He's being searched. Patted down. Get down on the ground. Face down. Face down on the ground.
I'm sure her publishers are just fucking encouraging and loving this, aren't you?
Face down. Don't you look up at us. You too, Christopher. Face down on the ground. Put your hands behind your back. Clink.
Can't wait to have a conversation with them.
Clink. It's Christmas, you're officer. How many crappy Christmases did Sebastian have? Nervous Christmases. So how many lectures did he get before he had to go over to Grandma Cruella's house? Behave, Sebastian. Don't embarrass us, Sebastian.
You want to see this at real speed? Watch how arrogant and excited she is over this.
Don't do your little stimming, Sebastian. Don't make any of your shoulder movements.
Oh no.
Sebastian.
She's never been nice. She's been a total fucking nut job. She came on this app.
Terry called him names. So said his worker. I'm gonna try to find that worker. This is what Jennifer Coffindaffer said. Shh. Okay, Spen. Shh. Spen, do you want? Sometimes I give him gum if he wants it. He's already eaten something. Spen, do you want some Trident? You do? Before I play this, let me get some Trident for Spen. It's just one of my bag of tricks. No snacky. Spit it out in the garbage.
Sorry, I'm speeding it up.
I met him at 6 years old. He only had 4 words. And 2 of those words were yes, and one of those was yes, one was no. And no didn't even sound like no. It sounded like and yes. About it just, I had never heard the actual statement. I knew that the neighbor had said that he had called him
Sebastian the R word. But
A neighbor that doesn't exist. She's talking about the neighbor that doesn't exist, by the way.
hearing her read out loud the actual words, because we say R word as opposed to saying the word, but she read it.
I'm not seeing that here. I'm not seeing that here. I understand.
Yeah, Julian Coffendorfer. Nope, I bow out. All right, we have been here for almost 6.5 hours, and we have done a marathon wrap up of all the craziness that has gone on, how the team is getting their narratives, the at night media playbook bullshit that is being spun into one narrative after another, with the whole, they send out press updates basically to their team members and they all run with it. We started off with allegedly with BJ, going over how much people care about this child, and people have forgotten about Tony saying that that was gross. Meanwhile, now he's calling himself Uncle Tony and saying that he loves this child. We started off there and then did a whole tour. You get what's going on, the back and forth. It is just, it's been nothing but chaos for the last 3 days, 4 days. Oh, Newly, thank you. It is wild. Revival, I will remember to clip that stuff too to make it a short. Can it get any worse? Unfortunately, it has. There's worse that I could have pulled to. Yeah. So there's that. I can't take any more of her though, because no. But I think you guys are seeing what's being spun, how it's being spun, why it's being spun. Watch who they're promoting. They promote for a reason. They give their team members where to go, what to do. If you guys have any questions, let me know in the comment section below. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. Thank you for all the support. Continue to push back. Continue to call it out for what it is. And just be aware, there's a lot of stuff going from side to side here that doesn't make sense and doesn't add up. And we're going to get back into March 8th and the timeline, because I think people need to see how this actually, who was involved. It's just a lot to unpack. So with that, there was our marathon wrap up after Christmas, but you see what they all did for their Christmas and how they took full advantage of kicking another family at their worst moments. And Lolly, I suggest you think real hard about this little fake bullshit you're doing, because we've heard what you've had to say and we know exactly what you're up to. And the bullshit, the vile vitriol. I've never seen hatred from somebody so bad as you. So take a look in the mirror, because using your own pain is never going to be acceptable to go after others. With that, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I know, Duchess, and I did it all by myself. I told you guys I can talk a lot. There was just a lot to catch up on and a lot to... You can't just... Ugh. Yes, Jem. Yes. Thank you, Never Say Never. Thank you all for hanging out with me. And thank you all for spending your day with me and going through all this. I know it's just me sitting up here yapping away and going through the BS, but I appreciate you guys hanging in there with me today. I know today was a lot because we unpacked a lot of bullshit. Thank you all for the gifted memberships. Y'all, welcome to the cabana. I will try to do better at posting in my members group again. But I will see you guys very soon. Have a good night, y'all. Bye.